This is Chapter 26 of Following the Equator. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Following the Equator by Mark Twain, Chapter 26. Where New Zealand is, but few know. Things people think they know. The Yale professor and his visitor from N.Z. There are people who can do all fine and heroic things but one: keep from telling their happiness to the unhappy. Pudd'nhead Wilson's New Calendar. After visits to Maryborough and some other Australian towns, we presently took passage for New Zealand. If it would not look too much like showing off, I would tell the reader where New Zealand is, for he is as I was. He thinks he knows. And he thinks he knows where Herzegovina is, and how to pronounce pariah, and how to use the word unique without exposing himself to the derision of the dictionary. But in truth he knows none of these things. There are but 4 or 5 people in the world who possess this knowledge, and these make their living out of it. They travel from place to place, visiting literary assemblages, geographical societies, and seats of learning, and springing sudden bets that these people do not know these things. Since all people think they know them, they are an easy prey to these adventurers. Or rather, they were an easy prey until the law interfered, 3 months ago, and a New York court decided that this kind of gambling is illegal, "because it traverses Article 4, Section 9 of the Constitution of the United States, which forbids betting on a sure thing." This decision was rendered by the full bench of the New York Supreme Court, after a test sprung upon the court by counsel for the prosecution, which showed that none of the 9 judges was able to answer any of the 4 questions. All people think that New Zealand is close to Australia or Asia or somewhere, and that you cross to it on a bridge. But that is not so. It is not close to anything, but lies by itself out in the water. It is nearest to Australia, but still not near. The gap between is very wide. It will be a surprise to the reader, as it was to me, to learn that the distance from Australia to New Zealand is really 12 or 1300 miles, and that there is no bridge. I learned this from Professor X of Yale University, whom I met in the steamer on the Great Lakes when I was crossing the continent to sail across the Pacific. I asked him about New Zealand, in order to make conversation. I supposed he would generalize a little without compromising himself, and then turn the subject to something he was acquainted with, and my object would then be attained. The ice would be broken, and we could go smoothly on and get acquainted and have a pleasant time. But, to my surprise, he was not only not embarrassed by my question, but seemed to welcome it, and to take a distinct interest in it. He began to talk, fluently, confidently, comfortably. And as he talked, my admiration grew and grew, for as the subject developed under his hands, I saw that he not only knew where New Zealand was, but that he was minutely familiar with every detail of its history, politics, religion, and commerce, its fauna, flora, geology, products, and climatic peculiarities. When he was done, I was lost in wonder and admiration, and said to myself, he knows everything. In the domain of human knowledge he is king. I wanted to see him do more miracles, and so just for the pleasure of hearing him answer, I asked him about Herzegovina, and pariah, and unique. But he began to generalize then, and show distress. I saw that, with New Zealand gone, he was a Samson shorn of his locks. He was as other men. This was a curious and interesting mystery, and I was frank with him, and asked him to explain it. He tried to avoid it at first, but then laughed and said that, after all, the matter was not worth concealment, so he would let me into the secret. In substance, this is his story. "Last autumn I was at work one morning at home, when a card came up, the card of a stranger. Under the name was printed a line which showed that this visitor was professor of theological engineering in Wellington University, New Zealand. I was troubled. Troubled, I mean, by the shortness of the notice. College etiquette required that he be at once invited to dinner by some member of the faculty, invited to dine on that day, not put off till a subsequent day. I did not quite know what to do. College etiquette requires, in the case of a foreign guest, that the dinner talk shall begin with complimentary references to his country, its great men, its services to civilization, its seats of learning, and things like that. And of course the host is responsible, and must either begin this talk himself or see that it is done by someone else. I was in great difficulty, and the more I searched my memory, the more my trouble grew. I found that I knew nothing about New Zealand. I thought I knew where it was, and that was all. I had an impression that it was close to Australia, or Asia, or somewhere, and that one went over to it on a bridge. This might turn out to be incorrect, and even if correct, it would not furnish matter enough for the purpose at the dinner, and I should expose my college to shame before my guest. He would see that I, a member of the faculty of the first university in America, was wholly ignorant of his country, and he would go away and tell this, and laugh at it. The thought of it made my face burn. I sent for my wife and told her how I was situated, and asked for her help, and she thought of a thing which I might have thought of myself if I had not been excited and worried. She said she would go and tell the visitor that I was out, but would be in a few minutes, and she would talk and keep him busy while I got out the back way and hurried over and make Professor Lawson give the dinner. For Lawson knew everything, and could meet the guest in a creditable way and save the reputation of the university. I ran to Lawson, but was disappointed. He did not know anything about New Zealand. He said that, as far as his recollection went, it was close to Australia, or Asia, or somewhere, and you go over to it on a bridge, but that was all he knew. It was too bad. Lawson was a perfect encyclopedia of abstruse learning, but now in this our hour of need it turned out that he did not know any useful thing. We consulted. He saw that the reputation of the university was in very real peril, and he walked the floor in anxiety, talking and trying to think out some way to meet the difficulty. Presently he decided that we must try the rest of the faculty. Some of them might know about New Zealand. So we went to the telephone and called up the professor of astronomy and asked him, and he said that all he knew was that it was close to Australia, or Asia, or somewhere, and you went over to it on. We shut him off and called up the professor of biology, and he said that all he knew was that it was close to us. We shut him off, and sat down, worried and disheartened, to see if we could think up some other scheme. We shortly hit upon one which promised well, and this one we adopted and set its machinery going at once. It was this: Lawson must give the dinner. The faculty must be notified by telephone to prepare. We must all get to work diligently, and at the end of 8 hours and a half we must come to dinner acquainted with New Zealand, at least well enough informed to appear without discredit before this native. To seem properly intelligent, we should have to know about New Zealand's population, and politics, and form of government, and commerce, and taxes, and products, and ancient history, and modern history, and varieties of religion, and nature of the laws, and their codification, and amount of revenue, and whence drawn, and methods of collection, and percentage of loss, and character of climate, and, well, a lot of things like that. We must suck the maps and cyclopedias dry, and while we post it up in this way, the faculty's wives must flock over one after the other, in a studiedly casual way, and help my wife keep the New Zealander quiet, and not let him get out and come interfering with our studies. The scheme worked admirably, but it stopped business, stopped it entirely. It is in the official logbook of Yale, to be read and wondered at by future generations, the account of the great blank day, the memorable blank day, the day wherein the wheels of culture were stopped, a Sunday silence prevailed all about, and the whole university stood still while the faculty read up and qualified itself to sit at meat, without shame, in the presence of the professor of theological engineering from New Zealand. When we assembled at the dinner we were miserably tired and worn, but we were posted. Yes, it is fair to claim that. In fact, erudition is a pale name for it. New Zealand was the only subject, and it was just beautiful to hear us ripple it out. and with such an air of unembarrassed ease and unostentatious familiarity with detail, and trained and seasoned mastery of the subject, and oh, the grace and fluency of it! Well, finally somebody happened to notice that the guest was looking dazed and wasn't saying anything. So they stirred him up, of course. Then that man came out with a good, honest, eloquent compliment that made the faculty blush. He said he was not worthy to sit in the company of men like these, that he had been silent from admiration, that he had been silent from another cause also, silent from shame, silent from ignorance. "For," said he, "I, who have lived 18 years in New Zealand, and have served 5 in a professorship, and ought to know much about that country, perceive now that I know almost nothing about it. I say it with shame, that I have learned 50 times, yes, 100 times more about New Zealand in these 2 hours at this table than I ever knew before in all the 18 years put together. I was silent because I could not help myself. What I knew about taxes and policies and laws and revenue and products and history and all that multitude of things was but general and ordinary and vague, unscientific, in a word, and it would have been insanity to expose it here to the searching glare of your amazingly accurate and all-comprehensive knowledge of those matters, gentlemen. I beg you to let me sit silent, as becomes me. But do not change the subject. I can at least follow you in this one, whereas if you change to one which shall call out the full strength of your mighty erudition, I shall be as one lost. If you know all this about a remote little inconsequent patch like New Zealand, what wouldn't you know about any other subject?" End of chapter 26. This is Chapter 27 of Following the Equator by Mark Twain. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Following the Equator by Mark Twain, Chapter 27. The South Pole Swell, Tasmania, Extermination of the Natives, The Picture Proclamation, The Conciliator, The Formidable 16. Man is the only animal that blushes, or needs to. Pudd'nhead Wilson's New Calendar. The universal brotherhood of man is our most precious possession, what there is of it. Pudd'nhead Wilson's New Calendar. From Diary, November 1, noon. A fine day, a brilliant sun, warm in the sun, cold in the shade, an icy breeze blowing out of the south, a solemn long swell rolling up northward. It comes from the South Pole, with nothing in the way to obstruct its march and tone its energy down. I have read somewhere that an acute observer among the early explorers, Cook or Tasman, accepted this majestic swell as trustworthy circumstantial evidence that no important land lay to the southward, and so did not waste time on a useless quest in that direction, but changed his course and went searching elsewhere. Afternoon. Passing between Tasmania, formerly Van Diemen's Land, and neighboring islands, islands whence the poor exiled Tasmanian savages used to gaze at their lost homeland and cry, and die of broken hearts. How glad I am that all these native races are dead and gone, or nearly so. The work was mercifully swift and horrible in some portions of Australia. As far as Tasmania is concerned, the extermination was complete. Not a native is left. It was a strife of years, and decades of years. The whites and the blacks hunted each other, ambushed each other, butchered each other. The blacks were not numerous, but they were wary, alert, cunning, and they knew their country well. They lasted a long time, few as they were, and inflicted much slaughter upon the whites. The government wanted to save the blacks from ultimate extermination, if possible. One of its schemes was to capture them and coop them up on a neighboring island under guard. Bodies of whites volunteered for the hunt, for the pay was good, £5 for each black captured and delivered, but the success achieved was not very satisfactory. The black was naked, and his body was greased. It was hard to get a grip on him that would hold. The whites moved about in armed bodies, and surprised little families of natives, and did make captures, but it was suspected that in these surprises half a dozen natives were killed to one caught, and that was not what the government desired. Another scheme was to drive the natives into a corner of the island and fence them in by a cordon of men placed in line across the country. But the natives managed to slip through constantly and continue their murders and arsons. The governor warned these unlettered savages by printed proclamation that they must stay in the desolate region officially appointed for them. The proclamation was a dead letter. The savages could not read it. Afterward a picture proclamation was issued. It was painted up on boards, and these were nailed to trees in the forest. Herewith is a photographic reproduction of this fashion plate. Substantially it means: 1. The governor wishes the whites and the blacks to love each other. 2. He loves his black subjects. 3. Blacks who kill whites will be hanged. 4. Whites who kill blacks will be hanged. Upon its several schemes the government spent £30,000, and employed the labors and ingenuities of several thousand whites for a long time, with failure as a result. Then at last, a quarter of a century after the beginning of the troubles between the two races, the right man was found. No, he found himself. This was George Augustus Robinson, called in history the Conciliator. He was not educated, and not conspicuous in any way. He was a working bricklayer in Hobart Town. But he must have been an amazing personality, a man worth traveling far to see. It may be his counterpart appears in history, but I do not know where to look for it. He set himself this incredible task: to go out into the wilderness, the jungle, and the mountain retreats where the hunted and implacable savages were hidden, and appear among them unarmed, speak the language of love and of kindness to them, and persuade them to forsake their homes and the wild free life that was so dear to them, and go with him and surrender to the hated whites, and live under their watch and ward, and upon their charity, the rest of their lives. On its face it was the dream of a madman. In the beginning his moral suasion project was sarcastically dubbed the sugar-plum speculation. If the scheme was striking, and new to the world's experience, the situation was not less so. It was this: the white population numbered 40,000 in 1831, the black population numbered 300. Not 300 warriors, but 300 men, women, and children. The whites were armed with guns, the blacks with clubs and spears. The whites had fought the blacks for a quarter of a century, and had tried every thinkable way to capture, kill, or subdue them, and could not do it. If white men of any race could have done it, these would have accomplished it. But every scheme had failed. The splendid 300, the matchless 300, were unconquered and manifestly unconquerable. They would not yield, they would listen to no terms, they would fight to the bitter end. Yet they had no poet to keep up their heart, and sing the marvel of their magnificent patriotism. At the end of 25 years of hard fighting, the surviving 300 naked patriots were still defiant, still persistent, still efficacious with their rude weapons, and the governor and the 40,000 knew not which way to turn, nor what to do. Then the bricklayer, that wonderful man, proposed to go out into the wilderness, with no weapon but his tongue, and no protection but his honest eye and his humane heart, and track those embittered savages to their lairs in the gloomy forests and among the mountain snows. Naturally he was considered a crank, but he was not quite that. In fact, he was a good way short of that. He was building upon his long and intimate knowledge of the native character. The deriders of his project were right, from their standpoint, for they believed the natives to be mere wild beasts, and Robinson was right, from his standpoint, for he believed the natives to be human beings. The truth did really lie between the two. The event proved that Robinson's judgment was soundest, but about once a month for 4 years the event came near to giving the verdict to the deriders, for about that frequently Robinson barely escaped falling under the native spears. but history shows that he had a thinking head and was not a mere wild sentimentalist. For instance, he wanted the war parties called in before he started unarmed upon his mission of peace. He wanted the best chance of success, not a half chance, and he was very willing to have help, and so high rewards were advertised for any who would go unarmed with him. This opportunity was declined. Robinson persuaded some tamed natives of both sexes to go with him, a strong evidence of his persuasive powers, for those natives well knew that their destruction would be almost certain. As it turned out, they had to face death over and over again. Robinson and his little party had a difficult undertaking upon their hands. They could not ride off horseback comfortably into the woods and call Leonidas and his 300 together for a talk and a treaty the following day, for the wild men were not in a body. They were scattered, immense distances apart, over regions so desolate that even the birds could not make a living with the chances offered, scattered in groups of 20, a dozen, half a dozen, even in groups of 3. And the mission must go on foot. Mr. Bonwick furnishes a description of those horrible regions, whereby it will be seen that even fugitive gangs of the hardiest and choicest human devils the world has seen, the convicts set apart to people the hell of Macquarie Harbor Station, were never able, but once, to survive the horrors of a march through them, but starving and struggling, and fainting and failing, ate each other and died. Onward, still onward, was the order of the indomitable Robinson. No one ignorant of the western country of Tasmania can form a correct idea of the traveling difficulties. While I was resident in Hobart Town, the governor, Sir John Franklin, and his lady undertook the western journey to Macquarie Harbor, and suffered terribly. One man who assisted to carry her ladyship through the swamps gave me his bitter experience of its miseries. Several were disabled for life. No wonder that but one party, escaping from Macquarie Harbor convict settlement, arrived at the civilized region in safety. Men perished in the scrub, were lost in snow, or were devoured by their companions. This was the territory traversed by Mr. Robinson and his black guides. All honor to his intrepidity and their wonderful fidelity. When they had, in the depth of winter, to cross deep and rapid rivers, pass among mountains 6,000 feet high, pierce dangerous thickets, and find food in a country forsaken even by birds, we can realize their hardships. After a frightful journey by Cradle Mountain and over the lofty plateau of Middlesex Plains, the travelers experienced unwonted misery, and the circumstances called forth the best qualities of the noble little band. Mr. Robinson wrote afterwards to Mr. Secretary Burnett some details of this passage of horrors. In that letter of October 2, 1834, he states that his natives were very reluctant to go over the dreadful mountain passes, that for 7 successive days we continued traveling over one solid body of snow, that the snows were of incredible depth, that the natives were frequently up to their middle in snow, but still the ill-clad, ill-fed, diseased, and wayworn men and women were sustained by the cheerful voice of their unconquerable friend, and responded most nobly to his call. Mr. Bonwick says that Robinson's friendly capture of the Big River tribe, remember, it was a whole tribe, was by far the grandest feature of the war and the crowning glory of his efforts. The word war was not well chosen and is misleading. There was war still, but only the blacks were conducting it. The whites were holding off until Robinson could give his scheme a fair trial. I think that we are to understand that the friendly capture of that tribe was by far the most important thing, the highest in value, that happened during the whole 30 years of truceless hostilities, that it was a decisive thing, a peaceful Waterloo, the surrender of the native Napoleon and his dreaded forces, the happy ending of the long strife, for that tribe was the terror of the colony, its chief the Black Douglas of bush households. Robinson knew that these formidable people were lurking somewhere, in some remote corner of the hideous regions just described, and he and his unarmed little party started on a tedious and perilous hunt for them. At last, there under the shadows of the Frenchman's Cap, whose grim cone rose 5,000 feet in the uninhabited western interior, they were found. It was a serious moment. Robinson himself believed, for once, that his mission, successful until now, was to end here in failure, and that his own death hour had struck. The redoubtable chief stood in menacing attitude with his 18-foot spear poised. His warriors stood massed at his back, armed for battle, their faces eloquent with their long-cherished loathing for white men. They rattled their spears and shouted their war-cry. Their women were back of them, laden with supplies of weapons, and keeping their 150 eager dogs quiet until the chief should give the signal to fall on. "I think we shall soon be in the resurrection," whispered a member of Robinson's little party. "I think we shall," answered Robinson, then plucked up heart and began his persuasions in the tribe's own dialect, which surprised and pleased the chief. Presently there was an interruption by the chief. "Who are you?" "We are gentlemen." "Where are your guns?" "We have none." The warrior was astonished. "Where your little guns?" "Pistols." "We have none." A few minutes passed, in by-play, suspense, discussion among the tribesmen. Robinson's tamed squaws ventured to cross the line and begin persuasions upon the wild squaws. Then the chief stepped back, "to confer with the old women, the real arbiters of savage war." Mr. Bonwick continues: "As the fallen gladiator in the arena looks for the signal of life or death from the president of the amphitheater, so waited our friends in anxious suspense while the conference continued. In a few minutes, before a word was uttered, the women of the tribe threw up their arms 3 times. This was the inviolable sign of peace. Down fell the spears. Forward, with a heavy sigh of relief and upward glance of gratitude, came the friends of peace. The impulsive natives rushed forth with tears and cries, as each saw in the other's ranks a loved one of the past. It was a jubilee of joy. A festival followed, and while tears flowed at the recital of woe, a corroboree of pleasant laughter closed the eventful day. In 4 years, without the spilling of a drop of blood, Robinson brought them all in, willing captives, and delivered them to the white governor, and ended the war which powder and bullets, and thousands of men to use them, had prosecuted without result since 1804. Marsyas charming the wild beasts with his music, that is fable, but the miracle wrought by Robinson is fact. It is history, and authentic, and surely there is nothing greater, nothing more reverence-compelling in the history of any country, ancient or modern. And in memory of the greatest man Australasia ever developed, or ever will develop, there is a stately monument to George Augustus Robinson, the conciliator, no, it is to another man. I forget his name. However, Robinson's own generation honored him, and in manifesting it, honored themselves. The government gave him a money reward and 1,000 acres of land, and the people held mass meetings and praised him and emphasized their praise with a large subscription of money. A good dramatic situation, but the curtain fell on another. When this desperate tribe was thus captured, there was much surprise to find that the 30,000 pounds of a little earlier day had been spent, and the whole population of the colony placed under arms, in contention with an opposing force of 16 men with wooden spears. Yet such was the fact. The celebrated Big River tribe, that had been raised by European fears to a host, consisted of 16 men, 9 women, and 1 child. With a knowledge of the mischief done by these few, their wonderful marches, and their widespread aggressions, their enemies cannot deny to them the attributes of courage and military tact. A Wallace might harass a large army with a small and determined band, but the contending parties were at least equal in arms and civilization. The Zulus who fought us in Africa, The Maoris in New Zealand, the Arabs in the Sudan, were far better provided with weapons, more advanced in the science of war, and considerably more numerous than the naked Tasmanians. Governor Arthur rightly termed them a noble race. These were indeed wonderful people, the natives. They ought not to have been wasted. They should have been crossed with the whites. It would have improved the whites and done the natives no harm. But the natives were wasted, poor, heroic wild creatures. They were gathered together in little settlements on neighboring islands, and paternally cared for by the government, and instructed in religion, and deprived of tobacco, because the superintendent of the Sunday school was not a smoker, and so considered smoking immoral. The natives were not used to clothes and houses and regular hours and church and school and Sunday school and work and the other misplaced persecutions of civilization, and they pined for their lost home and their wild free life. Too late they repented that they had traded that heaven for this hell. They sat homesick on their alien crags, and day by day gazed out through their tears over the sea, with unappeasable longing toward the hazy bulk which was the specter of what had been their paradise. One by one their hearts broke, and they died. In a very few years nothing but a scant remnant remained alive. A handful lingered along into age. In 1864 the last man died. In 1876 the last woman died, and the Spartans of Australasia were extinct. The whites always mean well when they take human fish out of the ocean and try to make them dry and warm and happy and comfortable in a chicken coop, but the kindest-hearted white man can always be depended on to prove himself inadequate when he deals with savages. He cannot turn the situation around and imagine how he would like it to have a well-meaning savage transfer him from his house and his church and his clothes and his books and his choice food to a hideous wilderness of sand and rocks and snow and ice and sleet and storm and blistering sun, with no shelter, no bed, no covering for his and his family's naked bodies, and nothing to eat but snakes and grubs and offal. This would be a hell to him, and if he had any wisdom he would know that his own civilization is a hell to the savage. But he hasn't any, and has never had any, and for lack of it he shut up those poor natives in the unimaginable perdition of his civilization, committing his crime with the very best intentions, and saw those poor creatures waste away under his tortures, and gazed at it, vaguely troubled and sorrowful, and wondered what could be the matter with them. One is almost betrayed into respecting those criminals, they were so sincerely kind and tender and humane and well-meaning. They didn't know why those exiled savages faded away, and they did their honest best to reason it out. And one man, in a like case in New South Wales, did reason it out and arrive at a solution. "It is from the wrath of God, which is revealed from heaven against all ungodliness and unrighteousness of men." That settles it. End of chapter 27. This is chapter 28 of Following the Equator. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Following the Equator by Mark Twain, chapter 28. When the moment comes, the man appears. Why Ed Jackson called on Commodore Vanderbilt. Their interview. Welcome to the child of his friend. A big time, but under inspection. Sent on important business. A visit to the boys on the boat. Let us be thankful for the fools. But for them the rest of us could not succeed. Pudd'nhead Wilson's New Calendar. The aphorism does really seem true. Given the circumstances, the man will appear. But the man mustn't appear ahead of time, or it will spoil everything. In Robinson's case, the moment had been approaching for a quarter of a century, and meantime the future conciliator was tranquilly laying bricks in Hobart. When all other means had failed, the moment had arrived, and the bricklayer put down his trowel and came forward. Earlier he would have been jeered back to his trowel again. It reminds me of a tale that was told me by a Kentuckian on the train when we were crossing Montana. He said the tale was current in Louisville years ago. He thought it had been in print, but could not remember. At any rate, in substance it was this, as nearly as I can call it back to mind. A few years before the outbreak of the Civil War it began to appear that Memphis, Tennessee, was going to be a great tobacco entrepot. The wise could see the signs of it. At that time Memphis had a wharf boat, of course. There was a paved, sloping wharf for the accommodation of freight, but the steamers landed on the outside of the wharf boat, and all loading and unloading was done across it, between steamer and shore. A number of wharf boat clerks were needed, and part of the time, every day, they were very busy, and part of the time tediously idle. They were boiling over with youth and spirits, and they had to make the intervals of idleness endurable in some way, and as a rule they did it by contriving practical jokes and playing them upon each other. The favorite butt for the jokes was Ed Jackson, because he played none himself, and was easy game for other people's, for he always believed whatever was told him. One day he told the others his scheme for his holiday. He was not going fishing or hunting this time. No, he had thought out a better plan. Out of his $40 a month he had saved enough for his purpose in an economical way, and he was going to have a look at New York. It was a great and surprising idea. It meant travel, immense travel. In those days it meant seeing the world. It was the equivalent of a voyage around it in ours. At first the other youths thought his mind was affected, but when they found that he was in earnest, the next thing to be thought of was what sort of opportunity this venture might afford for a practical joke. The young men studied over the matter, then held a secret consultation and made a plan. The idea was that one of the conspirators should offer Ed a letter of introduction to Commodore Vanderbilt, and trick him into delivering it. It would be easy to do this, but what would Ed do when he got back to Memphis? That was a serious matter. He was good-hearted, and had always taken the jokes patiently, but they had been jokes which did not humiliate him, did not bring him to shame, whereas this would be a cruel one in that way, and to play it was to meddle with fire. For with all his good nature, Ed was a Southerner, and the English of that was that when he came back he would kill as many of the conspirators as he could before falling himself. However, the chances must be taken. It wouldn't do to waste such a joke as that. So the letter was prepared with great care and elaboration. It was signed Alfred Fairchild, and was written in an easy and friendly spirit. It stated that the bearer was the bosom friend of the writer's son, and was of good parts and sterling character, and it begged the Commodore to be kind to the young stranger for the writer's sake. It went on to say, "You may have forgotten me in this long stretch of time, but you will easily call me back out of your boyhood memories when I remind you of how we robbed old Stevenson's orchard that night, and how, while he was chasing down the road after us, we cut across the field and doubled back and sold his own apples to his own cook for a hatful of doughnuts, and the time that we—" and so forth and so on, bringing in names of imaginary comrades, and detailing all sorts of wild and absurd, and of course wholly imaginary schoolboy pranks and adventures, but putting them into lively and telling shape. With all gravity, Ed was asked if he would like to have a letter to Commodore Vanderbilt, the great millionaire. It was expected that the question would astonish Ed, and it did. "What? Do you know that extraordinary man?" "No, but my father does. They were schoolboys together, and if you like I'll write and ask father. I know he'll be glad to give it to you for my sake." Ed could not find words capable of expressing his gratitude and delight. The 3 days passed, and the letter was put into his hands. He started on his trip, still pouring out his thanks while he shook good-bye all around. And when he was out of sight, his comrades let fly their laughter in a storm of happy satisfaction, and then quieted down, and were less happy, less satisfied, for the old doubts as to the wisdom of this deception began to intrude again. Arrived in New York, Ed found his way to Commodore Vanderbilt's business quarters, and was ushered into a large anteroom, where a score of people were patiently awaiting their turn for a 2-minute interview with the millionaire in his private office. A servant asked for Ed's card, and got the letter instead. Ed was sent for a moment later, and found Mr. Vanderbilt alone, with the letter, open, in his hand. "Pray sit down, Mr.
Jackson."
Sit down, Mr. Jackson. By the opening sentences it seems to be a letter from an old friend. Allow me, I will run my eye through it. Why, who is it?" He turned the sheet and found the signature. "Alfred Fairchild. Fairchild. I don't recall the name. But that is nothing. 1,000 names have gone from me. He says, dear, well, but it's good. Oh, it's rare. I don't quite remember it, but I seem to. It'll all come back to me presently. He says, oh, but that was a game. Oh, splendid. How it carries me back. It's all dim, of course, it's a long time ago, and the names, well, some of the names are wavery and indistinct, but sho, I know it happened. I can feel it. And Lord, how it warms my heart and brings back my lost youth. Well, 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 I've got to come back into this workaday world now. Business presses, and people are waiting. I'll keep the rest for bed tonight, and live my youth over again. And you'll thank Fairchild for me when you see him. I used to call him Alf, I think. And you'll give him my gratitude for what this letter has done for the tired spirit of a hard-worked man. And tell him there isn't anything that I can do for him or any friend of his that I won't do. And as for you, my lad, you are my guest. You can't stop at any hotel in New York. Sit where you are a little while, till I get through with these people, then we'll go home. I'll take care of you, my boy. Make yourself easy as to that." Ed stayed a week, and had an immense time, and never suspected that the Commodore's shrewd eye was on him, and that he was daily being weighed and measured and analyzed and tried and tested. Yes, he had an immense time, and never wrote home, but saved it all up to tell when he should get back. Twice, with proper modesty and decency, he proposed to end his visit, but the Commodore said, "No, wait, leave it to me. I'll tell you when to go." In those days the Commodore was making some of those vast combinations of his, consolidations of warring odds and ends of railroads into harmonious systems, and concentrations of floating and rudderless commerce in effective centers, and among other things his far-seeing eye had detected the convergence of that huge tobacco commerce already spoken of toward Memphis, and he had resolved to set his grasp upon it and make it his own. The week came to an end. Then the Commodore said, "Now you can start home, but first we will have some more talk about that tobacco matter. I know you now. I know your abilities as well as you know them yourself, perhaps better. You understand that tobacco matter. You understand that I am going to take possession of it, and you also understand the plans which I have matured for doing it. What I want is a man who knows my mind, and is qualified to represent me in Memphis, and be in supreme command of that important business. And I appoint you."
"Me?"
"Yes. Your salary will be high, of course, for you are representing me. Later you will earn increases of it, and will get them. You will need a small army of assistants. Choose them yourself, and carefully. Take no man for friendship's sake, but all things being equal, take the man you know, take your friend, in preference to the stranger." After some further talk under this head, the Commodore said, "Good-bye, my boy, and thank Alf for me for sending you to me." When Ed reached Memphis he rushed down to the wharf in a fever to tell his great news and thank the boys over and over again for thinking to give him the letter to Mr. Vanderbilt. It happened to be one of those idle times, blazing hot noonday, and no sign of life on the wharf. But as Ed threaded his way among the freight piles, he saw a white linen figure stretched in slumber upon a pile of grain sacks under an awning, and said to himself, "That's one of them," and hastened his step. Next he said, "It's Charlie, it's Fairchild, good," and the next moment laid an affectionate hand on the sleeper's shoulder. The eyes opened lazily, took one glance, the face blanched, The form whirled itself from the sack pile, and in an instant Ed was alone and Fairchild was flying for the wharf-boat like the wind. Ed was dazed, stupefied. Was Fairchild crazy? What could be the meaning of this? He started slow and dreamily down toward the wharf-boat, turned the corner of a freight pile, and came suddenly upon two of the boys. They were lightly laughing over some pleasant matter. They heard his step and glanced up just as he discovered them. The laugh died abruptly, and before Ed could speak they were off, and sailing over barrels and bales like hunted deer. Again Ed was paralyzed. Had the boys all gone mad? What could be the explanation of this extraordinary conduct? And so, dreaming along, he reached the wharf-boat, and stepped aboard, nothing but silence there, and vacancy. He crossed the deck, turned the corner to go down the outer guard, heard a fervent "Oh, Lord!" and saw a white linen form plunge overboard. The youth came up coughing and strangling, and cried out, "Go away from here! You let me alone! I didn't do it! I swear I didn't!" "Didn't do what?" "Give you the—" "Never mind what you didn't do. Come out of that. What makes you all act so? What have I done?" "You? Why, you haven't done anything. But—" "Well, then, what have you got against me? What do you all treat me so for?" "But haven't you got anything against us?" "Of course not. What put such a thing into your head?" "Honor bright, you haven't?" "Honor bright." "Swear it?" "I don't know what in the world you mean, but I swear it, anyway. And you'll shake hands with me?" "Goodness knows I'll be glad to. Why, I'm just starving to shake hands with somebody." The swimmer muttered, "Hang him, he smelt a rat and never delivered the letter, but it's all right, I'm not going to fetch up the subject." And he crawled out, and came dripping and draining to shake hands. First one and then another of the conspirators showed up cautiously, armed to the teeth, took in the amicable situation, then ventured warily forward, and joined the love-feast. And to Ed's eager inquiry as to what made them act as they had been acting, they answered evasively, and pretended that they had put it up as a joke, to see what he would do. It was the best explanation they could invent at such short notice. And each said to himself, "He never delivered that letter, and the joke is on us, and if he only knew it, or we were dull enough to come out and tell, then, of course, they wanted to know all about the trip." And he said, "Come right up on the boiler deck and order the drinks. It's my treat. I'm going to tell you all about it. And tonight it's my treat again, and we'll have oysters and a time." When the drinks were brought and cigars lighted, Ed said, "Well, when I delivered the letter to Mr. Vanderbilt—" "Great Scott! Gracious, how you scared me! What's the matter?" "Oh, nothing, nothing. It was a tack in the chair-seat," said one. "But you all said it. However, no matter. When I delivered the letter—" "Did you deliver it?" And they looked at each other as people might who thought that maybe they were dreaming. Then they settled to listening. And as the story deepened and its marvels grew, the amazement of it made them dumb, and the interest of it took their breath. They hardly uttered a whisper during 2 hours, but sat like petrifactions, and drank in the immortal romance. At last the tale was ended, and Ed said, "And it's all owing to you boys, and you'll never find me ungrateful. Bless your hearts, the best friends a fellow ever had. You'll all have places. I want every one of you. I know you by the back, as the gamblers say. You're jokers and all that, but you're sterling, with a hallmark on. And Charlie Fairchild, you shall be my first assistant and right hand, because of your first-class ability, and because you got me the letter, and for your father's sake who wrote it for me, and to please Mr. Vanderbilt who said it would. And here's to that great man. Drink hearty." Yes, when the moment comes, the man appears, even if he is 1,000 miles away and has to be discovered by a practical joke. End of chapter 28. This is chapter 29 of Following the Equator. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Following the Equator by Mark Twain, chapter 29. Tasmania, early days. Description of the town of Hobart. An Englishman's love of home surroundings. Neatest city on earth. The museum. A parrot with an acquired taste. Glass arrow beads. Refuge for the indigent too healthy. When people do not respect us, we are sharply offended. Yet deep down in his private heart no man much respects himself. Pudd'nhead Wilson's New Calendar. Necessarily, the human interest is the first interest in the log-book of any country. The annals of Tasmania, in whose shadow we were sailing, are lurid with that feature. Tasmania was a convict dump in old times. This has been indicated in the account of the Conciliator, where reference is made to vain attempts of desperate convicts to win to permanent freedom after escaping from Macquarie Harbor and the gates of hell. In the early days Tasmania had a great population of convicts, of both sexes and all ages, and a bitter hard life they had. In one spot there was a settlement of juvenile convicts, children, who had been sent thither from their home and their friends on the other side of the globe to expiate their crimes. In due course our ship entered the estuary called the Derwent, at whose head stands Hobart, the capital of Tasmania. The Derwent's shores furnish scenery of an interesting sort. The historian Laurie, whose book The Story of Australasia is just out, invoices its features with considerable truth and intemperance. The marvelous picturesqueness of every point of view, combined with the clear, balmy atmosphere and the transparency of the ocean depths, must have delighted and deeply impressed the early explorers. If the rock-bound coasts, sullen, defiant, and lowering, seemed uninviting, these were occasionally broken into charmingly alluring coves floored with golden sand, clad with evergreen shrubbery, and adorned with every variety of indigenous wattle, she-oak, wildflower, and fern, from the delicately graceful maidenhair to the palm-like old man, while the majestic gum-tree, clean and smooth as the mast of some tall amaril, pierces the clear air to the height of 230 feet or more. It looked so to me. Coasting along Tasman's peninsula, what a shock of pleasant wonder must have struck the early mariner on suddenly sighting Cape Pillar, with its cluster of black-ribbed basaltic columns rising to a height of 900 feet, the Hydra head wreathed in a turban of fleecy cloud, the base lashed by jealous waves, spouting angry fountains of foam. That is well enough, but I did not suppose those snags were 900 feet high. Still, they were a very fine show. They stood boldly out by themselves, and made a fascinatingly odd spectacle. But there was nothing about their appearance to suggest the heads of a hydra. They looked like a row of lofty slabs with their upper ends tapered to the shape of a carving-knife point. In fact, the early voyager, ignorant of their great height, might have mistaken them for a rusty old rank of piles that had sagged this way and that out of the perpendicular. The peninsula is lofty, rocky, and densely clothed with scrub or brush or both. It is joined to the main by a low neck. At this junction was formerly a convict station called Port Arthur, a place hard to escape from. Behind it was the wilderness of scrub, in which a fugitive would soon starve. In front was the narrow neck, with a cordon of chained dogs across it, and a line of lanterns, and a fence of living guards, armed. We saw the place as we swept by, that is, we had a glimpse of what we were told was the entrance to Port Arthur. The glimpse was worth something, as a remembrancer, but that was all. The voyage thence up the Derwent Frith displays a grand succession of fairy visions, in its entire length elsewhere unequaled. In gliding over the deep blue sea studded with lovely islets, luxuriant to the water's edge, one is at a loss which scene to choose for contemplation and to admire most. When the Huon and Bruni have been passed, there seems no possible chance of a rival, but suddenly Mount Wellington, massive and noble like his brother Etna, literally heaves in sight, sternly guarded on either hand by Mounts Nelson and Rumney. Presently we arrive at Sullivan's Cove, Hobart. It is an attractive town. It sits on low hills that slope to the harbor, a harbor that looks like a river and is as smooth as one. Its still surface is pictured with dainty reflections of boats and grassy banks and luxuriant foliage. Back of the town rise highlands that are clothed in woodland loveliness, and over the way is that noble mountain, Wellington, a stately bulk, a most majestic pile. How beautiful is the whole region, for form, and grouping, and opulence, and freshness of foliage, and variety of color, and grace and shapeliness of the hills, the capes, the promontories, and then the splendor of the sunlight, the dim rich distances, the charm of the water glimpses. And it was in this paradise that the yellow-liveried convicts were landed, and the Corps bandits quartered, and the wanton slaughter of the kangaroo-chasing black innocents consummated on that autumn day in May, in the brutish old time. It was all out of keeping with the place, a sort of bringing of heaven and hell together. The remembrance of this paradise reminds me that it was at Hobart that we struck the head of the procession of Junior Englands. We were to encounter other sections of it in New Zealand presently, and others later in Natal. Wherever the exiled Englishman can find in his new home resemblances to his old one, he is touched to the marrow of his being. The love that is in his heart inspires his imagination, and these allied forces transfigure those resemblances into authentic duplicates of the revered originals. It is beautiful, the feeling which works this enchantment, and it compels one's homage, compels it, and also compels one's assent, compels it always, even when, as happens sometimes, one does not see the resemblances as clearly as does the exile who is pointing them out. The resemblances do exist, it is quite true, and often they cunningly approximate the originals, but after all, in the matter of certain physical patent rights, there is only one England. Now that I have sampled the globe, I am not in doubt. There is a beauty of Switzerland, and it is repeated in the glaciers and snowy ranges of many parts of the earth. There is a beauty of the fjord, and it is repeated in New Zealand and Alaska. There is a beauty of Hawaii, and it is repeated in 10,000 islands of the southern seas. There is a beauty of the prairie and the plain, and it is repeated here and there in the earth. Each of these is worshipful, each is perfect in its way, yet holds no monopoly of its beauty. But that beauty which is England is alone. It has no duplicate. It is made up of very simple details, just grass and trees and shrubs, and roads, and hedges, and gardens, and houses, and vines, and churches, and castles, and here and there a ruin, and over it all a mellow dream haze of history. But its beauty is incomparable, and all its own. Hobart has a peculiarity. It is the neatest town that the sun shines on, and I incline to believe that it is also the cleanest. However that may be, its supremacy in neatness is not to be questioned. There cannot be another town in the world that has no shabby exteriors, no rickety gates and fences, no neglected houses crumbling to ruin, no crazy and unsightly sheds, no weed-grown front yards of the poor, no backyards littered with tin cans and old boots and empty bottles, no rubbish in the gutters, no clutter on the sidewalks, no outer borders fraying out into dirty lanes and tin-patched huts. No, in Hobart all the aspects are tidy, and all a comfort to the eye. The modestest cottage looks combed and brushed, and has its vines, its flowers, its neat fence, its neat gate, its comely cat asleep on the window-ledge. We had a glimpse of the museum, by courtesy of the American gentleman who is curator of it. It has samples of half a dozen different kinds of marsupials. A marsupial is a plantigrade vertebrate, whose specialty is its pocket. In some countries it is extinct, in the others it is rare. The first American marsupials were Stephen Girard, Mr. Astor, and the opossum. The principal marsupials of the southern hemisphere are Mr. Rhodes and the kangaroo. I myself am the latest marsupial. Also I might boast that I have the largest pocket of them all. But there is nothing in that. 1. The Tasmanian devil. That is, I think he was one of them. And there was a fish with lungs. When the water dries up it can live in the mud. Most curious of all was a parrot that kills sheep. On one great sheep run this bird killed 1,000 sheep in a whole year. He doesn't want the whole sheep, but only the kidney fat. This restricted taste makes him an expensive bird to support. To get the fat he drives his beak in and rips it out. The wound is mortal. This parrot furnishes a notable example of evolution brought about by changed conditions. When the sheep culture was introduced, it presently brought famine to the parrot by exterminating a kind of grub which had always thitherto been the parrot's diet. The miseries of hunger made the bird willing to eat raw flesh, since it could get no other food, and it began to pick remnants of meat from sheepskins hung out on the fences to dry. It soon came to prefer sheep meat to any other food, and by it came to prefer the kidney fat to any other detail of the sheep. The parrot's bill was not well shaped for digging out the fat, but nature fixed that matter. She altered the bill's shape, and now the parrot can dig out kidney fat better than the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, or anybody else, for that matter, even an admiral. And there was another curiosity, quite a stunning one, I thought. Arrowheads and knives just like those which primeval man made out of flint, and thought he had done such a wonderful thing. Yes, and has been humored and coddled in that superstition by this age of admiring scientists until there is probably no living with him in the other world by now. Yet here is his finest and nicest work exactly duplicated in our day, and by people who have never heard of him or his works, by aborigines who lived in the islands of these seas within our time. And they not only duplicated those works of art, but did it in the brittlest and most treacherous of substances, glass, made them out of old brandy bottles flung out of the British camps, millions of tons of them. It is time for primeval man to make a little less noise now. He has had his day. He is not what he used to be. We had a drive through a bloomy and odorous fairyland to the Refuge for the Indigent, a spacious and comfortable home with hospitals, etc., for both sexes. There was a crowd there of the oldest people I have ever seen. It was like being suddenly set down in a new world, a weird world where youth has never been, a world sacred to age, and bowed forms and wrinkles. Out of the 359 persons present, 223 were ex-convicts, and could have told stirring tales, no doubt, if they had been minded to talk. 42 of the 359 were past 80, and several were close upon 90. The average age at death there is 76 years. As for me, I have no use for that place. It is too healthy. 70 is old enough. After that there is too much risk. Youth and gaiety might vanish any day, and then what is left? Death in life, death without its privileges, death without its benefits. There were 185 women in that refuge, and 81 of them were ex-convicts. The steamer disappointed us. Instead of making a long visit at Hobart, as usual, she made a short one. So we got but a glimpse of Tasmania, and then moved on. End of chapter 29. This is chapter 30 of Following the Equator. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Following the Equator by Mark Twain, chapter 30. Arrival at Bluff, New Zealand, where the rabbit plague began. The natural enemy of the rabbit. Dunedin, a lovely town. Visit to Dr. Hocken. His museum. A liquefied caterpillar. The unperfected tapeworm. The public museum and picture gallery. Nature makes the locust with an appetite for crops. Man would have made him with an appetite for sand. Pudd'nhead Wilson's New Calendar. We spent part of an afternoon and a night at sea, and reached Bluff in New Zealand early in the morning. Bluff is at the bottom of the middle island, and is away down south, nearly 47 degrees below the equator. It lies as far south of the line as Quebec lies north of it, and the climates of the two should be alike, but for some reason or other it has not been so arranged. Quebec is hot in the summer and cold in the winter, but Bluff's climate is less intense. The cold weather is not very cold, the hot weather is not very hot, and the difference between the hottest month and the coldest is but 17 degrees Fahrenheit. In New Zealand the rabbit plague began at Bluff. The man who introduced the rabbit there was banqueted and lauded. But they would hang him now if they could get him. In England the natural enemy of the rabbit is detested and persecuted. In the Bluff region the natural enemy of the rabbit is honored, and his person is sacred. The rabbit's natural enemy in England is the poacher. In Bluff its natural enemy is the stoat, the weasel, the ferret, the cat, and the mongoose. In England any person below the heir who is caught with a rabbit in his possession must satisfactorily explain how it got there, or he will suffer fine and imprisonment, together with extinction of his peerage. In Bluff, the cat found with a rabbit in its possession does not have to explain. Everybody looks the other way. The person caught noticing would suffer fine and imprisonment with extinction of peerage. This is a sure way to undermine the moral fabric of a cat. 30 years from now there will not be a moral cat in New Zealand. Some think there is none there now. In England the poacher is watched, tracked, hunted. He dare not show his face. In Bluff the cat, the weasel, the stoat, and the mongoose go up and down, whither they will, unmolested. By a law of the legislature, posted where all may read, it is decreed that any person found in possession of one of these creatures, dead, must satisfactorily explain the circumstances or pay a fine of not less than £5, nor more than £20. The revenue from this source is not large. Persons who want to pay $100 for a dead cat are getting rarer and rarer every day. This is bad, for the revenue was to go to the endowment of a university. All governments are more or less short-sighted. In England they fine the poacher, whereas he ought to be banished to New Zealand. New Zealand would pay his way and give him wages. It was from Bluff that we ought to have cut across to the west coast and visited the New Zealand Switzerland, a land of superb scenery, made up of snowy grandeurs and mighty glaciers and beautiful lakes. And over there, also, are the wonderful rivals of the Norwegian and Alaskan fjords, and for neighbor a waterfall of 1,900 feet. But we were obliged to postpone the trip to some later and indefinite time. November 6. A lovely summer morning, brilliant blue sky. A few miles out from Invercargill, passed through vast level green expanses snowed over with sheep. Fine to see. The green deep and very vivid sometimes, at other times less so, but delicate and lovely. A passenger reminds me that I am in the England of the far south. Dunedin, same date. The town justifies Michael Davitt's praises. The people are Scotch. They stopped here on their way from home to heaven, thinking they had arrived. The population is stated at 40,000 by Malcolm Ross, journalist, stated by an MP at 60,000. A journalist cannot lie. To the residence of Dr. Hawken. He has a fine collection of books relating to New Zealand, and his house is a museum of Maori art and antiquities. He has pictures and prints in color of many native chiefs of the past, some of them of note in history. There is nothing of the savage in the faces, nothing could be finer than these men's features, nothing more intellectual than these faces, nothing more masculine, nothing nobler than their aspect. The aboriginals of Australia and Tasmania looked the savage, but these chiefs looked like Roman patricians. The tattooing in these portraits ought to suggest the savage, of course, but it does not. The designs are so flowing and graceful and beautiful that they are a most satisfactory decoration. It takes but 15 minutes to get reconciled to the tattooing, and but 15 more to perceive that it is just the thing. After that, the undecorated European face is unpleasant and ignoble. Dr. Hawken gave us a ghastly curiosity, a lignified caterpillar with a plant growing out of the back of its neck, a plant with a slender stem 4 inches high. It happened not by accident, but by design, nature's design. This caterpillar was in the act of loyally carrying out a law inflicted upon him by nature, a law purposely inflicted upon him to get him into trouble, a law which was a trap. In pursuance of this law, he made the proper preparations for turning himself into a night moth. That is to say, he dug a little trench, a little grave, and then stretched himself out in it on his stomach and partially buried himself. Then nature was ready for him. She blew the spores of a peculiar fungus through the air with a purpose. Some of them fell into a crease in the back of the caterpillar's neck, and began to sprout and grow, for there was soil there. He had not washed his neck. The roots forced themselves down into the worm's person, and rearward along through its body, sucking up the creature's juices for sap. The worm slowly died, and turned to wood. And here he was now, a wooden caterpillar, with every detail of his former physique delicately and exactly preserved and perpetuated, and with that stem standing up out of him for his monument commemorative of his own loyalty and of nature's unfair return for it. Nature is always acting like that. Mrs. X said, of course, that the caterpillar was not conscious, and didn't suffer. She should have known better. No caterpillar can deceive nature. If this one couldn't suffer, nature would have known it, and would have hunted up another caterpillar. Not that she would have let this one go, merely because it was defective. No, she would have waited and let him turn into a night moth, and then fried him in the candle. Nature cakes a fish's eyes over with parasites, so that it shan't be able to avoid its enemies or find its food. She sends parasites into a starfish's system, which clog up its prongs and swell them and make them so uncomfortable that the poor creature delivers itself from the prong to ease its misery, and presently it has to part with another prong for the sake of comfort, and finally with a third. If it regrows the prongs, the parasite returns and the same thing is repeated. And finally, when the ability to reproduce prongs is lost through age, that poor old starfish can't get around any more, and so it dies of starvation. In Australia is prevalent a horrible disease due to an unperfected tapeworm. Unperfected, that is what they call it. I do not know why, for it transacts business just as well as if it were finished, and frescoed and gilded, and all that. November 9. To the Museum and Public Picture Gallery, with the President of the Society of Artists. Some fine pictures there, lent by the S. of A., several of them they bought. The others came to them by gift. Next to the gallery of the S. of A. Annual exhibition, just opened. Fine. Think of a town like this having two such collections as this, and a society of artists. It is so all over Australasia. If it were a monarchy, one might understand it. I mean an absolute monarchy, where it isn't necessary to vote money, but take it. Then art flourishes. But these colonies are republics, republics with a wide suffrage, voters of both sexes, this one of New Zealand. In republics, neither the government nor the rich private citizen is much given to propagating art. All over Australasia, pictures by famous European artists are bought for the public galleries by the state and by societies of citizens. Living citizens, not dead ones. They rob themselves to give, not their heirs. This S. of A. here owns its building, built it by subscription. End of chapter 30. This is chapter 31 of Following the Equator. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Following the Equator by Mark Twain, chapter 31. The express train, a hell of a hotel at Maryborough, clocks and bells, railroad service. The spirit of wrath, not the words, is the sin, and the spirit of wrath is cursing. We begin to swear before we can talk. Pudd'nhead Wilson's New Calendar. November 11. On the road. This train express goes 20 1/2 miles an hour, schedule time, but it is fast enough. The outlook upon sea and land is so interesting, and the cars so comfortable. They are not English, and not American. They are the Swiss combination of the two. A narrow and railed porch along the side where a person can walk up and down. A lavatory in each car. This is progress. This is 19th century spirit. In New Zealand these fast expresses run twice a week. It is well to know this if you want to be a bird and fly through the country at a 20-mile gait. Otherwise you may start on one of the 5 wrong days, and then you will get a train that can't overtake its own shadow. By contrast, these pleasant cars call to mind the branch road cars at Maryborough, Australia, and the passengers' talk about the branch road and the hotel. Somewhere on the road to Maryborough I changed for a while to a smoking carriage. There were two gentlemen there, both riding backward, one at each end of the compartment. They were acquaintances of each other. I sat down facing the one that sat at the starboard window. He had a good face and a friendly look, and I judged from his dress that he was a dissenting minister. He was along toward 50. Of his own motion he struck a match, and shaded it with his hand for me to light my cigar. I take the rest from my diary. In order to start conversation, I asked him something about Maryborough. He said in a most pleasant, even musical voice, but with quiet and cultured decision, "It's a charming town, with a hell of a hotel." I was astonished. It seemed so odd to hear a minister swear out loud. He went placidly on, "It's the worst hotel in Australia. Well, one may go further, and say in Australasia." "Bad beds?" "No, none at all. Just sandbags." "The pillows, too?" "Yes, the pillows, too. Just sand. And not a good quality of sand. It packs too hard, and has never been screened. There is too much gravel in it. It is like sleeping on nuts." "Isn't there any good sand?" "Plenty of it. There is as good bed sand in this region as the world can furnish. Aerated sand and loose, but they won't buy it. They want something that will pack solid and petrify." "How are the rooms?" 8 feet square, and a sheet of iced oil-cloth to step on in the morning when you get out of the sand quarry." "As to lights?" "Coal-oil lamp." "A good one?" "No. It's the kind that sheds a gloom." "I like a lamp that burns all night." "This one won't. You must blow it out early." "That is bad. One might want it again in the night. Can't find it in the dark." "There's no trouble. You can find it by the stench." "Wardrobe?" "2 nails on the door to hang 7 suits of clothes on, if you've got them." "Bells?" "There aren't any." "What do you do when you want service?" "Shout, but it won't fetch anybody." "Suppose you want the chambermaid to empty the slop jar?" "There isn't any slop jar. The hotels don't keep them. That is, outside of Sydney and Melbourne." "Yes, I knew that. I was only talking. It's the oddest thing in Australia. Another thing, I've got to get up in the dark, in the morning, to take the 5 o'clock train. Now if the boots—" "There isn't any." "Well, the porter—" "There isn't any." "But who will call me?" "Nobody. You'll call yourself. And you'll light yourself, too. There'll not be a light burning in the halls or anywhere. And if you don't carry a light, you'll break your neck." "But who will help me down with my baggage?" "Nobody. However, I will tell you what to do. In Maryborough there's an American who has lived there half a lifetime, a fine man, and prosperous and popular. He will be on the lookout for you. You won't have any trouble. Sleep in peace. He will rout you out, and you will make your train. Where is your manager?" "I left him at Ballarat, studying the language, and besides, he had to go to Melbourne and get us ready for New Zealand. I've not tried to pilot myself before, and it doesn't look easy." "Easy? You've selected the very most difficult piece of railroad in Australia for your experiment. There are 12 miles of this road which no man without good executive ability can ever hope. Tell me, have you good executive ability, first-rate executive ability?" "I well, I think so, but—" "That settles it. The tone of—oh, you wouldn't ever make it in the world. However, that American will point you right, and you'll go. You've got tickets?" "Yes, round trip, all the way to Sydney." "Ah, there it is, you see. You are going in the 5 o'clock by Castlemaine, 12 miles, instead of the 7.15 by Ballarat, in order to save 2 hours of fooling along the road. Now then, don't interrupt. Let me have the floor. You're going to save the government a deal of hauling, but that's nothing. Your ticket is by Ballarat, and it isn't good over that 12 miles, and so—" "But why should the government care which way I go?" "Goodness knows. Ask of the winds that far away with fragments strewed the sea, as the boy that stood on the burning deck used to say. The government chooses to do its railway business in its own way, and it doesn't know as much about it as the French. In the beginning they tried idiots, then they imported the French, which was going backwards, you see. Now it runs the roads itself, which is going backwards again, you see. Why, do you know, in order to curry favor with the voters, the government puts down a road wherever anybody wants it, anybody that owns 2 sheep and a dog, and by consequence we've got, in the colony of Victoria, 800 railway stations, and the business done at 80 of them doesn't foot up 20 shillings a week. $5? Oh, come. It's true. It's the absolute truth. Why, there are 3 or 4 men on wages at every station. I know it, and the station business doesn't pay for the sheep dip to sanctify their coffee with. It's just as I say. And accommodating? Why, if you shake a rag the train will stop in the midst of the wilderness to pick you up. All that kind of politics costs, you see. And then, besides, any town that has a good many votes, and wants a fine station, gets it. Don't you overlook that Maryborough station, if you take an interest in governmental curiosities. Why, you can put the whole population of Maryborough into it, and give them a sofa apiece, and have room for more. You haven't 15 stations in America that are as big, and you probably haven't 5 that are half as fine. Why, it's perfectly elegant. And the clock! Everybody will show you the clock. There isn't a station in Europe that's got such a clock. It doesn't strike, that's one mercy. It hasn't any bell. And as you'll have cause to remember, if you keep your reason, all Australia is simply bedamned with bells. On every quarter hour, night and day, they jingle a tiresome chime of half a dozen notes, all the clocks in town at once, all the clocks in Australasia at once, and all the very same notes. First, downward scale, mi, re, do, sol, then upward scale, sol, si, re, do, down again, mi, re, do, sol, up again, sol, si, re, do, then the clock, say, at midnight, clang, 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 and by that time you're— Hello, what's all this excitement about? Oh, I see, a runaway, scared by the train. Why, you wouldn't think this train could scare anything. Well, of course, when they build and run 80 stations at a loss, and a lot of palace stations and clocks like Maryborough's at another loss, the government has got to economize somewhere, hasn't it? Very well, look at the rolling stock. That's where they save the money. Why, that train from Maryborough will consist of 18 freight cars and 2 passenger kennels, cheap, poor, shabby, slovenly, no drinking water, no sanitary arrangements, every imaginable inconvenience, and slow? Oh, the gate of cold molasses. No air brake, no springs, and they'll jolt your head off every time they start or stop. That's where they make their little economies, you see. They spend tons of money to house you palatially while you wait 15 minutes for a train, then degrade you to 6 hours convict transportation to get the foolish outlay back. What a rational man really needs is discomfort while he's waiting. Then his journey in a nice train would be a grateful change. But no, that would be common sense, and out of place in a government. And then, besides, they save in that other little detail, you know, repudiate their own tickets and collect a poor little illegitimate extra shilling out of you for that 12 miles, and, well, in any case— Wait, there's more. Leave that American out of the account and see what would happen. There's nobody on hand to examine your ticket when you arrive, but the conductor will come and examine it when the train is ready to start. It is too late to buy your extra ticket now. The train can't wait, and won't. You must climb out. But can't I pay the conductor? No, he is not authorized to receive the money, and he won't. You must climb out. There's no other way. I tell you, the railway management is about the only thoroughly European thing here. Continentally European, I mean, not English. It's the continental business in perfection, down fine. Oh yes, even to the peanut commerce of weighing baggage. The train slowed up at his place. As he stepped out, he said, "Yes, you'll like Maryborough. Plenty of intelligence there. It's a charming place, with a hell of a hotel." Then he was gone. I turned to the other gentleman. "Is your friend in the ministry?" "No, studying for it." End of chapter 31. This is Chapter 32 of Following the Equator. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Following the Equator by Mark Twain, Chapter 32. Description of the town of Christchurch, a fine museum, jadestone trinkets, the great moa, the first Maori in New Zealand, women voters, person in New Zealand law includes woman, taming an ornithorhynchus, a voyage in the Flora from Littleton, cattle stalls for everybody, a wonderful time. The man with a new idea is a crank until the idea succeeds. Pudd'nhead Wilson's New Calendar. It was Junior England all the way to Christchurch, in fact, just a garden. And Christchurch is an English town, with an English park annex and a winding English brook just like the Avon, and named the Avon, but from a man, not from Shakespeare's river. Its grassy banks are bordered by the stateliest and most impressive weeping willows to be found in the world, I suppose. They continue the line of a great ancestor. They were grown from sprouts of the willow that sheltered Napoleon's grave in St. Helena. It is a settled old community with all the serenities, the graces, the conveniences, and the comforts of the ideal home life. If it had an established church and social inequality, it would be England over again with hardly a lack. In the museum we saw many curious and interesting things. Among others, a fine native house of the olden time, with all the details true to the facts, and the showy colors right and in their proper places. All the details, the fine mats and rugs and things, the elaborate and wonderful wood carvings, wonderful, surely, considering who did them, wonderful in design, and particularly in execution, for they were done with admirable sharpness and exactness, and yet with no better tools than flint and jade and shell could furnish. And the totem posts were there, ancestor above ancestor, with tongues protruded and hands clasped comfortably over bellies containing other people's ancestors. Grotesque and ugly devils, every one, but lovingly carved and ably. And the stuffed natives were present, in their proper places, and looking as natural as life. And the housekeeping utensils were there, too, and close at hand the carved and finely ornamented war-canoe. And we saw little jade gods to hang around the neck, not everybody's, but sacred to the necks of natives of rank. Also jade weapons, and many kinds of jade trinkets, all made out of that excessively hard stone without the help of any tool of iron. And some of these things had small round holes bored through them. Nobody knows how it was done. A mystery, a lost art. I think it was said that if you want such a hole bored in a piece of jade now, you must send it to London or Amsterdam, where the lapidaries are. Also, we saw a complete skeleton of the giant moa. It stood 10 feet high, and must have been a sight to look at when it was a living bird. It was a kicker, like the ostrich. In fight it did not use its beak, but its foot. It must have been a convincing kind of kick. If a person had his back to the bird and did not see who it was that did it, he would think he had been kicked by a windmill. There must have been a sufficiency of moas in the old forgotten days when his breed walked the earth. His bones are found in vast masses, all crammed together in huge graves. They are not in caves, but in the ground. Nobody knows how they happen to get concentrated there. Mind, they are bones, not fossils. This means that the moa has not been extinct very long. Still, this is the only New Zealand creature which has no mention in that otherwise comprehensive literature, the native legends. This is a significant detail, and is good circumstantial evidence that the moa has been extinct 500 years, since the Maori has himself, by tradition, been in New Zealand since the end of the 15th century. He came from an unknown land, the first Maori did, then sailed back in his canoe and brought his tribe, and they removed the aboriginal peoples into the sea and into the ground, and took the land. That is the tradition. That first Maori could come is understandable, for anybody can come to a place when he isn't trying to. But how that discoverer found his way back home again without a compass is his secret, and he died with it in him. His language indicates that he came from Polynesia. He told where he came from, but he couldn't spell well, so one can't find the place on the map, because people who could spell better than he could spelt the resemblance all out of it when they made the map. However, it is better to have a map that is spelt right than one that has information in it. In New Zealand, women have the right to vote for members of the legislature, but they cannot be members themselves. The law extending the suffrage to them went into effect in 1893. The population of Christchurch, census of 1891, was 31,454. The first election under the law was held in November of that year. Number of men who voted, 6,313. Number of women who voted, 5,989. These figures ought to convince us that women are not as indifferent about politics as some people would have us believe. In New Zealand as a whole, the estimated adult female population was 139,915. Of these, 109,461 qualified and registered their names on the rolls, 78.23% of the whole. Of these, 90,290 went to the polls and voted, 85.18%. Do men ever turn out better than that in America or elsewhere? Here is a remark to the other sex's credit, too. I take it from the official report. A feature of the election was the orderliness and sobriety of the people. Women were in no way molested. At home, a standing argument against woman suffrage has always been that women could not go to the polls without being insulted. The arguments against woman suffrage have always taken the easy form of prophecy. The prophets have been prophesying ever since the woman's rights movement began in 1848, and in 47 years they have never scored a hit. Men ought to begin to feel a sort of respect for their mothers and wives and sisters by this time. The women deserve a change of attitude like that, for they have wrought well. In 47 years they have swept an imposingly large number of unfair laws from the statute books of America. In that brief time these serfs have set themselves free, essentially. Men could not have done so much for themselves in that time without bloodshed. At least they never have, and that is argument that they didn't know how. The women have accomplished a peaceful revolution, and a very beneficent one, and yet that has not convinced the average man that they are intelligent, and have courage, and energy, and perseverance, and fortitude. It takes much to convince the average man of anything, and perhaps nothing can ever make him realize that he is the average woman's inferior. Yet in several important details the evidences seem to show that that is what he is. Man has ruled the human race from the beginning, but he should remember that up to the middle of the present century it was a dull world, and ignorant and stupid, but it is not such a dull world now, and is growing less and less dull all the time. This is woman's opportunity. She has had none before. I wonder where man will be in another 47 years. In the New Zealand law occurs this: the word person, wherever it occurs throughout the act, includes woman. That is promotion, you see. By that enlargement of the word, the matron with the garnered wisdom and experience of 50 years becomes at one jump the political equal of her callow kid of 21. The white population of the colony is 626,000. The Maori population is 42,000. The whites elect 70 members of the House of Representatives, the Maoris 4. The Maori women vote for their 4 members. November 16. After 4 pleasant days in Christchurch, we are to leave at midnight tonight. Mr. Kinsey gave me an ornithorhynchus, and I am taming it. Sunday 17th. Sailed last night in the Flora from Littleton. So we did. I remember it yet. The people who sailed in the Flora that night may forget some other things if they live a good while, but they will not live long enough to forget that. The Flora is about the equivalent of a cattle scow, but when the Union Company find it inconvenient to keep a contract, and lucrative to break it, they smuggle her into passenger service and keep the change. They give no notice of their projected depredation. You innocently buy tickets for the advertised passenger boat, and when you get down to Littleton at midnight, you find that they have substituted the scow. They have plenty of good boats, but no competition, and that is the trouble. It is too late now to make other arrangements if you have engagements ahead. It is a powerful company, it has a monopoly, and everybody is afraid of it, including the government's representative, who stands at the end of the stage plank to tally the passengers and see that no boat receives a greater number than the law allows her to carry. This conveniently blind representative saw the scow receive a number which was far in excess of its privilege, and winked a politic wink and said nothing. The passengers bore with meekness the cheat which had been put upon them, and made no complaint. It was like being at home in America, where abused passengers act in just the same way. A few days before, the Union Company had discharged a captain for getting a boat into danger, and had advertised this act as evidence of its vigilance in looking after the safety of the passengers. For thugging a captain cost the company nothing, but when opportunity offered to send this dangerously overcrowded tub to sea and save a little trouble and a tidy penny by it, it forgot to worry about the passengers' safety. The first officer told me that the Flora was privileged to carry 125 passengers. She must have had all of 200 on board. All the cabins were full, all the cattle stalls in the main stable were full, the spaces at the heads of companionways were full. Every inch of floor and table in the swill room was packed with sleeping men, and remained so until the place was required for breakfast. All the chairs and benches on the hurricane deck were occupied, and still there were people who had to walk about all night. If the Flora had gone down that night, half of the people on board would have been wholly without means of escape. The owners of that boat were not technically guilty of conspiracy to commit murder, but they were morally guilty of it. I had a cattle stall in the main stable, a cavern fitted up with a long double file of two-storied bunks, the files separated by a calico partition, 20 men and boys on one side of it, 20 women and girls on the other. The place was as dark as the soul of the Union Company, and smelt like a kennel. When the vessel got out into the heavy seas and began to pitch and wallow, the cavern prisoners became immediately seasick, and then the peculiar results that ensued laid all my previous experiences of the kind well away in the shade, and the wails, the groans, the cries, the shrieks, the strange ejaculations, it was wonderful. The women and children and some of the men and boys spent the night in that place, for they were too ill to leave it, but the rest of us got up, by and by, and finished the night on the hurricane deck. That boat was the foulest I was ever in, and the smell of the breakfast saloon when we threaded our way among the layers of steaming passengers stretched upon its floor and its tables was incomparable for efficiency. A good many of us got ashore at the first wayport to seek another ship. After a wait of 3 hours we got good rooms in the Mahinapua, a wee little bridal parlor of a boat, only 205 tons burthen, clean and comfortable, good service, good beds, good table, and no crowding. The seas danced her about like a duck, but she was safe and capable. Next morning early she went through the French Pass, a narrow gateway of rock between bold headlands, so narrow, in fact, that it seemed no wider than a street. The current tore through there like a mill race, and the boat darted through like a telegram. The passage was made in half a minute. Then we were in a wide place where noble vast eddies swept grandly round and round in shoal water, and I wondered what they would do with the little boat. They did as they pleased with her. They picked her up and flung her around like nothing, and landed her gently on the solid smooth bottom of sand, so gently indeed that we barely felt her touch it, barely felt her quiver when she came to a standstill. The water was as clear as glass, the sand on the bottom was vividly distinct, and the fishes seemed to be swimming about in nothing. Fishing lines were brought out, but before we could bait the hooks the boat was off and away again. End of chapter 32. This is chapter 33 of Following the Equator. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Following the Equator by Mark Twain, chapter 33. The town of Nelson, the Maungatapu murders, the great event of the town, Burgess's confession, summit of Mount Eden, Rotorua and the hot lakes and geysers, Thermal Springs district, Kauri Gum, Tangariwa Mountains. Let us be grateful to Adam, our benefactor. He cut us out of the blessing of idleness, and won for us the curse of labor. Pudd'nhead Wilson's New Calendar. We soon reached the town of Nelson, and spent the most of the day there, visiting acquaintances and driving with them about the garden. The whole region is a garden, excepting the scene of the Maungatapu murders of 30 years ago. That is a wild place, wild and lonely, an ideal place for a murder. It is at the base of a vast, rugged, densely timbered mountain. In the deep twilight of that forest solitude 4 desperate rascals, Burgess, Sullivan, Levy, and Kelly, ambushed themselves beside the mountain trail to murder and rob 4 travelers, Kempthorne, Mathieu, Dudley, and De Pontius, the latter a New Yorker. A harmless old laboring man came wandering along, and as his presence was an embarrassment, they choked him, hid him, and then resumed their watch for the 4. They had to wait a while, but eventually everything turned out as they desired. That dark episode is the one large event in the history of Nelson. The fame of it traveled far. Burgess made a confession. It is a remarkable paper. For brevity, succinctness, and concentration, it is perhaps without its peer in the literature of murder. There are no waste words in it. There is no obtrusion of matter not pertinent to the occasion, nor any departure from the dispassionate tone proper to a formal business statement. For that is what it is, a business statement of a murder, by the chief engineer of it, or superintendent, or foreman, or whatever one may prefer to call him. We were getting impatient when we saw 4 men and a pack-horse coming. I left my cover and had a look at the men, for Levy had told me that Mathieu was a small man and wore a large beard, and that it was a chestnut horse. I said, "Here they come." They were then a good distance away. I took the caps off my gun and put fresh ones on. I said, "You keep where you are. I'll put them up, and you give me your gun while you tie them." It was arranged as I have described. The men came. They arrived within about 15 yards when I stepped up and said, "Stand! Bail up!" That means all of them to get together. I made them fall back on the upper side of the road with their faces up the range, and Sullivan brought me his gun, and then tied their hands behind them. The horse was very quiet all the time. He did not move. When they were all tied, Sullivan took the horse up the hill and put him in the bush. He cut the rope and let the swags a swag is a kit, a pack, small baggage fall on the ground, and then came to me. We then marched the men down the incline to the creek, the water at this time barely running. Up this creek we took the men. We went, I dare say, 500 or 600 yards up it, which took us nearly half an hour to accomplish. Then we turned to the right up the range. We went, I dare say, 150 yards from the creek, and there we sat down with the men. I said to Sullivan, "Put down your gun and search these men," which he did. I asked them their several names. They told me. I asked them if they were expected at Nelson. They said no. If such, their lives would have been spared. In money we took £60 odd. I said, "Is this all you have? You had better tell me." Sullivan said, "Here is a bag of gold." I said, "What's on that pack-horse? Is there any gold?" When Kempthorne said, "Yes, my gold is in the portmanteau, and I trust you will not take it all." "Well," I said, "we must take you away one at a time, because the range is steep just here, and then we will let you go." They said, "All right," most cheerfully. We tied their feet and took Dudley with us. We went about 60 yards with him. This was through a scrub. It was arranged the night previously that it would be best to choke them, in case the report of the arms might be heard from the road, and if they were missed they never would be found. So we tied a handkerchief over his eyes, when Sullivan took the sash off his waist, put it round his neck, and so strangled him. Sullivan, after I had killed the old laboring man, found fault with the way he was choked. He said, "The next we do I'll show you my way." I said, "I have never done such a thing before. I have shot a man, but never choked one." We returned to the others, when Kempthorne said, "What noise was that?" I said it was caused by breaking through the scrub. This was taking too much time, so it was agreed to shoot them. With that I said, "We'll take you no further, but separate you, and then loose one of you, and he can relieve the others." So with that, Sullivan took De Pontius to the left of where Kempthorne was sitting. I took Mathieu to the right. I tied a strap round his legs, and shot him with a revolver. He yelled. I ran from him with my gun in my hand. I sighted Kempthorne, who had risen to his feet. I presented the gun, and shot him behind the right ear. His life's blood welled from him, and he died instantaneously. Sullivan had shot De Pontius in the meantime, and then came to me. I said, "Look to Mathieu," indicating the spot where he lay. He shortly returned and said, "I had to shiv that fellow. He was not dead," a cant word, meaning that he had to stab him. Returning to the road, we passed where De Pontius lay and was dead. Sullivan said, "This is the digger. The others were all storekeepers. This is the digger. Let's cover him up, for should the others be found, they'll think he'd done it and sloped," meaning he had gone. So with that we threw all the stones on him, and then left him. This bloody work took nearly an hour and a half from the time we stopped the men. Anyone who reads that confession will think that the man who wrote it was destitute of emotions, destitute of feeling. That is partly true. As regarded others he was plainly without feeling, utterly cold and pitiless, but as regarded himself the case was different. While he cared nothing for the future of the murdered men, he cared a great deal for his own. It makes one's flesh creep to read the introduction to his confession. The judge on the bench characterized it as "scandalously blasphemous," and it certainly reads so, but Burgess meant no blasphemy. He was merely a brute, and whatever he said or wrote was sure to expose the fact. His redemption was a very real thing to him, and he was as jubilantly happy on the gallows as ever was Christian martyr at the stake. We dwellers in this world are strangely made and mysteriously circumstanced. We have to suppose that the murdered men are lost, and that Burgess is saved, but we cannot suppress our natural regrets. Written in my dungeon drear this 7th of August, in the year of grace 1866. To God be ascribed all power and glory in subduing the rebellious spirit of a most guilty wretch, who has been brought, through the instrumentality of a faithful follower of Christ, to see his wretched and guilty state, inasmuch as hitherto he has led an awful and wretched life, and through the assurance of this faithful soldier of Christ, he has been led, and also believes that Christ will yet receive and cleanse him from all his deep-dyed and bloody sins. I lie under the imputation which says, "Come now, and let us reason together, saith the Lord. Though your sins be as scarlet, they shall be as white as snow. Though they be red like crimson, they shall be as wool. On this promise I rely." We sailed in the afternoon late, spent a few hours at New Plymouth, then sailed again and reached Auckland the next day, November 20th, and remained in that fine city several days. Its situation is commanding, and the sea view is superb. There are charming drives all about, and by courtesy of friends we had opportunity to enjoy them. From the grassy crater summit of Mount Eden one's eye ranges over a grand sweep and variety of scenery: forests clothed in luxuriant foliage, rolling green fields, conflagrations of flowers, receding and dimming stretches of green plain, broken by lofty and symmetrical old craters, then the blue bays, twinkling and sparkling away into the dreamy distances where the mountains loom spiritual in their veils of haze. It is from Auckland that one goes to Rotorua, the region of the renowned hot lakes and geysers, one of the chief wonders of New Zealand. But I was not well enough to make the trip. The government has a sanatorium there, and everything is comfortable for the tourist and the invalid. The government's official physician is almost overcautious in his estimates of the efficacy of the baths when he is talking about rheumatism, gout, paralysis, and such things, but when he is talking about the effectiveness of the waters in eradicating the whiskey habit, he seems to have no reserves. The baths will cure the drinking habit no matter how chronic it is, and cure it so effectually that even the desire to drink intoxicants will come no more. There should be a rush from Europe and America to that place, and when the victims of alcoholism find out what they can get by going there, the rush will begin. The Thermal Springs district of New Zealand comprises an area of upwards of 600,000 acres, or close on 1,000 square miles. Rotorua is the favorite place. It is the center of a rich field of lake and mountain scenery. From Rotorua as a base the pleasure seeker makes excursions. The crowd of sick people is great, and growing. Rotorua is the Carlsbad of Australasia. It is from Auckland that the kauri gum is shipped. For a long time now about 8,000 tons of it have been brought into the town per year. It is worth about $300 per ton, unassorted. Assorted, the finest grades are worth about $1,000. It goes to America chiefly. It is in lumps, and is hard and smooth, and looks like amber, the light-colored like new amber, and the dark brown like rich old amber, and it has the pleasant feel of amber, too. Some of the light-colored samples were a tolerably fair counterfeit of uncut South African diamonds, they were so perfectly smooth and polished and transparent. It is manufactured into varnish, a varnish which answers for copal varnish and is cheaper. The gum is dug up out of the ground. It has been there for ages. It is the sap of the kauri tree. Dr. Campbell of Auckland told me he sent a cargo of it to England 50 years ago, but nothing came of the venture. Nobody knew what to do with it, so it was sold at £5 a ton, to light fires with. November 26, 3 p.m., sailed. Vast and beautiful harbor. Land all about for hours. Tangariwa, the mountain that has the same shape from every point of view. That is the common belief in Auckland, and so it has, from every point of view except 13. Perfect summer weather. Large school of whales in the distance. Nothing could be daintier than the puffs of vapor they spout up, when seen against the pink glory of the sinking sun, or against the dark mass of an island reposing in the deep blue shadow of a storm-cloud. Great barrier rock standing up out of the sea away to the left. Some time ago a ship hit it full speed in a fog, 20 miles out of her course. 140 lives lost. The captain committed suicide without waiting a moment. He knew that, whether he was to blame or not, the company owning the vessel would discharge him and make a devotion to passengers' safety advertisement out of it, and his chance to make a livelihood would be permanently gone. End of chapter 33. This is chapter 34 of Following the Equator. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Following the Equator by Mark Twain, Chapter 34. The Bay of Gisborne, Taking in Passengers by the Yardarm. The Green Ballarat Fly. False Teeth. From Napier to Hastings by the Ballarat Fly Train. Kauri Trees. A Case of Mental Telegraphy. Let us not be too particular. It is better to have old second-hand diamonds than none at all. Pudd'nhead Wilson's New Calendar. November 27. Today we reached Gisborne, and anchored in a big bay. There was a heavy sea on, so we remained on board. We were a mile from shore. A little steam-tug put out from the land. She was an object of thrilling interest. She would climb to the summit of a billow, reel drunkenly there a moment, dim and gray in the driving storm of spindrift, then make a plunge like a diver and remain out of sight until one had given her up, then up she would dart again, on a steep slant toward the sky, shedding Niagaras of water from her forecastle, and this she kept up all the way out to us. She brought 25 passengers in her stomach, men and women, mainly a traveling dramatic company. In sight on deck were the crew, in sou'westers, yellow waterproof canvas suits, and boots to the thigh. The deck was never quiet for a moment, and seldom nearer level than a ladder, and noble were the seas which leapt aboard and went flooding aft. We rove a long line to the yard-arm, hung a most primitive basket-chair to it, and swung it out into the spacious air of heaven, and there it swayed, pendulum fashion, waiting for its chance. Then down it shot, skillfully aimed, and was grabbed by the 2 men on the forecastle. A young fellow belonging to our crew was in the chair, to be a protection to the lady-comers. At once a couple of ladies appeared from below, took seats in his lap, we hoisted them into the sky, waited a moment till the roll of the ship brought them in overhead, then we lowered suddenly away and seized the chair as it struck the deck. We took the 25 aboard, and delivered 25 into the tug, among them several aged ladies, and one blind one, and all without accident. It was a fine piece of work. Ours is a nice ship, roomy, comfortable, well ordered, and satisfactory. Now and then we step on a rat in a hotel, but we have had no rats on shipboard lately, unless perhaps in the Flora. We had more serious things to think of there, and did not notice. I have noticed that it is only in ships and hotels which still employ the odious Chinese gong that you find rats. The reason would seem to be that as a rat cannot tell the time of day by a clock, he won't stay where he cannot find out when dinner is ready. November 29. The doctor tells me of several old drunkards, one spiritless loafer, and several far-gone moral wrecks who have been reclaimed by the Salvation Army, and have remained staunch people and hard workers these 2 years. Wherever one goes, these testimonials to the Army's efficiency are forthcoming. This morning we had one of those whizzing green Ballarat flies in the room, with his stunning buzz-saw noise, the swiftest creature in the world except the lightning flash. It is a stupendous force that is stored up in that little body. If we had it in a ship in the same proportion, we could spin from Liverpool to New York in the space of an hour, the time it takes to eat luncheon. The New Zealand express train is called the Ballarat Fly. Bad teeth in the colonies. A citizen told me they don't have teeth filled, but pull them out and put in false ones, and that now and then one sees a young lady with a full set. She is fortunate. I wish I had been born with false teeth and a false liver and false carbuncles. I should get along better. December 2, Monday. Left Napier in the Ballarat Fly, the one that goes twice a week. From Napier to Hastings, 12 miles. Time, 55 minutes. Not so far short of 13 miles an hour. A perfect summer day, cool breeze, brilliant sky, rich vegetation. 2 or 3 times during the afternoon we saw wonderfully dense and beautiful forests, tumultuously piled skyward on the broken highlands, not the customary roof-like slant of a hillside where the trees are all the same height. The noblest of these trees were of the Kauri breed, we were told, the timber that is now furnishing the wood paving for Europe, and is the best of all wood for that purpose. Sometimes these towering upheavals of forestry were festooned and garlanded with vine cables, and sometimes the masses of undergrowth were cocooned in another sort of vine of a delicate cobwebby texture. They call it the supplejack, I think. Tree ferns everywhere, a stem 15 feet high, with a graceful chalice of fern fronds sprouting from its top, a lovely forest ornament. And there was a 10-foot reed with a flowing suit of what looked like yellow hair hanging from its upper end. I do not know its name, but if there is such a thing as a scalp plant, this is it. A romantic gorge, with a brook flowing in its bottom, approaching Palmerston North. Waitukurau, 20 minutes for luncheon. With me sat my wife and daughter, and my manager, Mr. Carlyle Smythe. I sat at the head of the table, and could see the right-hand wall. The others had their backs to it. On that wall, at a good distance away, were a couple of framed pictures. I could not see them clearly, but from the groupings of the figures I fancied that they represented the killing of Napoleon III's son by the Zulus in South Africa. I broke into the conversation, which was about poetry and cabbage and art, and said to my wife, "Do you remember when the news came to Paris of the killing of the prince?" Those were the very words I had in mind. "Yes, but what prince?" "Napoleon, Lulu." "What made you think of that?" "I don't know." There was no collusion. She had not seen the pictures, and they had not been mentioned. She ought to have thought of some recent news that came to Paris, for we were but 7 months from there, and had been living there a couple of years when we started on this trip. But instead of that, she thought of an incident of our brief sojourn in Paris of 16 years before. Here was a clear case of mental telegraphy, of mind transference. of my mind telegraphing a thought into hers. How do I know? Because I telegraphed an error, for it turned out that the pictures did not represent the killing of Lulu at all, nor anything connected with Lulu. She had to get the error from my head. It existed nowhere else. End of chapter 34. This is chapter 35 of Following the Equator. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Following the Equator by Mark Twain, chapter 35. 50 miles in 4 hours. Comfortable cars. Town of Wauganui. Plenty of Maoris. On the increase. Compliments to the Maoris. The missionary ways all wrong. The taboo among the Maoris. A mysterious sign. Curious war monuments. Wellington. The autocrat of Russia possesses more power than any other man in the earth, but he cannot stop a sneeze. Pudd'nhead Wilson's New Calendar. Wauganui, December 3. A pleasant trip yesterday per Ballarat fly, 4 hours. I do not know the distance, but it must have been well along toward 50 miles. The fly could have spun it out to 8 hours and not discommoded me, for where there is comfort and no need for hurry, speed is of no value, at least to me, and nothing that goes on wheels can be more comfortable, more satisfactory, than the New Zealand trains. Outside of America there are no cars that are so rationally devised. When you add the constant presence of charming scenery and the nearly constant absence of dust, well, if one is not content then, he ought to get out and walk. That would change his spirit, perhaps. I think so. At the end of an hour you would find him waiting humbly beside the track, and glad to be taken aboard again. Much horseback riding in and around this town. Many comely girls in cool and pretty summer gowns. Much Salvation Army. Lots of Maoris, the faces and bodies of some of the old ones very tastefully frescoed. Maori council house over the river, large, strong, carpeted from end to end with matting, and decorated with elaborate wood carvings, artistically executed. The Maoris were very polite. I was assured by a member of the House of Representatives that the native race is not decreasing, but actually increasing slightly. It is another evidence that they are a superior breed of savages. I do not call to mind any savage race that built such good houses, or such strong and ingenious and scientific fortresses, or gave so much attention to agriculture, or had military arts and devices which so nearly approach the white man's. These, taken together with their high abilities in boat-building, and their tastes and capacities in the ornamental arts, modify their savagery to a semi-civilization, or at least to a quarter civilization. It is a compliment to them that the British did not exterminate them, as they did the Australians and the Tasmanians, but were content with subduing them, and showed no desire to go further. And it is another compliment to them that the British did not take the whole of their choicest lands, but left them a considerable part, and then went further and protected them from the rapacities of land sharks, a protection which the New Zealand government still extends to them. And it is still another compliment to the Maoris that the government allows native representation, in both the legislature and the cabinet, and gives both sexes the vote. And in doing these things the government also compliments itself. It has not been the custom of the world for conquerors to act in this large spirit toward the conquered. The highest class white men who lived among the Maoris in the earliest time had a high opinion of them and a strong affection for them. Among the whites of this sort was the author of Old New Zealand, and Dr. Campbell of Auckland was another. Dr. Campbell was a close friend of several chiefs, and has many pleasant things to say of their fidelity, their magnanimity, and their generosity; also of their quaint notions about the white man's queer civilization, and their equally quaint comments upon it. One of them thought the missionary had got everything wrong end first and upside down. "Why, he wants us to stop worshiping and supplicating the evil gods, and go to worshiping and supplicating the good one. There is no sense in that. A good God is not going to do us any harm." The Maoris had the taboo, and had it on a Polynesian scale of comprehensiveness and elaboration. Some of its features could have been importations from India and Judea. Neither the Maori nor the Hindu of common degree could cook by a fire that a person of higher caste had used. Nor could the high Maori or high Hindu employ fire that had served a man of low grade. If a low-grade Maori or Hindu drank from a vessel belonging to a high-grade man, the vessel was defiled and had to be destroyed. There were other resemblances between Maori taboo and Hindu caste custom. Yesterday a lunatic burst into my quarters and warned me that the Jesuits were going to cook poison me in my food, or kill me on the stage at night. He said a mysterious sign was visible upon my posters and meant my death. He said he saved Reverend Mr. Hawes's life by warning him that there were 3 men on his platform who would kill him if he took his eyes off them for a moment during his lecture. The same men were in my audience last night, but they saw that he was there. "Will they be there again tonight?" He hesitated, then said no, he thought they would rather take a rest and chance the poison. This lunatic has no delicacy, but he was not uninteresting. He told me a lot of things. He said he had saved so many lectures in 20 years that they put him in the asylum. I think he has less refinement than any lunatic I have met. December 8. A couple of curious war monuments here in Wanganui. One is in honor of white men who fell in defense of law and order against fanaticism and barbarism. Fanaticism. We Americans are English in blood, English in speech, English in religion, English in the essentials of our governmental system, English in the essentials of our civilization. And so, let us hope, for the honor of the blend, for the honor of the blood, for the honor of the race, that word got there through lack of heedfulness, and will not be suffered to remain. If you carve it at Thermopylae, or where Winkelried died, or upon Bunker Hill Monument, and read it again, "who fell in defense of law and order against fanaticism," you will perceive what the word means, and how mischosen it is. Patriotism is patriotism. Calling it fanaticism cannot degrade it. Nothing can degrade it. Even though it be a political mistake, and 1,000 times a political mistake, that does not affect it. It is honorable, always noble, and privileged to hold its head up and look the nations in the face. It is right to praise these brave white men who fell in the Maori War. They deserve it, but the presence of that word detracts from the dignity of their cause and their deeds, and makes them appear to have spilt their blood in a conflict with ignoble men, men not worthy of that costly sacrifice. But the men were worthy. It was no shame to fight them. They fought for their homes, they fought for their country, they bravely fought and bravely fell, and it would take nothing from the honor of the brave Englishmen who lie under the monument, but add to it, to say that they died in defense of English laws and English homes against men worthy of the sacrifice, the Maori patriots. The other monument cannot be rectified, except with dynamite. It is a mistake all through, and a strangely thoughtless one. It is a monument erected by white men to Maoris who fell fighting with the whites and against their own people in the Maori War. "Sacred to the memory of the brave men who fell on the 14th of May, 1864," etc. On one side are the names of about 20 Maoris. It is not a fancy of mine. The monument exists. I saw it. It is an object lesson to the rising generation. It invites to treachery, disloyalty, unpatriotism. Its lesson, in frank terms, is: desert your flag, slay your people, burn their homes, shame your nationality. We honor such. December 9, Wellington, 10 hours from Wanganui by the Fly. December 12. It is a fine city and nobly situated, a busy place, and full of life and movement. Have spent the 3 days partly in walking about, partly in enjoying social privileges, and largely in idling around the magnificent garden at Hut, a little distance away, around the shore. I suppose we shall not see such another one soon. We are packing tonight for the return voyage to Australia. Our stay in New Zealand has been too brief. Still, we are not unthankful for the glimpse which we have had of it. The sturdy Maoris made the settlement of the country by the whites rather difficult. Not at first, but later. At first they welcomed the whites, and were eager to trade with them, particularly for muskets, for their pastime was internecine war, and they greatly preferred the white man's weapons to their own. War was their pastime. I use the word advisedly. They often met and slaughtered each other just for a lark, and when there was no quarrel. The author of Old New Zealand mentions a case where a victorious army could have followed up its advantage and exterminated the opposing army, but declined to do it, explaining naively that, if we did that, there couldn't be any more fighting. In another battle one army sent word that it was out of ammunition, and would be obliged to stop unless the opposing army would send some. It was sent, and the fight went on. In the early days things went well enough. The natives sold land without clearly understanding the terms of exchange, and the whites bought it without being much disturbed about the natives' confusion of mind. But by and by the Maori began to comprehend that he was being wronged. Then there was trouble, for he was not the man to swallow a wrong and go aside and cry about it. He had the Tasmanian spirit and endurance, and a notable share of military science besides. And so he rose against the oppressor, did this gallant fanatic, and started a war that was not brought to a definite end until more than a generation had sped. End of chapter 35. This is chapter 36 of Following the Equator. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Following the Equator by Mark Twain, chapter 36. The poems of Mrs. Moore. The sad fate of William Upson. A fellow traveler imitating the Prince of Wales. A would-be dude. Arrival at Sydney. Curious town names with poem. There are several good protections against temptations, but the surest is cowardice. Pudd'nhead Wilson's New Calendar. Names are not always what they seem. The common Welsh name Bzglwop is pronounced Jackson. Pudd'nhead Wilson's New Calendar. Friday, December 13. Sailed at 3 p.m. in the Mararoa. Summer seas and a good ship. Life has nothing better. Monday, 3 days of paradise. Warm and sunny and smooth. The sea a luminous Mediterranean blue. One lolls in a long chair all day under deck awnings, and reads and smokes in measureless content. One does not read prose at such a time, but poetry. I have been reading the poems of Mrs. Julia A. Moore again, and I find in them the same grace and melody that attracted me when they were first published 20 years ago, and have held me in happy bonds ever since. The Sentimental Song Book has long been out of print, and has been forgotten by the world in general, but not by me. I carry it with me always, it and Goldsmith's Deathless Story. Indeed, it has the same deep charm for me that the Vicar of Wakefield has, and I find in it the same subtle touch, the touch that makes an intentionally humorous episode pathetic, and an intentionally pathetic one funny. In her time Mrs. Moore was called the Sweet Singer of Michigan, and was best known by that name. I have read her book through twice today, with the purpose of determining which of her pieces has most merit, and I am persuaded that for wide grasp and sustained power William Upson may claim first place. William Upson. Air, the Major's only son. Come, all good people, far and near, oh, come and see what you can hear. It's of a young man true and brave that is now sleeping in his grave. Now, William Upson was his name. If it's not that, it's all the same. He did enlist in a cruel strife, and it caused him to lose his life. He was Perry Upson's eldest son. His father loved his noble son. This son was 19 years of age when first in the rebellion he engaged. His father said that he might go, but his dear mother, she said no. "Oh, stay at home, dear Billy," she said, but she could not turn his head. He went to Nashville, in Tennessee, there his kind friends he could not see. He died among strangers so far away, they did not know where his body lay. He was taken sick and lived 4 weeks, and oh, how his parents weep! But now they must in sorrow mourn, for Billy has gone to his heavenly home. Oh, if his mother could have seen her son, for she loved him, her darling son, if she could heard his dying prayer, it would ease her heart till she met him there. How it would relieve his mother's heart to see her son from this world depart, and hear his noble words of love, as he left this world for that above. Now it will relieve his mother's heart, for her son is laid in our graveyard, for now she knows that his grave is near, she will not shed so many tears. Although she knows not that it was her son, for his coffin could not be opened, it might be someone in his place, for she could not see his noble face. December 17. Reached Sydney. December 19. In the train. Fellow of 30, with 4 valises, a slim creature, with teeth which made his mouth look like a neglected churchyard. He had solidified hair, solidified with pomatum. It was all one shell. He smoked the most extraordinary cigarettes, made of some kind of manure apparently. These and his hair made him smell like the very nation. He had a low-cut vest on, which exposed a deal of frayed and broken and unclean shirt-front. Showy studs of imitation gold, they had made black discs on the linen. Oversized sleeve-buttons of imitation gold, the copper base showing through. Ponderous watch-chain of imitation gold. I judged that he couldn't tell the time by it, for he asked Smythe what time it was, once. He wore a coat which had been gay when it was young, 5 o'clock tea-trousers of a light tint, and marvelously soiled. Yellow mustache, with a dashing upward whirl at the ends. Foxy shoes, imitation patent leather. He was a novelty, an imitation dude. He would have been a real one if he could have afforded it. But he was satisfied with himself. You could see it in his expression, and in all his attitudes and movements. He was living in a dude dreamland where all his squalid shams were genuine, and himself a sincerity. It disarmed criticism, it mollified spite, to see him so enjoy his imitation languors, and arts, and airs, and his studied daintinesses of gesture and misbegotten refinements. It was plain to me that he was imagining himself the Prince of Wales, and was doing everything the way he thought the prince would do it. For bringing his 4 valises aboard and stowing them in the nettings, he gave his porter 4 cents, and lightly apologized for the smallness of the gratuity, just with the condescendingest little royal air in the world. He stretched himself out on the front seat and rested his pomatum cake on the middle arm, and stuck his feet out of the window, and began to pose as the prince, and work his dreams and languors for exhibition, and he would indolently watch the blue films curling up from his cigarette, and inhale the stench, and look so grateful, and would flip the ash away with the daintiest gesture, unintentionally displaying his brass ring in the most intentional way. Why, it was as good as being in Marlborough House itself to see him do it so like. There was other scenery in the trip, that of the Hawkesbury River in the National Park region, fine, extraordinarily fine, with spacious views of stream and lake imposingly framed in woody hills, and every now and then the noblest groupings of mountains and the most enchanting rearrangements of the water effects. Further along, green flats, thinly covered with gum forests, with here and there the huts and cabins of small farmers engaged in raising children. Still further along, arid stretches, lifeless and melancholy. Then Newcastle, a rushing town, capital of the rich coal regions. Approaching Scone, wide farming and grazing levels, with pretty frequent glimpses of a troublesome plant, a particularly devilish little prickly pear, daily damned in the orisons of the agriculturist, imported by a lady of sentiment, and contributed gratis to the colony. Blazing hot all day. December 20, back to Sydney, blazing hot again. From the newspaper and from the map I have made a collection of curious names of Australasian towns, with the idea of making a poem out of them. Tumut, Taki, Murriwalumba, Bowral, Ballarat, Mulungudgery, Murrurundi, Wagga Wagga, Wyalong, Murrumbidgee, Goomera, Walloway, Wangaree, Wanilla, Warra, Kapia, Yankalilla, Yaranyaka, Yakamurundi, Kaiwaka, Coomera, Taranga, Geelong, Tongariro, Kaikoura, Wakatipu, Ohippara, Whitepinga, Goolwa, Manapara, Nankita, Maipunga, Kapunda, Kuringa, Penola, Nangwari, Kangurong, Komom, Kuluwurti, Kilanula, Naracoort, Mullawarti, Binham, Wallaroo, Warrega, Mundura, Hauraki, Rangariri, Tiwamut, Taranaki, Toowoomba, Goondiwindi, Jarildari, Wangaroa, Wollongong, Woolloomooloo, Bombala, Coolgardie, Bendigo, Coonamble, Cootamundra, Woolgoolga, Mittagong, Jambira, Kondoparinga, Quitpa, Tunkila, Okaparinga, Talunga, Yatala, Parawira, Mururu, Wangira, Woolundunga, Boolaroo, Pernati, Parramatta, Taroom, Narrandera, Deniliquin, Kawakawa. It may be best to build the poem now, and make the weather help. A sweltering day in Australia, to be read soft and low, with the lights turned down. The bumbala faints in the hot-barreled tree, where fierce Mulungudgery, smothering fires far from the breezes of Coolgardie, burn ghastly and blue as the day expires. And Murriwalumba complaineth in song for the garlanded bowers of Woolloomulu, and the Ballarat fly, and the lone Woolagong. They dream of the gardens of Jambira. The wallaby sighs for the Murrumbidgee, for the velvety sod of the Munopara, where the waters of healing from Mullawarti flow dim in the gloaming by Yaranyaka. The Kapia sorrows for lost Walloway, and sigheth in secret for Murrurundi. The Wangaroo Wombat lamenteth the day that made him an exile from Jarildari. The Tiwamut Tumut from Wirraga's glade, the Nankita swallow, the Wallaroo swan, they long for the peace of the Timmera shade, and thy balmy soft airs, O sweet Mittagong. The Coringa buffalo pants in the sun, the Kondoparinga lies gaping for breath, the Congarong Camon to the shadow has won, but the Coomeroo sinks in the slumber of death. In the weltering hell of the Mururu plain, the Yatala Wangari withers and dies, and the Warro Wanilla, demented with pain, to the Woolgulga woodlands despairingly flies. Sweet Nangwari's desolate Coonamble wails, and the Tunkila Quito in sables is dressed, for the Wangari winds fall asleep in the sails, and the Boolaroo life-breeze is dead in the west. My Pongo, Kapunda, O slumber no more, Yankalilla, Parawiri, be warned there's death in the air. Killanoola, wherefore shall the prayer of Penola be scorned? Cootamundra, and Taki, and Wakatipu, Toowoomba, Kaikoura are lost from Onkaparinga to far Oamaru, all burn in this hell's holocaust. Parramatta and Binham are gone to their rest in the vale of Tapani Taroom. Kawakawa, Deniliquin, all that was best in the earth are but graves and a tomb. Narrandera mourns, Cameron answers not when the roll of the scatheless we cry. Tongariro, Goondiwindi, Woolundunga, the spot is mute and forlorn where ye lie. Those are good words for poetry, among the best I have ever seen. There are 81 in the list. I did not need them all, but I have knocked down 66 of them, which is a good bag, it seems to me, for a person not in the business. Perhaps a poet laureate could do better, but a poet laureate gets wages, and that is different. When I write poetry, I do not get any wages. Often I lose money by it. The best word in that list, and the most musical and gurgly, is Woolloomooloo. It is a place near Sydney, and is a favorite pleasure resort. It has 8 O's in it. End of chapter 36. This is chapter 37 of Following the Equator. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Following the Equator by Mark Twain, chapter 37. From Sydney for Ceylon, a Lascar crew, a fine ship, 3 cats and a basket of kittens, dinner conversations, Veuve Clicquot wine, at anchor in King George's Sound, Albany Harbor, more cats, a vulture on board, nearing the Equator again, dressing for dinner, Ceylon Hotel, Bristol, servant Brampy, a feminine man, Japanese jinrickshaw or cart, scenes in Ceylon, a missionary school, insincerity of clothes. To succeed in the other trades, capacity must be shown. In the law, concealment of it will do. Pudd'nhead Wilson's New Calendar. Monday, December 23, 1895. Sailed from Sydney for Ceylon in the P&O steamer Oceana. A Lascar crew mans this ship, the first I have seen. White cotton petticoat and pants, barefoot, red shawl for belt, straw cap, brimless, on head, with red scarf wound around it. Complexion a rich dark brown, short straight black hair, whiskers fine and silky, lustrous and intensely black. Mild, good faces, willing and obedient people, capable too, but are said to go into hopeless panics when there is danger. They are from Bombay and the coast thereabouts. Left some of the trunks in Sydney to be shipped to South Africa by a vessel advertised to sail 3 months hence. The proverb says, "Separate not yourself from your baggage." This Oceana is a stately big ship, luxuriously appointed. She has spacious promenade decks, large rooms, a surpassingly comfortable ship. The officers' library is well selected. A ship's library is not usually that. For meals, the bugle call, man-of-war fashion, a pleasant change from the terrible gong. 3 big cats, very friendly loafers. They wander all over the ship. The white one follows the chief steward around like a dog. There is also a basket of kittens. One of these cats goes ashore in port, in England, Australia, and India, to see how his various families are getting along, and is seen no more till the ship is ready to sail. No one knows how he finds out the sailing date, but no doubt he comes down to the dock every day and takes a look, and when he sees baggage and passengers flocking in, recognizes that it is time to get aboard. This is what the sailors believe. The chief engineer has been in the China and India trade 33 years, and has had but 3 Christmases at home in that time. Conversational items at dinner: mocha, sold all over the world. It is not true. In fact, very few foreigners except the Emperor of Russia have ever seen a grain of it, or ever will while they live. Another man said, "There is no sale in Australia for Australian wine, but it goes to France and comes back with a French label on it, and then they buy it." I have heard that the most of the French-labeled claret in New York is made in California, and I remember what Professor S. told me once about Veuve Clicquot, if that was the wine, and I think it was. He was the guest of a great wine merchant whose town was quite near that vineyard, and this merchant asked him if very much V.C. was drunk in America. "Oh, yes," said S., "a great abundance of it." "Is it easy to be had?" "Oh, yes, easy as water. All first and second class hotels have it." "What do you pay for it?" "It depends on the style of the hotel, from 15 to 25 francs a bottle." "Oh, fortunate country! Why, it's worth 100 francs right here on the ground." "No!" "Yes." "Do you mean that we are drinking a bogus Veuve Clicquot over there?" "Yes, and there was never a bottle of the genuine in America since Columbus's time. That wine all comes from a little bit of a patch of ground which isn't big enough to raise many bottles, and all of it that is produced goes every year to one person, the Emperor of Russia. He takes the whole crop in advance, be it big or little. January 4, 1896. Christmas in Melbourne, New Year's Day in Adelaide, and saw most of the friends again in both places. Lying here at anchor all day, Albany, King George's Sound, Western Australia. It is a perfectly landlocked harbor, or roadstead, spacious to look at, but not deep water. Desolate-looking rocks and scarred hills. Plenty of ships arriving now, rushing to the new gold fields. The papers are full of wonderful tales of the sort always to be heard in connection with new gold diggings. A sample: a youth staked out a claim and tried to sell half for £5. No takers. He stuck to it 14 days, starving, then struck it rich and sold out for £10,000. About sunset, strong breeze blowing, got up the anchor. We were in a small deep puddle, with a narrow channel leading out of it, minutely buoyed, to the sea. I stayed on deck to see how we were going to manage it with such a big ship and such a strong wind. On the bridge our giant captain, in uniform. At his side a little pilot in elaborately gold-laced uniform. On the forecastle a white mate and quartermaster or two, and a brilliant crowd of lascars standing by for business. Our stern was pointing straight at the head of the channel, so we must turn entirely around in the puddle, and the wind blowing as described. It was done, and beautifully. It was done by help of a jib. We stirred up much mud, but did not touch the bottom. We turned right around in our tracks, a seeming impossibility. We had several casts of quarterless, 5, and one cast of half 4, 27 feet. We were drawing 26 astern. By the time we were entirely around and pointed, the first buoy was not more than 100 yards in front of us. It was a fine piece of work, and I was the only passenger that saw it. However, the others got their dinner. The P&O Company got mine. More cats developed. Smythe says it is a British law that they must be carried, and he instanced a case of a ship not allowed to sail till she sent for a couple. The bill came, too. Debtor to 2 cats, 20 shillings. News comes that within this week Siam has acknowledged herself to be, in effect, a French province. It seems plain that all savage and semi-civilized countries are going to be grabbed. A vulture on board. Bald, red, queer-shaped head, featherless red places here and there on his body, intense great black eyes set in featherless rims of inflamed flesh. Dissipated look, a businesslike style, a selfish, conscienceless, murderous aspect, the very look of a professional assassin, and yet a bird which does no murder. What was the use of getting him up in that tragic style for so innocent a trade as his? For this one isn't the sort that wars upon the living. His diet is offal, and the more out of date it is, the better he likes it. Nature should give him a suit of rusty black, then he would be all right, for he would look like an undertaker and would harmonize with his business, whereas the way he is now, he is horribly out of true. January 5. At 9 this morning we passed Cape Leeuwin, Lioness, and ceased from our long due west course along the southern shore of Australia. Turning this extreme southwestern corner, we now take a long straight slant nearly northwest without a break for Ceylon. As we speed northward it will grow hotter very fast, but it isn't chilly now. The vulture is from the public menagerie at Adelaide, a great and interesting collection. It was there that we saw the baby tiger solemnly spreading its mouth and trying to roar like its majestic mother. It swaggered, scowling, back and forth on its short legs, just as it had seen her do on her long ones, and now and then snarling viciously, exposing its teeth, with a threatening lift of its upper lip and bristling mustache. And when it thought it was impressing the visitors, it would spread its mouth wide and do that screechy cry which it meant for a roar, but which did not deceive. It took itself quite seriously and was lovably comical. And there was a hyena, an ugly creature, as ugly as the tiger kitty was pretty. It repeatedly arched its back and delivered itself of such a human cry, a startling resemblance, a cry which was just that of a grown person badly hurt. In the dark one would assuredly go to its assistance, and be disappointed. Many friends of Australasian Federation on board. They feel sure that the good day is not far off now. But there seems to be a party that would go further, have Australasia cut loose from the British Empire and set up housekeeping on her own hook. It seems an unwise idea. They point to the United States, but it seems to me that the cases lack a good deal of being alike. Australasia governs herself wholly, there is no interference, and her commerce and manufactures are not oppressed in any way. If our case had been the same, we should not have gone out when we did. January 13. Unspeakably hot. The equator is arriving again. We are within 8 degrees of it. Ceylon present. Dear me, it is beautiful, and most sumptuously tropical as to character of foliage and opulence of it. What though the spicy breezes blow soft o'er Ceylon's isle? An eloquent line, an incomparable line. It says little, but conveys whole libraries of sentiment, and oriental charm and mystery, and tropic deliciousness. A line that quivers and tingles with 1,000 unexpressed and inexpressible things, things that haunt one and find no articulate voice. Colombo, the capital, an oriental town, most manifestly, and fascinating. In this palatial ship the passengers dress for dinner. The ladies' toilettes make a fine display of color, and this is in keeping with the elegance of the vessel's furnishings and the flooding brilliancies of the electric light. On the stormy Atlantic one never sees a man in evening dress, except at the rarest intervals, and then there is only one, not two, and he shows up but once on the voyage, the night before the ship makes port, the night when they have the concert and do the amateur wailings and recitations. He is the tenor, as a rule. There has been a deal of cricket playing on board. It seems a queer game for a ship, but they enclose the promenade deck with nettings and keep the ball from flying overboard, and the sport goes very well and is properly violent and exciting. We must part from this vessel here. January 14. Hotel Bristol. Servant, Brompy. Alert, gentle, smiling, winning young brown creature as ever was. Beautiful shining black hair combed back like a woman's, and knotted at the back of his head. Tortoise-shell comb in it, sign that he is a Cingalese. Slender, shapely form. Jacket. Under it is a beltless and flowing white cotton gown, from neck straight to heel. He and his outfit quite unmasculine. It was an embarrassment to undress before him. We drove to the market, using the Japanese jinriksha, our first acquaintanceship with it. It is a light cart, with a native to draw it. He makes good speed for half an hour, but it is hard work for him. He is too slight for it. After the half hour there is no more pleasure for you. Your attention is all on the man, just as it would be on a tired horse, and necessarily your sympathy is there too. There's a plenty of these rickshaws, and the tariff is incredibly cheap. I was in Cairo years ago. That was Oriental, but there was a lack. When you are in Florida or New Orleans, you are in the South. That is granted. But you are not in the South. You are in a modified South, a tempered South. Cairo was a tempered Orient, an Orient with an indefinite something wanting. That feeling was not present in Ceylon. Ceylon was Oriental in the last measure of completeness, utterly Oriental, also utterly tropical, and indeed to one's unreasoning spiritual sense the two things belong together. All the requisites were present. The costumes were right, the black and brown exposures, unconscious of immodesty, were right. The juggler was there, with his basket, his snakes, his mongoose, and his arrangements for growing a tree from seed to foliage and ripe fruitage before one's eyes. In sight were plants and flowers familiar to one on books, but in no other way. Celebrated, desirable, strange, but in production restricted to the hot belt of the equator. And out a little way in the country were the proper deadly snakes, and fierce beasts of prey, and the wild elephant and the monkey. And there was that swoon in the air which one associates with the tropics, and that smother of heat heavy with odors of unknown flowers, and that sudden invasion of purple gloom fissured with lightnings. Then the tumult of crashing thunder, and the downpour, and presently all sunny and smiling again. All these things were there, the conditions were complete, nothing was lacking. And away off in the deeps of the jungle and in the remoteness of the mountains were the ruined cities and moldering temples, mysterious relics of the pomps of a forgotten time and a vanished race. And this was as it should be also, for nothing is quite satisfyingly Oriental that lacks the somber and impressive qualities of mystery and antiquity. The drive through the town, and out to the Galle Face by the seashore, what a dream it was of tropical splendors of bloom and blossom, and Oriental conflagrations of costume! The walking groups of men, women, boys, girls, babies, each individual was a flame, each group a house afire for color. And such stunning colors, such intensely vivid colors, such rich and exquisite minglings and fusings of rainbows and lightnings! And all harmonious, all in perfect taste. Never a discordant note. Never a color on any person swearing at another color on him, or failing to harmonize faultlessly with the colors of any group the wearer might join. The stuffs were silk, thin, soft, delicate, clinging. And as a rule, each piece a solid color, a splendid green, a splendid blue, a splendid yellow, a splendid purple, a splendid ruby, deep and rich with smoldering fires. They swept continuously by in crowds and legions and multitudes, glowing, flashing, burning, radiant, and every 5 seconds came a burst of blinding red that made a body catch his breath, and filled his heart with joy. And then the unimaginable grace of those costumes! Sometimes a woman's whole dress was but a scarf wound about her person and her head. Sometimes a man's was but a turban and a careless rag or two, in both cases generous areas of polished dark skin showing. But always the arrangement compelled the homage of the eye, and made the heart sing for gladness. I can see it to this day, that radiant panorama, that wilderness of rich color, that incomparable dissolving view of harmonious tints, and lithe, half-covered forms, and beautiful brown faces, and gracious and graceful gestures and attitudes and movements, free, unstudied, barren of stiffness and restraint, and— Just then, into this dream of fairyland and paradise, a grating dissonance was injected. Out of a missionary school came marching, 2 and 2, 16 prim and pious little Christian black girls, Europeanly clothed, dressed to the last detail as they would have been dressed on a summer Sunday in an English or American village. Those clothes, oh, they were unspeakably ugly. Ugly, barbarous, destitute of taste, destitute of grace, repulsive as a shroud. I looked at my women-folks' clothes, just full-grown duplicates of the outrages disguising those poor little abused creatures, and was ashamed to be seen in the street with them. Then I looked at my own clothes, and was ashamed to be seen in the street with myself. However, we must put up with our clothes as they are. They have their reason for existing. They are on us to expose us, to advertise what we wear them to conceal. They are a sign of insincerity, a sign of suppressed vanity, a pretense that we despise gorgeous colors and the graces of harmony and form. And we put them on to propagate that lie and back it up. But we do not deceive our neighbor, and when we step into Ceylon we realize that we have not even deceived ourselves. We do love brilliant colors and graceful costumes, and at home we will turn out in a storm to see them when the procession goes by, and envy the wearers. We go to the theater to look at them and grieve that we can't be clothed like that. We go to the King's ball, when we get a chance, and are glad of a sight of the splendid uniforms and the glittering orders. When we are granted permission to attend an imperial drawing-room, we shut ourselves up in private and parade around in the theatrical court-dress by the hour, and admire ourselves in the glass, and are utterly happy, and every member of every governor's staff in democratic America does the same with his grand new uniform, and if he is not watched he will get himself photographed in it, too. When I see the Lord Mayor's footmen I am dissatisfied with my lot. Yes, our clothes are a lie, and have been nothing short of that these 100 years. They are insincere, they are the ugly and appropriate outward exposure of an inward sham and a moral decay. The last little brown boy I chanced to notice in the crowds and swarms of Colombo had nothing on but a twine string around his waist, but in my memory the frank honesty of his costume still stands out in pleasant contrast with the odious flummery in which the little Sunday-school dowdies were masquerading. End of chapter 37. This is chapter 38 of Following the Equator. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Following the Equator by Mark Twain, chapter 38. Steamer Rosetta to Bombay. Limes 14 cents a barrel. Bombay, a bewitching city. Descriptions of people and dress. Woman as a road decoration. India, the land of dreams and romance. 14 porters to carry baggage. Correcting a servant. Killing a slave. Arranging a bedroom. 3 hours' work and a terrible racket. The bird of birds, the Indian crow. Prosperity is the best protector of principle. Pudd'nhead Wilson's New Calendar. Evening, 14th. Sailed in the Rosetta. This is a poor old ship and ought to be insured and sunk. As in the Oceana, just so here, everybody dresses for dinner. They make it a sort of pious duty. These fine and formal costumes are a rather conspicuous contrast to the poverty and shabbiness of the surroundings. If you want a slice of a lime at 4 o'clock tea, you must sign an order on the bar. Limes cost 14 cents a barrel. January 18th. We have been running up the Arabian Sea latterly, closing up on Bombay now, and due to arrive this evening. January 20th. Bombay, a bewitching place, a bewildering place, an enchanting place. The Arabian Nights come again? It is a vast city, contains about 1,000,000 inhabitants. Natives they are, with a slight sprinkling of white people, not enough to have the slightest modifying effect upon the mass dark complexion of the public. It is winter here, yet the weather is the divine weather of June, and the foliage is the fresh and heavenly foliage of June. There is a rank of noble great shade-trees across the way from the hotel, and under them sit groups of picturesque natives of both sexes, and the juggler in his turban is there with his snakes and his magic, and all day long the cabs and the multitudinous varieties of costumes flock by. It does not seem as if one could ever get tired of watching this moving show, this shining and shifting spectacle. In the great bazaar the pack and jam of natives was marvelous, the sea of rich-colored turbans and draperies an inspiring sight, and the quaint and showy Indian architecture was just the right setting for it. Towards sunset another show. This is the drive around the seashore to Malabar Point, where Lord Sandhurst, the governor of the Bombay Presidency, lives. Parsee palaces all along the first part of the drive, and past them all the world is driving. The private carriages of wealthy Englishmen and natives of rank are manned by a driver and 3 footmen in stunning Oriental liveries, 2 of these turbaned statues standing up behind, as fine as monuments. Sometimes even the public carriages have this superabundant crew, slightly modified, one to drive, one to sit by and see it done, and one to stand up behind and yell when there is anybody in the way, and for practice when there isn't. It all helps to keep up the liveliness and augment the general sense of swiftness and energy and confusion and powwow. In the region of Scandal Point, felicitous name, where there are handy rocks to sit on and a noble view of the sea on the one hand, and on the other the passing and repassing whirl and tumult of gay carriages, are great groups of comfortably off Parsee women, perfect flower-beds of brilliant color, a fascinating spectacle. Tramp, Tramping along the road in singles, couples, groups, and gangs, you have the working man and the working woman, but not clothed like ours. Usually the man is a nobly built great athlete, with not a rag on but his loin handkerchief, his color a deep dark brown, his skin satin, his rounded muscles knobbing it as if it had eggs under it. Usually the woman is a slender and shapely creature, as erect as a lightning rod, and she has but one thing on, a bright-colored piece of stuff which is wound about her head and her body down nearly half-way to her knees, and which clings like her own skin. Her legs and feet are bare, and so are her arms, except for her fanciful bunches of loose silver rings on her ankles and on her arms. She has jewelry bunched on the side of her nose also, and showy clusterings on her toes. When she undresses for bed she takes off her jewelry, I suppose. If she took off anything more she would catch cold. As a rule she has a large, shiny brass water-jar of graceful shape on her head, and one of her naked arms curves up and the hand holds it there. She is so straight, so erect, and she steps with such style and such easy grace and dignity. And her curved arm and her brazen jar are such a help to the picture. Indeed, our working women cannot begin with her as a road decoration. It is all color, bewitching color, enchanting color, everywhere all around, all the way around the curving great opaline bay clear to Government House, where the turbaned big native Chuprasis stand grouped in state at the door in their robes of fiery red, and do most properly and stunningly finish up the splendid show and make it theatrically complete. I wish I were a Chuprasi. This is indeed India, the land of dreams and romance, of fabulous wealth and fabulous poverty, of splendor and rags, of palaces and hovels, of famine and pestilence, of genii and giants and Aladdin lamps, of tigers and elephants, the cobra and the jungle, the country of 100 nations and 100 tongues, of 1,000 religions and 2,000,000 gods, cradle of the human race, birthplace of human speech, mother of history, grandmother of legend, great-grandmother of tradition, whose yesterdays bear date with the moldering antiquities of the rest of the nations. The one sole country under the sun that is endowed with an imperishable interest for alien prince and alien peasant, for lettered and ignorant, wise and fool, rich and poor, bond and free, the one land that all men desire to see, and having seen once, by even a glimpse, would not give that glimpse for the shows of all the rest of the globe combined. Even now, after the lapse of a year, the delirium of those days in Bombay has not left me, and I hope never will. It was all new, no detail of it hackneyed. And India did not wait for morning, it began at the hotel straightway. The lobbies and halls were full of turbaned and fezzed and embroidered, capped and barefooted and cotton-clad dark natives, some of them rushing about, others at rest squatting, or sitting on the ground, some of them chattering with energy, others still and dreamy. In the dining-room every man's own private native servant standing behind his chair, and dressed for a part in the Arabian Nights. Our rooms were high up on the front. A white man, he was a burly German, went up with us and brought 3 natives along to see to arranging things. About 14 others followed in procession with the hand-baggage. Each carried an article, and only one, a bag, in some cases, in other cases less. One strong native carried my overcoat, another a parasol, another a box of cigars, another a novel, and the last man in the procession had no load but a fan. It was all done with earnestness and sincerity. There was not a smile in the procession from the head of it to the tail of it. Each man waited patiently, tranquilly, in no sort of hurry, till one of us found time to give him a copper. Then he bent his head reverently, touched his forehead with his fingers, and went his way. They seemed a soft and gentle race, and there was something both winning and touching about their demeanor. There was a vast glazed door which opened upon the balcony. It needed closing, or cleaning, or something, and a native got down on his knees and went to work at it. He seemed to be doing it well enough, but perhaps he wasn't, for the burly German put on a look that betrayed dissatisfaction, then without explaining what was wrong, gave the native a brisk cuff on the jaw, and then told him where the defect was. It seemed such a shame to do that before us all. The native took it with meekness, saying nothing, and not showing in his face or manner any resentment. I had not seen the like of this for 50 years. It carried me back to my boyhood, and flashed upon me the forgotten fact that this was the usual way of explaining one's desires to a slave. I was able to remember that the method seemed right and natural to me in those days, I being born to it and unaware that elsewhere there were other methods. But I was also able to remember that those unresented cuffings made me sorry for the victim and ashamed for the punisher. My father was a refined and kindly gentleman, very grave, rather austere, of rigid probity, a sternly just and upright man, albeit he attended no church and never spoke of religious matters, and had no part nor lot in the pious joys of his Presbyterian family, nor ever seemed to suffer from this deprivation. He laid his hand upon me in punishment only twice in his life, and then not heavily. Once for telling him a lie, which surprised me and showed me how unsuspicious he was, for that was not my maiden effort. He punished me those 2 times only, and never any other member of the family at all. Yet every now and then he cuffed our harmless slave boy, Lewis, for trifling little blunders and awkwardnesses. My father had passed his life among the slaves from his cradle up, and his cuffings proceeded from the custom of the time, not from his nature. When I was 10 years old, I saw a man fling a lump of iron ore at a slave man in anger for merely doing something awkwardly, as if that were a crime. It bounded from the man's skull, and the man fell and never spoke again. He was dead in an hour. I knew the man had a right to kill his slave if he wanted to, and yet it seemed a pitiful thing and somehow wrong, though why wrong I was not deep enough to explain if I had been asked to do it. Nobody in the village approved of that murder, but of course no one said much about it. It is curious, the space-annihilating power of thought. For just 1 second all that goes to make the me in me was in a Missourian village, on the other side of the globe, vividly seeing again these forgotten pictures of 50 years ago, and wholly unconscious of all things but just those, and in the next second I was back in Bombay, and that kneeling native's smitten cheek was not done tingling yet. Back to boyhood 50 years, back to age again another 50, and a flight equal to the circumference of the globe, all in 2 seconds by the watch. Some natives, I don't remember how many, went into my bedroom now and put things to rights and arranged the mosquito bar, and I went to bed to nurse my cough. It was about 9 in the evening. What a state of things! For 3 hours the yelling and shouting of natives in the hall continued, along with the velvety patter of their swift bare feet. What a racket it was! They were yelling orders and messages down 3 flights. Why, in the matter of noise, it amounted to a riot, an insurrection, a revolution. And then there were other noises mixed up with these, and at intervals tremendously accenting them. Roofs falling in, I judged, windows smashing, persons being murdered, crows squawking and deriding and cursing, canaries screeching, monkeys jabbering, macaws blaspheming, and every now and then fiendish bursts of laughter and explosions of dynamite. By midnight I had suffered all the different kinds of shocks there are, and knew that I could never more be disturbed by them, either isolated or in combination. Then came peace, stillness deep and solemn, and lasted till 5. Then it all broke loose again. And who restarted it? The bird of birds, the Indian crow. I came to know him well, by and by, and be infatuated with him. I suppose he is the hardest lot that wears feathers. Yes, and the cheerfulest, and the best satisfied with himself. He never arrived at what he is by any careless process, or any sudden one. He is a work of art, and art is long. He is the product of immemorial ages, and of deep calculation. One can't make a bird like that in a day. He has been reincarnated more times than Shiva, and he has kept a sample of each incarnation and fused it into his constitution. In the course of his evolutionary promotions, his sublime march toward ultimate perfection, he has been a gambler, a low comedian, a dissolute priest, a fussy woman, a blackguard, a scoffer, a liar, a thief, a spy, an informer, a trading politician, a swindler, a professional hypocrite, a patriot for cash, a reformer, a lecturer, a lawyer, a conspirator, a rebel, a royalist, a democrat, a practicer and propagator of irreverence, a meddler, an intruder, a busybody, an infidel, and a wallower in sin for the mere love of it. The strange result, the incredible result, of this patient accumulation of all damnable traits is, that he does not know what care is, he does not know what sorrow is, he does not know what remorse is. His life is one long thundering ecstasy of happiness, and he will go to his death untroubled, knowing that he will soon turn up again as an author or something, and be even more intolerably capable and comfortable than ever he was before. In his straddling wide forward step, and his springy sidewise series of hops, and his impudent air, and his cunning way of canting his head to one side upon occasion, he reminds one of the American blackbird, but the sharp resemblances stop there. He is much bigger than the blackbird, and he lacks the blackbird's trim and slender and beautiful build and shapely beak. And, of course, his sober garb of gray and rusty black is a poor and humble thing compared with the splendid luster of the blackbird's metallic sables and shifting and flashing bronze glories. The blackbird is a perfect gentleman, in deportment and attire, and is not noisy, I believe, except when holding religious services and political conventions in a tree. But this Indian sham Quaker is just a rowdy, and is always noisy when awake, always chaffing, scolding, scoffing, laughing, ripping, and cursing, and carrying on about something or other. I never saw such a bird for delivering opinions. Nothing escapes him. He notices everything that happens, and brings out his opinion about it, particularly if it is a matter that is none of his business. And it is never a mild opinion, but always violent and profane. The presence of ladies does not affect him. His opinions are not the outcome of reflection, for he never thinks about anything, but heaves out the opinion that is on top in his mind, and which is often an opinion about some quite different thing, and does not fit the case. But that is his way. His main idea is to get out an opinion, and if he stopped to think, he would lose chances. I suppose he has no enemies among men. The whites and Mohammedans never seem to molest him, and the Hindus, because of their religion, never take the life of any creature, but spare even the snakes and tigers and fleas and rats. If I sat on one end of the balcony, the crows would gather on the railing at the other end and talk about me, and edge closer, little by little, till I could almost reach them, and they would sit there, in the most unabashed way, and talk about my clothes and my hair and my complexion and probable character and vocation and politics, and how I came to be in India, and what I had been doing, and how many days I had got for it, and how I had happened to go unhanged so long, and when would it probably come off, and might there be more of my sort where I came from, and when would they be hanged, and so on, until I could not longer endure the embarrassment of it. Then I would shoo them away, and they would circle around in the air a little while, laughing and deriding and mocking, and presently settle on the rail and do it all over again. They were very sociable when there was anything to eat, oppressively so. With a little encouragement they would come in and light on a table and help me eat my breakfast, and once, when I was in the other room and they found themselves alone, they carried off everything they could lift, and they were particular to choose things which they could make no use of after they got them. In India their number is beyond estimate, and their noise is in proportion. I suppose they cost the country more than the government does. Yet that is not a light matter. Still they pay. Their company pays. It would sadden the land to take their cheerful voice out of it. End of chapter 38. This is chapter 39 of Following the Equator. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Following the Equator by Mark Twain, chapter 39. God Vishnu, 108 names. Change of titles or hunting for an heir. Bombay as a kaleidoscope. The native's manservant. Servant's recommendations. How Manuel got his name and his English. Satan. A visit from God. By trying, we can easily learn to endure adversity. Another man's, I mean. Pudd'nhead Wilson's New Calendar. You soon find your long-ago dreams of India rising in a sort of vague and luscious moonlight above the horizon rim of your opaque consciousness, and softly lighting up 1,000 forgotten details which were parts of a vision that had once been vivid to you when you were a boy and steeped your spirit in tales of the East. The barbaric gorgeousnesses, for instance, and the princely titles, the sumptuous titles, the sounding titles, how good they taste in the mouth. The Nizam of Hyderabad, the Maharaja of Travancore, the Nabob of Jubalpur, the Begum of Bhopal, the Nawab of Mysore, the Rani of Gulnare, the Akund of Swats, the Rao of Rohilkund, the Gaikwar of Baroda. Indeed, it is a country that runs richly to name. The great god Vishnu has 108, 108 special ones, 108 peculiarly holy ones, names just for Sunday use only. I learned the whole of Vishnu's 108 by heart once, but they wouldn't stay. I don't remember any of them now, but John W. And the romances connected with those princely native houses, to this day they are always turning up, just as in the old times. They were sweating out a romance in an English court in Bombay a while before we were there. In this case a native prince, 16½ years old, who has been enjoying his titles and dignities and estates unmolested for 14 years, is suddenly haled into court on the charge that he is rightfully no prince at all, but a pauper peasant, that the real prince died when 2½ years old, that the death was concealed and a peasant child smuggled into the royal cradle, and that this present incumbent was that smuggled substitute. This is the very material that so many Oriental tales have been made of. The case of that great prince, the Gaikwar of Baroda, is a reversal of the theme. When that throne fell vacant, no heir could be found for some time, but at last one was found in the person of a peasant child who was making mud pies in a village street, and having an innocent good time. But his pedigree was straight. He was the true prince, and he has reigned ever since, with none to dispute his right. Lately there was another hunt for an heir to another princely house, and one was found who was circumstanced about as the Gaikwar had been. His fathers were traced back in humble life along a branch of the ancestral tree to the point where it joined the stem 14 generations ago, and his heirship was thereby squarely established. The tracing was done by means of the records of one of the great Hindu shrines, where princes on pilgrimage record their names and the date of their visit. This is to keep the prince's religious account straight and his spiritual person safe. But the record has the added value of keeping the pedigree authentic, too. When I think of Bombay now, at this distance of time, I seem to have a kaleidoscope at my eye, and I hear the clash of the glass bits as the splendid figures change and fall apart and flash into new forms, figure after figure, and with the birth of each new form I feel my skin crinkle and my nerve-web tingle with a new thrill of wonder and delight. These remembered pictures float past me in a sequence of contracts, following the same order always, and always whirling by and disappearing with the swiftness of a dream, leaving me with the sense that the actuality was the experience of an hour at most, whereas it really covered days, I think. The series begins with the hiring of a bearer, native manservant, a person who should be selected with some care, because as long as he is in your employ he will be about as near to you as your clothes. In India your day may be said to begin with the bearer's knock on the bedroom door, accompanied by a formula of words, a formula which is intended to mean that the bath is ready. It doesn't really seem to mean anything at all, but that is because you are not used to bearer English. You will presently understand. Where he gets his English is his own secret. There is nothing like it elsewhere in the earth, or even in paradise, perhaps, but the other place is probably full of it. You hire him as soon as you touch Indian soil, for no matter what your sex is, You cannot do without him. He is messenger, valet, chambermaid, table-waiter, lady's maid, courier. He is everything. He carries a coarse linen clothes-bag and a quilt. He sleeps on the stone floor outside your chamber door, and gets his meals you do not know where nor when. You only know that he is not fed on the premises, either when you are in a hotel or when you are a guest in a private house. His wages are large, from an Indian point of view, and he feeds and clothes himself out of them. We had 3 of him in 2½ months. The first one's rate was 30 rupees a month, and that is to say 27 cents a day. The rate of the others, Rs. 40 rupees a month. A princely sum, for the native switchman on a railway and the native servant in a private family get only Rs. 7 per month, and the farmhand only 4. The 2 former feed and clothe themselves and their families on their $1.90 per month, but I cannot believe that the farmhand has to feed himself on his $1.08. I think the farm probably feeds him, and that the whole of his wages except a trifle for the priest go to the support of his family. That is, to the feeding of his family, for they live in a mud hut, hand-made, and doubtless rent-free, and they wear no clothes, at least nothing more than a rag, and not much of a rag at that, in the case of the males. However, these are handsome times for the farm-hand. He was not always the child of luxury that he is now. The Chief Commissioner of the Central Provinces, in a recent official utterance wherein he was rebuking a native deputation for complaining of hard times, reminded them that they could easily remember when a farm-hand's wages were only half a rupee former value a month, that is to say, less than a cent a day, nearly $2.90 a year. If such a wage-earner had a good deal of a family, and they all have that, for God is very good to these poor natives in some ways, he would save a profit of 15 cents, clean and clear, out of his year's toil. I mean a frugal, thrifty person would, not one given to display and ostentation. And if he owed $13.50 and took good care of his health, he could pay it off in 90 years. Then he could hold up his head and look his creditors in the face again. Think of these facts and what they mean. India does not consist of cities. There are no cities in India to speak of. Its stupendous population consists of farm laborers. India is one vast farm, one almost interminable stretch of fields with mud fences between. Think of the above facts, and consider what an incredible aggregate of poverty they place before you. The first bearer that applied waited below and sent up his recommendations. That was the first morning in Bombay. We read them over, carefully, cautiously, thoughtfully. There was not a fault to find with them, except one: they were all from Americans. Is that a slur? If it is a deserved one. In my experience, an American's recommendation of a servant is not usually valuable. We are too good-natured a race. We hate to say the unpleasant thing. We shrink from speaking the unkind truth about a poor fellow whose bread depends upon our verdict. So we speak of his good points only, thus not scrupling to tell a lie, a silent lie, for in not mentioning his bad ones we as good as say he hasn't any. The only difference that I know of between a silent lie and a spoken one is that the silent lie is a less respectable one than the other, and it can deceive, whereas the other can't, as a rule. We not only tell the silent lie as to a servant's fault, but we sin in another way. We overpraise his merits, for when it comes to writing recommendations of servants we are a nation of gushers, and we have not the Frenchman's excuse. In France you must give the departing servant a good recommendation, and you must conceal his faults. You have no choice. If you mention his faults for the protection of the next candidate for his services, he can sue you for damages, and the court will award them, too. And, moreover, the judge will give you a sharp dressing down from the bench for trying to destroy a poor man's character and rob him of his bread. I do not state this on my own authority. I got it from a French physician of fame and repute, a man who was born in Paris and had practiced there all his life, and he said that he spoke not merely from common knowledge, but from exasperating personal experience. As I was saying, the bearer's recommendations were all from American tourists, and St. Peter would have admitted him to the fields of the blessed on them. I mean, if he is as unfamiliar with our people and our ways as I suppose he is. According to these recommendations, Manuel X was supreme in all the arts connected with his complex trade, and these manifold arts were mentioned and praised in detail. His English was spoken of in terms of warm admiration verging upon rapture. I took pleased note of that, and hoped that some of it might be true. We had to have someone right away, so the family went downstairs and took him a week on trial, then sent him up to me and departed on their affairs. I was shut up in my quarters with a bronchial cough, and glad to have something fresh to look at, something new to play with. Manuel filled the bill. Manuel was very welcome. He was toward 50 years old, tall, slender, with a slight stoop, an artificial stoop, a deferential stoop, a stoop rigidified by long habit, with face of European mold, short hair intensely black, gentle black eyes, timid black eyes, indeed, complexion very dark, nearly black in fact, face smooth-shaven. He was bareheaded and barefooted, and was never otherwise while his week with us lasted. His clothing was European, cheap, flimsy, and showed much wear. He stood before me and inclined his head and body in the pathetic Indian way, touching his forehead with the finger ends of his right hand in salute. I said, "Manuel, you are evidently Indian, but you seem to have a Spanish name, when you put it all together. How is that?" A perplexed look gathered in his face. It was plain that he had not understood, but he didn't let on. He spoke back placidly. "Name Manuel. Yes, master." "I know. But how did you get the name?" "Oh, yes, I suppose. Think happen so. Father same name, not mother." I saw that I must simplify my language and spread my words apart, if I would be understood by this English scholar. "Well, then, how did your father get his name?" "Oh, he," brightening a little, "he Christian Portuguee, live in Goa. I born Goa. Mother not Portuguee. Mother native high caste Brahmin. Kulin Brahmin, highest caste. No other so high caste. I high caste Brahmin too. Christian too, same like father. High caste Christian Brahmin, master. Salvation Army." All this haltingly and with difficulty. Then he had an inspiration and began to pour out a flood of words that I could make nothing of, so I said, "There, don't do that. I can't understand Hindustani." "Not Hindustani, master. English. Always I speaking English sometimes when I talking every day all the time at you." "Very well, stick to that. That is intelligible. It is not up to my hopes, it is not up to the promise of the recommendations. Still it is English, and I understand it. Don't elaborate it. I don't like elaborations when they are crippled by uncertainty of touch." "Master?" "Oh, never mind. It was only a random thought. I didn't expect you to understand it. How did you get your English? Is it an acquirement, or just a gift of God?" After some hesitation, piously, "Yes, he very good. Christian God very good. Hindu God very good, too. 2,000,000 Hindu God. One Christian God. Make 2,000,001. All mine. 2,000,001 God. I got a plenty. Sometime I pray all time at those. Keep it up. Go all time every day. Give something at shrine. All good for me. Make me better man. Good for me. Good for my family. Damn good." Then he had another inspiration, and went rambling off into fervent confusions and incoherencies, and I had to stop him again. I thought we had talked enough, so I told him to go to the bathroom and clean it up and remove the slops. This to get rid of him. He went away, seeming to understand, and got out some of my clothes and began to brush them. I repeated my desire several times, simplifying and resimplifying it, and at last he got the idea. Then he went away and put a coolie at the work, and explained that he would lose caste if he did it himself. It would be pollution, by the law of his caste, and it would cost him a deal of fuss and trouble to purify himself and accomplish his rehabilitation. He said that that kind of work was strictly forbidden to persons of caste, and as strictly restricted to the very bottom layer of Hindu society, the despised Sudra, the toiler, the laborer. He was right, and apparently the poor Sudra has been content with his strange lot, his insulting distinction, for ages and ages, clear back to the beginning of things, so to speak. Buckle says that his name, laborer, is a term of contempt, that it is ordained by the Institutes of Menu, 900 B.C., that if a Sudra sit on a level with his superior, he shall be exiled or branded. Without going into particulars, I will remark that as a rule they wear no clothing that would conceal the brand. M.T. If he speak contemptuously of his superior or insult him, he shall suffer death. If he listen to the reading of the sacred books, he shall have burning oil poured in his ears. If he memorize passages from them, he shall be killed. If he marry his daughter to a Brahmin, the husband shall go to hell for defiling himself by contact with a woman so infinitely his inferior, and that it is forbidden to a Sudra to acquire wealth. The bulk of the population of India, says Buckle, population today 300 million, is the Sudras, the workers, the farmers, the creators of wealth. Manuel was a failure, poor old fellow. His age was against him. He was desperately slow and phenomenally forgetful. When he went 3 blocks on an errand he would be gone 2 hours, and then forget what it was he went for. When he packed a trunk it took him forever, and the trunk's contents were an unimaginable chaos when he got done. He couldn't wait satisfactorily at table, a prime defect, for if you haven't your own servant in an Indian hotel you are likely to have a slow time of it and go away hungry. We couldn't understand his English, he couldn't understand ours, and when we found that he couldn't understand his own, it seemed time for us to part. I had to discharge him. There was no help for it. But I did it as kindly as I could, and as gently. We must part, said I, but I hoped we should meet again in a better world. It was not true, but it was only a little thing to say, and saved his feelings and cost me nothing. But now that he was gone, and was off my mind and heart, my spirits began to rise at once, and I was soon feeling brisk and ready to go out and have adventures. Then his newly hired successor flitted in, touched his forehead, and began to fly around here, there, and everywhere on his velvet feet, and in 5 minutes he had everything in the room shipshape and Bristol fashion, as the sailors say, and was standing at the salute waiting for orders. Dear me, what a rustler he was after the slumberous way of Manuel, poor old slug! All my heart, all my affection, all my admiration went out spontaneously to this frisky little forked black thing, this compact and compressed incarnation of energy and force and promptness and celerity and confidence, this smart, smiley, engaging, shiny-eyed little devil, feruled on his upper end by a gleaming fire-coal of a fez with a red-hot tassel dangling from it. I said, with deep satisfaction, "You'll suit. What is your name?" He reeled it mellowly off. "Let me see if I can make a selection out of it, for business uses, I mean. We will keep the rest for Sundays. Give it to me in installments." He did it. But there did not seem to be any short ones, except Musa, which suggested mouse. It was out of character. It was too soft, too quiet, too conservative. It didn't fit his splendid style. I considered, and said, "Musa is short enough, but I don't quite like it. It seems colorless, inharmonious, inadequate, and I am sensitive to such things. How do you think Satan would do?" "Yes, master, Satan do wow good." It was his way of saying very good. There was a rap at the door. Satan covered the ground with a single skip. There was a word or two of Hindustani, then he disappeared. 3 minutes later he was before me again, militarily erect, and waiting for me to speak first. "What is it, Satan?" "God want to see you." "Who?" "God. I show him up, master?" "Why, this is so unusual well, you see, indeed, I am so unprepared. I don't quite know what I do mean. Dear me, can't you explain? Don't you see that this is a most Here, his card, master." Wasn't it curious, and amazing, and tremendous, and all that? Such a personage going around calling on such as I, and sending up his card like a mortal, sending it up by Satan. It was a bewildering collision of the impossibles. But this was the land of the Arabian Nights, this was India, and what is it that cannot happen in India? We had the interview. Satan was right. The visitor was indeed a god in the conviction of his multitudinous followers, and was worshipped by them in sincerity and humble adoration. They are troubled by no doubts as to his divine origin and office. They believe in him, they pray to him, they make offerings to him, they beg of him remission of sins. To them his person, together with everything connected with it, is sacred. From his barber they buy the parings of his nails, and set them in gold, and wear them as precious amulets. I tried to seem tranquilly conversational and at rest, but I was not. Would you have been? I was in a suppressed frenzy of excitement and curiosity and glad wonder. I could not keep my eyes off him. I was looking upon a god, an actual god, a recognized and accepted god, and every detail of his person and his dress had a consuming interest for me. And the thought went floating through my head, "He is worshipped. Think of it. He is not a recipient of the pale homage called compliment, wherewith the highest human clay must make shift to be satisfied, but of an infinitely richer spiritual food, adoration, worship. Men and women lay their cares and their griefs and their broken hearts at his feet, and he gives them his peace, and they go away healed." And just then the awful visitor said, in the simplest way, "There is a feature of the philosophy of Huck Finn which," and went luminously on with the construction of a compact and nicely discriminated literary verdict. It is a land of surprises, India. I had had my ambitions. I had hoped and almost expected to be read by kings and presidents and emperors, but I had never looked so high as that. It would be false modesty to pretend that I was not inordinately pleased. I was. I was much more pleased than I should have been with a compliment from a man. He remained half an hour, and I found him a most courteous and charming gentleman. The godship has been in his family a good while, but I do not know how long. He is a Mohammedan deity. By earthly rank he is a prince, not an Indian, but a Persian prince. He is a direct descendant of the prophet's line. He is comely, also young, for a god, not 40, perhaps not above 35 years old. He wears his immense honors with tranquil grace, and with a dignity proper to his awful calling. He speaks English with the ease and purity of a person born to it. I think I am not overstating this. He was the only god I had ever seen, and I was very favorably impressed. When he rose to say good-bye, the door swung open, and I caught the flash of a red fez, and heard these words reverently said, "Satan see God out?" Yes. And these mismated beings passed from view, Satan in the lead, and the other following after. End of chapter 39. This is chapter 40 of Following the Equator. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Following the Equator by Mark Twain, chapter 40, The Government House at Malabar Point, Mansion of Kumar Sri Samatsin Ji Bahadur, The Indian Princess, A Difficult Game, Wardrobe and Jewels, Ceremonials, Decorations when Leaving, The Towers of Silence, A Funeral. Few of us can stand prosperity, another man's, I mean. Pudd'nhead Wilson's New Calendar. The next picture in my mind is Government House, on Malabar Point, with a wide sea view from the windows and broad balconies, abode of His Excellency the Governor of the Bombay Presidency, a residence which is European in everything but the native guards and servants, and is a home and a palace of state harmoniously combined. That was England, the English power, the English civilization, the modern civilization, with the quiet elegancies and quiet colors and quiet tastes and quiet dignity that are the outcome of the modern cultivation. And following it came a picture of the ancient civilization of India, an hour in the mansion of a native prince, Kumar Sri Samatsinji Bahadur of the Palitana state. The young lad, his heir, was with the prince; also the lad's sister, a wee brown sprite, very pretty, very serious, very winning, delicately molded, costumed like the daintiest butterfly, a dear little fairyland princess, gravely willing to be friendly with the strangers, but in the beginning preferring to hold her father's hand until she could take stock of them and determine how far they were to be trusted. She must have been 8 years old, so in the natural Indian order of things she would be a bride in 3 or 4 years from now, and then this free contact with the sun and the air and the other belongings of outdoor nature and comradeship with visiting male folk would end, and she would shut herself up in the zenana for life, like her mother, and by inherited habit of mind would be happy in that seclusion and not look upon it as an irksome restraint and a weary captivity. The game which the prince amuses his leisure with, however, never mind it, I should never be able to describe it intelligibly. I tried to get an idea of it while my wife and daughter visited the princess in the zenana, a lady of charming graces and a fluent speaker of English, but I did not make it out. It is a complicated game, and I believe it is said that nobody can learn to play it well but an Indian, and I was not able to learn how to wind a turban. It seemed a simple art and easy, but that was a deception. It is a piece of thin, delicate stuff a foot wide or more, and 40 or 50 feet long, and the exhibitor of the art takes one end of it in his 2 hands and winds it in and out intricately about his head, twisting it as he goes, and in a minute or two the thing is finished, and is neat and symmetrical and fits as snugly as a mold. We were interested in the wardrobe and the jewels, and in the silverware, and its grace of shape and beauty and delicacy of ornamentation. The silverware is kept locked up, except at meal-times, and none but the chief butler and the prince have keys to the safe. I did not clearly understand why, but it was not for the protection of the silver. It was either to protect the prince from the contamination which his caste would suffer if the vessels were touched by low-caste hands, or it was to protect his highness from poison. Possibly it was both. I believe a salaried taster has to taste everything before the prince ventures it, an ancient and judicious custom in the East, and has thinned out the tasters a good deal, for of course it is the cook that puts the poison in. If I were an Indian prince I would not go to the expense of a taster, I would eat with the cook. Ceremonials are always interesting, and I noted that the Indian good morning is a ceremonial, whereas ours doesn't amount to that. In salutation the son reverently touches the father's forehead with a small silver implement tipped with vermilion paste, which leaves a red spot there, and in return the son receives the father's blessing. Our good morning is well enough for the rowdy West, perhaps, but would be too brusque for the soft and ceremonious East. After being properly necklaced, according to custom, with great garlands made of yellow flowers, and provided with betel-nut to chew, this pleasant visit closed, and we passed thence to a scene of a different sort. From this glow of color and this sunny life to those grim receptacles of the Parsee dead, the Towers of Silence. There is something stately about that name, and an impressiveness which sinks deep. The hush of death is in it. We have the grave, the tomb, the mausoleum, God's acre, the cemetery, and association has made them eloquent with solemn meaning, but we have no name that is so majestic as that one, or lingers upon the ear with such deep and haunting pathos. On lofty ground, in the midst of a paradise of tropical foliage and flowers, remote from the world and its turmoil and noise, they stood, the Towers of Silence, and away below was spread the wide groves of cocoa-palms, then the city, mile on mile, then the ocean with its fleets of creeping ships, all steeped in a stillness as deep as the hush that hallowed this high place of the dead. The vultures were there. They stood close together in a great circle all around the rim of a massive low tower, waiting; stood as motionless as sculptured ornaments, and indeed almost deceived one into the belief that that was what they were. Presently there was a slight stir among the score of persons present, and all moved reverently out of the path and ceased from talking. A funeral procession entered the great gate, marching two and two, and moved silently by toward the tower. The corpse lay in a shallow shell, and was under cover of a white cloth, but was otherwise naked. The bearers of the body were separated by an interval of 30 feet from the mourners. They, and also the mourners, were draped all in pure white, and each couple of mourners was figuratively bound together by a piece of white rope or a handkerchief, though they merely held the ends of it in their hands. Behind the procession followed a dog, which was led in a leash. When the mourners had reached the neighborhood of the tower, neither they nor any other human being but the bearers of the dead must approach within 30 feet of it, they turned and went back to one of the prayer-houses within the gates, to pray for the spirit of their dead. The bearers unlocked the tower's sole door and disappeared from view within. In a little while they came out, bringing the bier and the white covering-cloth, and locked the door again. Then the ring of vultures rose, flapping their wings, and swooped down into the tower to devour the body. Nothing was left of it but a clean-picked skeleton when they flocked out again a few minutes afterward. The principle which underlies and orders everything connected with a Parsee funeral is purity. By the tenets of the Zoroastrian religion, the elements, earth, fire, and water, are sacred, and must not be contaminated by contact with a dead body. Hence corpses must not be burned, neither must they be buried. None may touch the dead or enter the towers where they repose except certain men who are officially appointed for that purpose. They receive high pay, but theirs is a dismal life, for they must live apart from their species, because their commerce with the dead defiles them, and any who should associate with them would share their defilement. When they come out of the tower the clothes they are wearing are exchanged for others in a building within the grounds, and the ones which they have taken off are left behind, for they are contaminated, and must never be used again or suffered to go outside the grounds. These bearers come to every funeral in new garments. So far as is known, no human being other than an official corpse-bearer, save one, has ever entered a tower of silence after its consecration. Just 100 years ago a European rushed in behind the bearers and fed his brutal curiosity with a glimpse of the forbidden mysteries of the place. This shabby savage's name is not given. His quality is also concealed. These two details, taken in connection with the fact that for his extraordinary offense the only punishment he got from the East India Company's government was a solemn official reprimand, suggest the suspicion that he was a European of consequence. The same public document which contained the reprimand gave warning that future offenders of his sort, if in the company's service, would be dismissed, and if merchants, suffer revocation of license and exile to England. The towers are not tall, but are low in proportion to their circumference, like a gasometer. If you should fill a gasometer half-way up with solid granite masonry, then drive a wide and deep well down through the center of this mass of masonry, you would have the idea of a tower of silence. On the masonry surrounding the well the bodies lie in shallow trenches which radiate like wheel-spokes from the well. The trenches slant toward the well and carry into it the rainfall. Underground drains, with charcoal filters in them, carry off this water from the bottom of the well. When a skeleton has lain in the tower exposed to the rain and the flaming sun a month, it is perfectly dry and clean. Then the same bearers that brought it there come gloved and take it up with tongs and throw it into the well. There it turns to dust. It is never seen again, never touched again in the world. Other peoples separate their dead, and preserve and continue social distinctions in the grave, the skeletons of kings and statesmen and generals in temples and pantheons proper to skeletons of their degree, and the skeletons of the commonplace and the poor in places suited to their meaner estate. But the Parsees hold that all men rank alike in death, all are humble, all poor, all destitute. In sign of their poverty they are sent to their grave naked; in sign of their equality the bones of the rich, the poor, the illustrious, and the obscure are flung into the common well together. At a Parsee funeral there are no vehicles; all concerned must walk, both rich and poor, howsoever great the distance to be traversed may be. In the wells of the 5 Towers of Silence is mingled the dust of all the Parsee men and women and children who have died in Bombay and its vicinity during the 2 centuries which have elapsed since the Mohammedan conquerors drove the Parsees out of Persia and into that region of India. The earliest of the 5 Towers was built by the Modi family something more than 200 years ago, and it is now reserved to the heirs of that house. None but the dead of that blood are carried thither. The origin of at least one of the details of a Parsee funeral is not now known: the presence of the dog. Before a corpse is borne from the house of mourning it must be uncovered and exposed to the gaze of a dog. A dog must also be led in the rear of the funeral. Mr. Nusserwanji Bairanji, secretary to the Parsee Punjayet, said that these formalities had once had a meaning and a reason for their institution, but that they were survivals whose origin none could now account for. Custom and tradition continue them in force, antiquity hallows them. It is thought that in ancient times in Persia the dog was a sacred animal and could guide souls to heaven; also that his eye had the power of purifying objects which had been contaminated by the touch of the dead, and that hence his presence with the funeral cortege provides an ever applicable remedy in case of need. The Parsees claim that their method of disposing of the dead is an effective protection of the living; that it disseminates no corruption, no impurities of any sort, no disease germs; that no wrap, no garment which has touched the dead is allowed to touch the living afterward; that from the Towers of Silence nothing proceeds which can carry harm to the outside world. These are just claims, I think. As a sanitary measure, their system seems to be about the equivalent of cremation, and as sure. We are drifting slowly, but hopefully, toward cremation in these days. It could not be expected that this progress should be swift, but if it be steady and continuous, even if slow, that will suffice. When cremation becomes the rule we shall cease to shudder at it. We should shudder at burial if we allowed ourselves to think what goes on in the grave. The dog was an impressive figure to me, representing as he did a mystery whose key is lost. He was humble and apparently depressed, and he let his head droop pensively and looked as if he might be trying to call back to his mind what it was that he had used to symbolize ages ago when he began his function. There was another impressive thing close at hand, but I was not privileged to see it. That was the sacred fire, a fire which is supposed to have been burning without interruption for more than 2 centuries, and so living by the same heat that was imparted to it so long ago. The Parsees are a remarkable community. There are only about 60,000 in Bombay, and only about half as many as that in the rest of India. But they make up in importance what they lack in numbers. They are highly educated, energetic, enterprising, progressive, rich, and the Jew himself is not more lavish or catholic in his charities and benevolences. The Parsees build and endow hospitals, for both men and animals, and they and their womenkind keep an open purse for all great and good objects. They are a political force, and a valued support to the government. They have a pure and lofty religion, and they preserve it in its integrity and order their lives by it. We took a final sweep of the wonderful view of plain and city and ocean, and so ended our visit to the garden and the Towers of Silence, and the last thing I noticed was another symbol, a voluntary symbol this one. It was a vulture standing on the sawed-off top of a tall and slender and branchless palm in an open space in the ground. He was perfectly motionless, and looked like a piece of sculpture on a pillar. And he had a mortuary look, too, which was in keeping with the place. End of chapter 40. This is Chapter 41 of Following the Equator. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Following the Equator by Mark Twain, Chapter 41. A Jain Temple. Mr. Royston's Bungalow. A Decorated Six-Gun Prince. Human Fireworks. European Dress, Past and Present. Complexions. Advantages with the Zulu. Festivities at the Bungalow. Nautch Dancers. Entrance of the Prince. Address to the Prince. There is an old-time toast which is golden for its beauty. "When you ascend the hill of prosperity, may you not meet a friend." Pudd'nhead Wilson's New Calendar. The next picture that drifts across the field of my memory is one which is connected with religious things. We were taken by friends to see a Jain temple. It was small, and had many flags or streamers flying from poles standing above its roof, and its little battlements supported a great many small idols or images. Upstairs, inside, a solitary Jain was praying or reciting aloud in the middle of the room. Our presence did not interrupt him, nor even incommode him or modify his fervor. 10 or 12 feet in front of him was the idol, a small figure in a sitting posture. It had the pinkish look of a wax doll, but lacked the doll's roundness of limb and approximation to correctness of form and justness of proportion. Mr. Gandhi explained everything to us. He was delegate to the Chicago Fair Congress of Religions. It was lucidly done, in masterly English, but in time it faded from me, and now I have nothing left of that episode but an impression, a dim idea of a religious belief clothed in subtle intellectual forms, lofty and clean, barren of fleshly grossnesses, and with this another dim impression which connects that intellectual system somehow with that crude image, that inadequate idol. How, I do not know. Properly, they do not seem to belong together. Apparently the idol symbolized a person who had become a saint or a god through accessions of steadily augmenting holiness acquired through a series of reincarnations and promotions extending over many ages, and was now at last a saint and qualified to vicariously receive worship and transmit it to heaven's chancellery. Was that it? And thence we went to Mr. Premchand Roychand's bungalow in Love Lane, Baikula, where an Indian prince was to receive a deputation of the Jain community who desired to congratulate him upon a high honor lately conferred upon him by his sovereign, Victoria, Empress of India. She had made him a Knight of the Order of the Star of India. It would seem that even the grandest Indian prince is glad to add the modest title Sir to his ancient native grandeurs, and is willing to do valuable service to win it. He will remit taxes liberally, and will spend money freely upon the betterment of the condition of his subjects, if there is a knighthood to be gotten by it. And he will also do good work, and a deal of it, to get a gun added to the salute allowed him by the British government. Every year the Empress distributes knighthoods and adds guns for public services done by native princes. The salute of a small prince is 3 or 4 guns. Princes of greater consequence have salutes that run higher and higher, gun by gun, clear away up to 11, possibly more, but I did not hear of any above 11-gun princes. I was told that when a 4-gun prince gets a gun added, he is pretty troublesome for a while, till the novelty wears off, for he likes the music, and keeps hunting up pretexts to get himself saluted. It may be that supremely grand folk, like the Nizam of Hyderabad and the Gaikwar of Baroda, have more than 11 guns, but I don't know. When we arrived at the bungalow, the large hall on the ground floor was already about full, and carriages were still flowing into the grounds. The company present made a fine show, an exhibition of human fireworks, so to speak, in the matters of costume and comminglings of brilliant color. The variety of form noticeable in the display of turbans was remarkable. We were told that the explanation of this was that this Jain delegation was drawn from many parts of India, and that each man wore the turban that was in vogue in his own region. This diversity of turbans made a beautiful effect. I could have wished to start a rival exhibition there of Christian hats and clothes. I would have cleared one side of the room of its Indian splendors and repacked the space with Christians drawn from America, England, and the colonies, dressed in the hats and habits of now and of 20 and 40 and 50 years ago. It would have been a hideous exhibition, a thoroughly devilish spectacle. Then there would have been the added disadvantage of the white complexion. It is not an unbearably unpleasant complexion when it keeps to itself, but when it comes into competition with masses of brown and black the fact is betrayed that it is endurable only because we are used to it. Nearly all black and brown skins are beautiful, but a beautiful white skin is rare. How rare, one may learn by walking down a street in Paris, New York, or London on a weekday, particularly an unfashionable street, and keeping count of the satisfactory complexions encountered in the course of a mile. Where dark complexions are massed, they make the whites look bleached out, unwholesome, and sometimes, frankly, ghastly. I could notice this as a boy, down South in the slavery days before the war. The splendid black satin skin of the South African Zulus of Durban seemed to me to come very close to perfection. I can see those Zulus yet, rickshaw athletes waiting in front of the hotel for custom, handsome and intensely black creatures, moderately clothed in loose summer stuffs whose snowy whiteness made the black all the blacker by contrast. Keeping that group in my mind, I can compare those complexions with the white ones which are streaming past this London window now. A lady, complexion new parchment; another lady, complexion old parchment; another, pink and white, very fine; man, grayish skin with purple areas; man, unwholesome, fish-belly skin; girl, sallow face sprinkled with freckles; old woman, face whitey gray; young butcher, face a general red flush; jaundiced man, mustard yellow; elderly lady, colorless skin with two conspicuous moles; elderly man, a drinker, boiled cauliflower nose in a flabby face veined with purple crinklings; healthy young gentleman, fine fresh complexion; sick young man, his face a ghastly white. No end of people whose skins are dull and characterless modifications of the tint which we miscall white. Some of these faces are pimply, some exhibit other signs of diseased blood, some show scars of a tint out of a harmony with the surrounding shades of color. The white man's complexion makes no concealments. It can't. It seemed to have been designed as a catch-all for everything that can damage it. Ladies have to paint it, and powder it, and cosmetic it, and diet it with arsenic, and enamel it, and be always enticing it, and persuading it, and pestering it, and fussing at it to make it beautiful. And they do not succeed. But these efforts show what they think of the natural complexion as distributed. As distributed it needs these helps. The complexion which they try to counterfeit is one which Nature restricts to the few, to the very few. To 99 persons she gives a bad complexion, to the 100th a good one. The 100th can keep it. How long? 10 years, perhaps. The advantage is with the Zulu, I think. He starts with a beautiful complexion, and it will last him through. And as for the Indian brown, firm, smooth, blemishless, pleasant and restful to the eye, afraid of no color, harmonizing with all colors, and adding a grace to them all, I think there is no sort of chance for the average white complexion against that rich and perfect tint. To return to the bungalow, the most gorgeous costumes present were worn by some children. They seemed to blaze, so bright were the colors, and so brilliant the jewels strung over the rich materials. These children were professional nautch dancers, and looked like girls, but they were boys. They got up by ones and twos and fours, and danced and sang to an accompaniment of weird music. Their posturings and gesturings were elaborate and graceful, but their voices were stringently raspy and unpleasant, and there was a good deal of monotony about the tune. By and by there was a burst of shouts and cheers outside, and the prince with his train entered in fine dramatic style. He was a stately man. He was ideally costumed, and fairly festooned with ropes of gems. Some of the ropes were of pearls, some were of uncut great emeralds, emeralds renowned in Bombay for their quality and value. Their size was marvelous and enticing to the eye, those rocks. A boy, a princeling, was with the prince, and he also was a radiant exhibition. The ceremonies were not tedious. The prince strode to his throne with the port and majesty, and the sternness of a Julius Caesar coming to receive and receipt for a back country kingdom and have it over and get out, and no fooling. There was a throne for the young prince, too, and the two sat there side by side, with their officers grouped at either hand, and most accurately and creditably reproducing the pictures which one sees in the books, pictures which people in the prince's line of business have been furnishing ever since Solomon received the Queen of Sheba and showed her his things. The chief of the Jain delegation read his paper of congratulations, then pushed it into a beautifully engraved silver cylinder, which was delivered with ceremony into the prince's hands, and at once delivered by him without ceremony into the hands of an officer. I will copy the address here. It is interesting, as showing what an Indian prince's subject may have opportunity to thank him for in these days of modern English rule, as contrasted with what his ancestor would have given them opportunity to thank him for a century and a half ago, the days of freedom unhampered by English interference. A century and a half ago an address of thanks could have been put into small space. It would have thanked the prince: 1. For not slaughtering too many of his people upon mere caprice. 2. For not stripping them bare by sudden and arbitrary tax levies, and bringing famine upon them. 3. For not upon empty pretext destroying the rich and seizing their property. 4. For not killing, blinding, imprisoning, or banishing the relatives of the royal house to protect the throne from possible plots. 5. For not betraying the subject secretly, for a bribe, into the hands of bands of professional thugs, to be murdered and robbed in the prince's back lot. Those were rather common princely industries in the old times, but they and some others of a harsh sort ceased long ago under English rule. Better industries have taken their place, as this address from the Jain community will show. Your Highness, we, the undersigned members of the Jain community of Bombay, have the pleasure to approach your Highness with the expression of our heartfelt congratulations on the recent conference on your Highness of the knighthood of the most exalted order of the Star of India. 10 years ago we had the pleasure and privilege of welcoming your Highness to this city under circumstances which have made a memorable epoch in the history of your state, for had it not been for a generous and reasonable spirit that your Highness displayed in the negotiations between the Palatina Durbar and the Jain community, the conciliatory spirit that animated our people could not have borne fruit. That was the first step in your Highness's administration, and it fitly elicited the praise of the Jain community and of the Bombay government. A decade of your Highness's administration, combined with the abilities, training, and acquirements that your Highness brought to bear upon it, has justly earned for your Highness the unique and honorable distinction, the knighthood of the most exalted order of the Star of India, which we understand your Highness is the first to enjoy among chiefs of your Highness's rank and standing. And we assure your Highness that for this mark of honor that has been conferred on you by Her Most Gracious Majesty, the Queen Empress, we feel no less proud than your Highness. Establishment of commercial factories, schools, hospitals, etc., by your Highness in your state, has marked your Highness's career during these 10 years, and we trust that your Highness will be spared to rule over your people with wisdom and foresight, and foster the many reforms that your Highness has been pleased to introduce in your state. We again offer your Highness our warmest felicitations for the honor that has been conferred on you. We beg to remain your Highness's obedient servants. Factories, schools, hospitals, reforms. The prince propagates that kind of things in the modern times, and gets knighthood and guns for it. After the address, the prince responded with snap and brevity, spoke a moment with half a dozen guests in English, and with an official or two in a native tongue. Then the garlands were distributed as usual, and the function ended. End of chapter 41. This is chapter 42 of Following the Equator. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Following the Equator by Mark Twain, Chapter 42. A Hindu betrothal, midnight, sleepers on the ground, home of the bride of 12 years dressed as a boy. Illumination, Notch girls. Imitating snakes. Later. Illuminated porch filled with sleepers. The plague. Each person is born to one possession which outvalues all his others, his last breath. Pudd'nhead Wilson's New Calendar. Toward midnight that night there was another function. This was a Hindu wedding. No, I think it was a betrothal ceremony. Always before we had driven through streets that were multitudinous and tumultuous with picturesque native life, but now there was nothing of that. We seemed to move through a city of the dead. There was hardly a suggestion of life in those still and vacant streets. Even the crows were silent, but everywhere on the ground lay sleeping natives, hundreds and hundreds. They lay stretched at full length and tightly wrapped in blankets, heads and all. Their attitude and their rigidity counterfeited death. The plague was not in Bombay then, but it is devastating the city now. The shops are deserted, now. Half of the people have fled, and of the remainder the smitten perish by shoals every day. No doubt the city looks now in the daytime as it looked then at night. When we had pierced deep into the native quarter, and were threading its narrow dim lanes, we had to go carefully, for men were stretched asleep all about, and there was hardly room to drive between them. And every now and then a swarm of rats would scamper across, past the horses' feet in the vague light, the forebears of the rats that are carrying the plague from house to house in Bombay now. The shops were but sheds, little booths open to the street, and the goods had been removed, and on the counters families were sleeping, usually with an oil lamp present. Recurrent dead watches, it looked like. But at last we turned a corner and saw a great glare of light ahead. It was the home of the bride, wrapped in a perfect conflagration of illuminations, mainly gaswork designs, gotten up specially for the occasion. Within was abundance of brilliancy, flames, costumes, colors, decorations, mirrors. It was another Aladdin show. The bride was a trim and comely little thing of 12 years, dressed as we would dress a boy, though more expensively than we should do it, of course. She moved about very much at her ease, and stopped and talked with the guests and allowed her wedding jewelry to be examined. It was very fine. Particularly a rope of great diamonds, a lovely thing to look at and handle. It had a great emerald hanging to it. The bridegroom was not present. He was having betrothal festivities of his own at his father's house. As I understood it, he and the bride were to entertain company every night and nearly all night for a week or more, then get married, if alive. Both of the children were a little elderly, as brides and grooms go, in India. 12. They ought to have been married a year or two sooner. Still, to a stranger, 12 seems quite young enough. A while after midnight a couple of celebrated and high-priced Notch girls appeared in the gorgeous place and danced and sang. With them were men who played upon strange instruments which made uncanny noises of a sort to make one's flesh creep. One of these instruments was a pipe, and to its music the girls went through a performance which represented snake-charming. It seemed a doubtful sort of music to charm anything with, but a native gentleman assured me that snakes like it and will come out of their holes and listen to it with every evidence of refreshment and gratitude. He said that at an entertainment in his grounds once, the pipe brought out half a dozen snakes, and the music had to be stopped before they would be persuaded to go. Nobody wanted their company, for they were bold, familiar, and dangerous, but no one would kill them, of course, for it is sinful for a Hindu to kill any kind of a creature. We withdrew from the festivities at 2 in the morning. Another picture, then, but it has lodged itself in my memory rather as a stage scene than as a reality. It is of a porch and short flight of steps crowded with dark faces and ghostly white draperies flooded with the strong glare from the dazzling concentration of illuminations. And midway of the steps one conspicuous figure for accent, a turbaned giant with a name according to his size. Rao Bahadur Baski Rao Balinkanje Pitale, Vakil to His Highness the Gwaikar of Baroda. Without him the picture would not have been complete, and if his name had been merely Smith, he wouldn't have answered. Close at hand, on house fronts on both sides of the narrow street, were illuminations of a kind commonly employed by the natives, scores of glass tumblers, containing tapers fastened a few inches apart all over great latticed frames, forming starry constellations which showed out vividly against their black backgrounds. As we drew away into the distance down the dim lanes, the illuminations gathered together into a single mass, and glowed out of the enveloping darkness like a sun. Then again, the deep silence, the scurrying rats, the dim forms stretched everywhere on the ground, and on either hand those open booths counterfeiting sepulchres, with counterfeit corpses sleeping motionless in the flicker of the counterfeit death-lamps. And now, a year later, when I read the cablegrams, I seem to be reading of what I myself partly saw before it happened, in a prophetic dream, as it were. One cablegram says, "Business in the native town is about suspended, except the wailing and the tramp of the funerals. There is but little life or movement. The closed shops exceed in number those that remain open." Another says that 325,000 of the people have fled the city and are carrying the plague to the country. 3 days later comes the news, "The population is reduced by half." The refugees have carried the disease to Karachi. 220 cases, 214 deaths. A day or two later, 52 fresh cases, all of which proved fatal. The plague carries with it a terror which no other disease can excite, for of all diseases known to men it is the deadliest, by far the deadliest. 52 fresh cases, all fatal. It is the Black Death alone that slays like that. We can all imagine after a fashion the desolation of a plague-stricken city, and the stupor of stillness broken at intervals by distant bursts of wailing, marking the passing of funerals, here and there and yonder, but I suppose it is not possible for us to realize to ourselves the nightmare of dread and fear that possesses the living who are present in such a place and cannot get away. That 500,000 fled from Bombay in a wild panic suggests to us something of what they were feeling, but perhaps not even they could realize what the 500,000 were feeling whom they left stranded behind to face the stalking horror without chance of escape. Kinglake was in Cairo many years ago during an epidemic of the Black Death, and he has imagined the terrors that creep into a man's heart at such a time and follow him until they themselves breathe the fatal sign in the armpit, and then the delirium with confused images and home dreams and reeling billiard tables, and then the sudden blank of death. To the contagionist, filled as he is with the dread of final causes, having no faith in destiny, nor in the fixed will of God, and with none of the devil-may-care indifference which might stand him instead of creeds, to such one every rag that shivers in the breeze of a plague-stricken city has this sort of sublimity. If by any terrible ordinance he be forced to venture forth, he sees death dangling from every sleeve, and as he creeps forward he poises his shuddering limbs between the imminent jacket that is stabbing at his right elbow and the murderous pelisse that threatens to mow him clean down as it sweeps along on his left. But most of all he dreads that which most of all he should love, the touch of a woman's dress. For mothers and wives, hurrying forth on kindly errands from the bedsides of the dying, go slouching along through the streets more willfully and less courteously than the men. For a while it may be that the caution of the poor Levantine may enable him to avoid contact, but sooner or later, perhaps, the dreaded chance arrives. That bundle of linen, with the dark tearful eyes at the top of it, that labors along with the voluptuous clumsiness of Grisi, she has touched the poor Levantine with the hem of her sleeve. From that dread moment his peace is gone. His mind, forever hanging upon the fatal touch, invites the blow which he fears. He watches for the symptoms of plague so carefully that sooner or later they come in truth. The parched mouth is a sign. His mouth is parched. The throbbing brain. His brain does throb. The rapid pulse. He touches his own wrist, for he dares not ask counsel of any man lest he be deserted. He touches his wrist, and feels how his frighted blood goes galloping out of his heart. There is nothing but the fatal swelling that is wanting to make his sad conviction complete. Immediately he has an odd feel under the arm, no pain, but a little straining of the skin. He would to God it were his fancy that were strong enough to give him that sensation. This is the worst of all. It now seems to him that he could be happy and contented with his parched mouth, and his throbbing brain, and his rapid pulse, if only he could know that there were no swelling under the left arm. But dares he try? In a moment of calmness and deliberation he dares not. But when for a while he has writhed under the torture of suspense, a sudden strength of will drives him to seek and know his fate. He touches the gland, and finds the skin sane and sound, but under the cuticle there lies a small lump like a pistol bullet, that moves as he pushes it. Oh, but is this for all certainty? Is this the sentence of death? Feel the gland of the other arm. There is not the same lump exactly, yet something a little like it. Have not some people glands naturally enlarged? Would to heaven he were one! So he does for himself the work of the plague. And when the angel of death thus courted does indeed and in truth come, he has only to finish that which has been so well begun. He passes his fiery hand over the brain of the victim, and lets him rave for a season, but all chance-wise, of people and things once dear, or of people and things indifferent. Once more the poor fellow is back at his home in fair Provence, and sees the sundial that stood in his childhood's garden, sees his mother, and the long-since forgotten face of that little dear sister. He sees her, he says, on a Sunday morning, for all the church bells are ringing. He looks up and down through the universe, and owns it well piled with bales upon bales of cotton, and cotton eternal, so much so that he feels, he knows, he swears he could make that winning hazard if the billiard-table would not slant upwards, and if the cue were a cue worth playing with. But it is not. It's a cue that won't move. His own arm won't move. In short, there's the devil to pay in the brain of the poor Levantine, and perhaps the next night but one he becomes the life and the soul of some squalling jackal family, who fish him out by the foot from his shallow and sandy grave. End of chapter 42. This is chapter 43 of Following the Equator. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Following the Equator by Mark Twain, chapter 43. Murder trial in Bombay. Confidence swindlers. Some specialties of India. The plague, juggernaut, suttee, etc. Everything on gigantic scale. India first in everything. 80 states more custom houses than cats. Rich ground for thug society. Hunger is the handmaid of genius. Pudd'nhead Wilson's New Calendar. One day during our stay in Bombay there was a criminal trial of a most interesting sort, a terribly realistic chapter out of the Arabian Nights, a strange mixture of simplicities and pieties, and murderous practicalities, which brought back the forgotten days of Thuggee and made them live again, in fact, even made them believable. It was a case where a young girl had been assassinated for the sake of her trifling ornaments, things not worth a laborer's day's wages in America. This thing could have been done in many other countries, but hardly with the cold business-like depravity, absence of fear, absence of caution, destitution of the sense of horror, repentance, remorse, exhibited in this case. Elsewhere the murderer would have done his crime secretly, by night, and without witnesses. His fears would have allowed him no peace while the dead body was in his neighborhood. He would not have rested until he had gotten it safe out of the way and hidden as effectually as he could hide it. But this Indian murderer does his deed in the full light of day, cares nothing for the society of witnesses, is in no way incommoded by the presence of the corpse, takes his own time about disposing of it, and the whole party are so indifferent, so phlegmatic, that they take their regular sleep as if nothing was happening and no halters hanging over them. And these 5 bland people close the episode with a religious service. The thing reads like a Meadows Taylor thug tale of half a century ago, as may be seen by the official report of the trial. At the Mazagon Police Court yesterday, Superintendent Nolan again charged Tukaram Suntu Savatbaya, woman, her daughter Krishni, and Gopal Vithu Banaikar before Mr. Firoze Hosang Dastur, 4th Presidency Magistrate, under Sections 302 and 109 of the Code, with having, on the night of the 30th of December last, murdered a Hindu girl named Kasi, aged 12, by strangulation, in the room of a chawl at Jakaria Bundur, on the Suri road, and also with aiding and abetting each other in the commission of the offense. Mr. F. A. Little, public prosecutor, conducted the case on behalf of the Crown, the accused being undefended. Mr. Little applied under the provisions of the Criminal Procedure Code to tender pardon to one of the accused, Krishni, woman, aged 22, on her undertaking to make a true and full statement of facts under which the deceased girl Cassie was murdered. The magistrate having granted the public prosecutor's application, the accused Krishni went into the witness box, and on being examined by Mr. Little, made the following confession: I am a mill hand employed at the Jubilee Mill. I recollect the day, Tuesday, on which the body of the deceased Cassie was found. Previous to that I attended the mill for half a day, and then returned home at 3 in the afternoon, when I saw 5 persons in the house, viz., the first accused, Tukaram, who is my paramour, my mother, the second accused, Baya, the accused Gopal, and 2 guests named Ramji Daji and Anaji Gungaram. Tukaram rented the room of the chawl situated at Jakaria Bundur Road from its owner, Girdarilal Radhakishan, and in that room I, my paramour Tukaram, and his younger brother, Yesso Mahadu, live. Since his arrival in Bombay from his native country, Yesso came and lived with us. When I returned from the mill on the afternoon of that day, I saw the 2 guests seated on a cot in the veranda, and a few minutes after the accused Gopal came and took his seat by their side, while I and my mother were seated inside the room. Tukaram, who had gone out to fetch some pan and betel nuts, on his return home had brought the 2 guests with him. After returning home he gave them pan supari. While they were eating it my mother came out of the room and inquired of one of the guests, Ramji, what had happened to his foot, when he replied that he had tried many remedies, but they had done him no good. My mother then took some rice in her hand and prophesied that the disease which Ramji was suffering from would not be cured until he returned to his native country. In the meantime the deceased Cassie came from the direction of an outhouse, and stood in front on the threshold of our room with a lota in her hand. Tukaram then told his 2 guests to leave the room, and they then went up the steps towards the quarry. After the guests had gone away, Tukaram seized the deceased, who had come into the room, and he afterwards put a waistband around her, and tied her to a post which supports a loft. After doing this, he pressed the girl's throat, and having tied her mouth with the dotur, now shown in court, fastened it to the post. Having killed the girl, Tukaram removed her gold head ornament and a gold putli, and also took charge of her lota. Besides these 2 ornaments, Cassie had on her person ear studs, a nose ring, some silver toe rings, 2 necklaces, a pair of silver anklets and bracelets. Tukaram afterwards tried to remove the silver amulets, the ear studs, and the nose ring, but he failed in his attempt. While he was doing so, I, my mother, and Gopal were present. After removing the 2 gold ornaments, he handed them over to Gopal, who was at the time standing near me. When he killed Cassie, Tukaram threatened to strangle me also if I informed anyone of this. Gopal and myself were then standing at the door of our room, and we both were threatened by Tukaram. My mother, Baya, had seized the legs of the deceased at the time she was killed, and whilst she was being tied to the post. Cassie then made a noise. Tukaram and my mother took part in killing the girl. After the murder her body was wrapped up in a mattress and kept on the loft over the door of our room. When Cassi was strangled, the door of the room was fastened from the inside by Tookaram. This deed was committed shortly after my return home from work in the mill. Tookaram put the body of the deceased in the mattress, and after it was left on the loft, he went to have his head shaved by a barber named Sambu Ragu, who lives only one door away from me. My mother and myself then remained in the possession of the information. I was slapped and threatened by my paramour Tookaram, and that was the only reason why I did not inform anyone at that time. When I told Tookaram that I would give information of the occurrence, he slapped me. The accused Gopal was asked by Tookaram to go back to his room, and he did so, taking away with him the 2 gold ornaments and the lota. Yeso Mahadu, a brother-in-law of Tookaram, came to the house and asked Tookaram why he was washing, the water-pipe being just opposite. Tookaram replied that he was washing his dotur, as a fowl had polluted it. About 6 o'clock of the evening of that day my mother gave me 3 pice and asked me to buy a cocoanut, and I gave the money to Yesu, who went and fetched a cocoanut and some betel leaves. When Yesu and others were in the room I was bathing, and after I finished my bath my mother took the cocoanut and the betel leaves from Yesu, and we 5 went to the sea. The party consisted of Tookaram, my mother, Yesu, Tookaram's younger brother, and myself. On reaching the seashore my mother made the offering to the sea, and prayed to be pardoned for what we had done. Before we went to the sea, someone came to inquire after the girl Cassi. The police and other people came to make these inquiries both before and after we left the house for the seashore. The police questioned my mother about the girl, and she replied that Cassi had come to her door but had left. The next day the police questioned Tookaram, and he too gave a similar reply. This was said the same night when the search was made for the girl. After the offering was made to the sea, we partook of the cocoanut and returned home, when my mother gave me some food. But Tookaram did not partake of any food that night. After dinner I and my mother slept inside the room, and Tookaram slept on a cot near his brother-in-law, Yesu Madahu, just outside the door. That was not the usual place where Tookaram slept. He usually slept inside the room. The body of the deceased remained on the loft when I went to sleep. The room in which we slept was locked, and I heard that my paramour Tookaram was restless outside. About 3 o'clock the following morning Tookaram knocked at the door, when both myself and my mother opened it. He then told me to go to the steps leading to the quarry and see if anyone was about. Those steps lead to a stable, through which we go to the quarry at the back of the compound. When I got to the steps I saw no one there. Tookaram asked me if anyone was there, and I replied that I could see no one about. He then took the body of the deceased from the loft, and having wrapped it up in his sari, asked me to accompany him to the steps of the quarry, and I did so. The sari now produced here was the same. Besides the sari there was also a choli on the body. He then carried the body in his arms and went up the steps through the stable, and then to the right hand towards a sahib's bungalow, where Tookaram placed the body near a wall. All the time I and my mother were with him. When the body was taken down, Yesu was lying on the cot. After depositing the body under the wall, we all returned home, and soon after 5 a.m. the police again came and took Tookaram away. About an hour after they returned and took me and my mother away. We were questioned about it, when I made a statement. 2 hours later I was taken to the room, and I pointed out this waistband, the dotur, the mattress, and the wooden post to Superintendent Nolan and Inspectors Roberts and Rashanali, in the presence of my mother and Tookaram. Tookaram killed the girl Cassi for her ornaments, which he wanted for the girl to whom he was shortly going to be married. The body was found in the same place where it was deposited by Tookaram. The criminal side of the native has always been picturesque, always readable. The thuggee and 1 or 2 other particularly outrageous features of it have been suppressed by the English, but there is enough of it left to keep it darkly interesting. One finds evidence of these survivals in the newspapers. Macaulay has a light-throwing passage upon this matter in his great historical sketch of Warren Hastings, where he is describing some effects which followed the temporary paralysis of Hastings' powerful government brought about by Sir Philip Francis and his party. "The natives considered Hastings as a fallen man, and they acted after their kind. Some of our readers may have seen in India a cloud of crows pecking a sick vulture to death, no bad type of what happens in that country as often as fortune deserts one who has been great and dreaded. In an instant all the sycophants who had lately been ready to lie for him, to forge for him, to pander for him, to poison for him, hasten to purchase the favor of his victorious enemies by accusing him. An Indian government has only to let it be understood that it wishes a particular man to be ruined, and in 24 hours it will be furnished with grave charges, supported by depositions so full and circumstantial that any person unaccustomed to Asiatic mendacity would regard them as decisive. It is well if the signature of the destined victim is not counterfeited at the foot of some illegal compact, and if some treasonable paper is not slipped into a hiding-place in his house. That was nearly a century and a quarter ago. An article in one of the chief journals of India, the Pioneer, shows that in some respects the native of today is just what his ancestor was then. Here are niceties of so subtle and delicate a sort that they lift their breed of rascality to a place among the fine arts, and almost entitle it to respect. "The records of the Indian courts might certainly be relied upon to prove that swindlers as a class in the East come very close to, if they do not surpass, in brilliancy of execution and originality of design, the most expert of their fraternity in Europe and America. India, in especial, is the home of forgery. There are some particular districts which are noted as marts for the finest specimens of the forger's handiwork. The business is carried on by firms who possess stores of stamped papers to suit every emergency. They habitually lay in a store of fresh stamped papers every year, and some of the older and more thriving houses can supply documents for the past 40 years, bearing the proper watermark and possessing the genuine appearance of age. Other districts have earned notoriety for skilled perjury, a preeminence that excites a respectful admiration when one thinks of the universal prevalence of the art, and persons desirous of succeeding in false suits are ready to pay handsomely to avail themselves of the services of these local experts as witnesses. Various instances illustrative of the methods of these swindlers are given. They exhibit deep cunning and total depravity on the part of the swindler and his pals, and more obtuseness on the part of the victim than one would expect to find in a country where suspicion of your neighbor must surely be one of the earliest things learned. The favorite subject is the young fool who has just come into a fortune and is trying to see how poor a use he can put it to. I will quote one example. "Sometimes another form of confidence trick is adopted, which is invariably successful. The particular pigeon is spotted, and, his acquaintance having been made, he is encouraged in every form of vice. When the friendship is thoroughly established, the swindler remarks to the young man that he has a brother who has asked him to lend him Rs. 10,000. The swindler says he has the money and would lend it, but, as the borrower is his brother, he cannot charge interest. So he proposes that he should hand the dupe the money, and the latter should lend it to the swindler's brother, exacting a heavy prepayment of interest, which, it is pointed out, they may equally enjoy in dissipation. The dupe sees no objection, and on the appointed day receives Rs. 7,000 from the swindler, which he hands over to the confederate. The latter is profuse in his thanks, and executes a promissory note for Rs. 10,000, payable to bearer. The swindler allows the scheme to remain quiescent for a time, and then suggests that, as the money has not been repaid, and as it would be unpleasant to sue his brother, it would be better to sell the note in the bazaar. The dupe hands the note over, for the money he advanced was not his, and on being informed that it would be necessary to have his signature on the back so as to render the security negotiable, he signs without any hesitation. The swindler passes it on to confederates, and the latter employ a respectable firm of solicitors to ask the dupe if his signature is genuine. He admits it at once, and his fate is sealed. A suit is filed by a confederate against the dupe, two accomplices being made co-defendants. They admit their signatures as endorsers, and the one swears he bought the note for value from the dupe. The latter has no defense, for no court would believe the apparently idle explanation of the manner in which he came to endorse the note. There is only one India. It is the only country that has a monopoly of grand and imposing specialties. When another country has a remarkable thing, it cannot have it all to itself, some other country has a duplicate. But India, that is different. Its marvels are its own. The patents cannot be infringed. Imitations are not possible. And think of the size of them, the majesty of them, the weird and outlandish character of the most of them. There is the plague, the Black Death. India invented it. India is the cradle of that mighty birth. The car of Juggernaut was India's invention. So was the suttee. And within the time of men still living, 800 widows willingly, and in fact rejoicingly, burned themselves to death on the bodies of their dead husbands in a single year. 800 would do it this year if the British government would let them. Famine is India's specialty. Elsewhere, famines are inconsequential incidents. In India, they are devastating cataclysms. In one case they annihilate hundreds, in the other, millions. India has 2,000,000 gods and worships them all. In religion, all other countries are paupers. India is the only millionaire. With her, everything is on a giant scale, even her poverty. No other country can show anything to compare with it. And she has been used to wealth on so vast a scale that she has to shorten to single words the expressions describing great sums. She describes 100,000 with one word, a lakh. She describes 10 millions with one word, a crore. In the bowels of the granite mountains she has patiently carved out dozens of vast temples, and made them glorious with sculptured colonnades and stately groups of statuary, and has adorned the eternal walls with noble paintings. She has built fortresses of such magnitude that the show strongholds of the rest of the world are but modest little things by comparison. Palaces that are wonders for rarity of materials, delicacy and beauty of workmanship, and for cost. And one tomb which men go around the globe to see. It takes 80 nations, speaking 80 languages, to people her, and they number 300 millions. On top of all this she is the mother and home of that wonder of wonders, caste, and of that mystery of mysteries, the satanic brotherhood of the thugs. India had the start of the whole world in the beginning of things. She had the first civilization, she had the first accumulation of material wealth, she was populous with deep thinkers and subtle intellects, she had mines and woods and a fruitful soil. It would seem as if she should have kept the lead, and should be today not the meek dependent of an alien master, but mistress of the world, and delivering law and command to every tribe and nation in it. But, in truth, there was never any possibility of such supremacy for her. If there had been but one India and one language, but there were 80 of them. Where there are 80 nations and several hundred governments, fighting and quarreling must be the common business of life. Unity of purpose and policy are impossible. Out of such elements supremacy in the world cannot come. Even caste itself could have had the defeating effect of a multiplicity of tongues, no doubt, for it separates a people into layers and still other layers that have no community of feeling with each other, and in such a condition of things as that, patriotism can have no healthy growth. It was the division of the country into so many states and nations that made Thuggee possible and prosperous. It is difficult to realize the situation, but perhaps one may approximate it by imagining the states of our Union peopled by separate nations, speaking separate languages, with guards and custom-houses strung along all frontiers, plenty of interruptions for travelers and traders, interpreters able to handle all the languages, very rare or non-existent, and a few wars always going on here and there and yonder, as a further embarrassment to commerce and excursioning. It would make intercommunication in a measure ungeneral. India had 80 languages, and more custom-houses than cats. No clever man with the instinct of a highway robber could fail to notice what a chance for business was here offered. India was full of clever men with the highwayman instinct, and so, quite naturally, the brotherhood of the Thugs came into being to meet the long-felt want. How long ago that was nobody knows centuries, it is supposed. One of the chiefest wonders connected with it was the success with which it kept its secret. The English trader did business in India 200 years and more before he ever heard of it, and yet it was assassinating its thousands all around him every year, the whole time. End of chapter 43. This is chapter 44 of Following the Equator. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Following the Equator by Mark Twain, chapter 44. Official Thug Book. Supplies for traveling, bedding, and other freight. Scene at railway station. Making way for white man. Waiting passengers, high and low caste, touch in the cars. Our car. Beds made up. Dreaming of thugs. Baroda. Meet friends. Indian well. The Old Town. Narrow streets. A mad elephant. The old saw says, "Let a sleeping dog lie." Right. Still, when there is much at stake, it is better to get a newspaper to do it. Pudd'nhead Wilson's New Calendar. From Diary, January 28. I learned of an official Thug Book the other day. I was not aware before that there was such a thing. I am allowed the temporary use of it. We are making preparations for travel. Mainly the preparations are purchases of bedding. This is to be used in sleeping berths in the trains, in private houses sometimes, and in 9/10ths of the hotels. It is not realizable, and yet it is true. It is a survival, an apparently unnecessary thing, which in some strange way has outlived the conditions which once made it necessary. It comes down from a time when the railway and the hotel did not exist, when the occasional white traveler went horseback or by bullock cart, and stopped overnight in the small dak bungalow provided at easy distances by the government, a shelter merely, and nothing more. He had to carry bedding along, or do without. The dwellings of the English residents are spacious and comfortable and commodiously furnished, and surely it must be an odd sight to see half a dozen guests come filing into such a place, and dumping blankets and pillows here and there and everywhere. But custom makes incongruous things congruous. One buys the bedding, with waterproof hold-all for it at almost any shop. There is no difficulty about it. January 30. What a spectacle the railway station was at train time! It was a very large station, yet when we arrived it seemed as if the whole world was present, half of it inside, the other half outside, and both halves bearing mountainous head-loads of bedding and other freight, trying simultaneously to pass each other, in opposing floods, in one narrow door. These opposing floods were patient, gentle, long-suffering natives, with whites scattered among them at rare intervals. And wherever a white man's native servant appeared, that native seemed to have put aside his natural gentleness for the time, and invested himself with the white man's privilege of making a way for himself by promptly shoving all intervening black things out of it. In these exhibitions of authority, Satan was scandalous. He was probably a thug in one of his former incarnations. Inside the great station, tides upon tides of rainbow-costumed natives swept along, this way and that, in massed and bewildering confusion, eager, anxious, belated, distressed, and washed up to the long trains and flowed into them with their packs and bundles, and disappeared, followed at once by the next wash, the next wave. And here and there in the midst of this hurly-burly, and seemingly undisturbed by it, sat great groups of natives on the bare stone floor: young, slender brown women, old, gray, wrinkled women, little soft brown babies, old men, young men, boys, all poor people, but all the females among them, both big and little, bejeweled with cheap and showy nose-rings, toe-rings, leglets, and armlets, these things constituting all their wealth, no doubt. These silent crowds sat there with their humble bundles and baskets and small household gear about them, and patiently waited. For what? A train that was to start at some time or other during the day or night. They hadn't timed themselves well, but that was no matter, the thing had been so ordered from on high, therefore why worry? There was plenty of time, hours and hours of it, and the thing that was to happen would happen, there was no hurrying it. The natives traveled third class, and at marvelously cheap rates. They were packed and crammed into cars that held each about 50, and it was said that often a Brahmin of the highest caste was thus brought into personal touch, and consequent defilement, with persons of the lowest castes, no doubt a very shocking thing if a body could understand it and properly appreciate it. Yes, a Brahmin who didn't own a rupee and couldn't borrow one might have to touch elbows with a rich hereditary lord of inferior caste, inheritor of an ancient title a couple of yards long, and he would just have to stand it, for if either of the two was allowed to go in the cars where the sacred white people were, it probably wouldn't be the august poor Brahmin. There was an immense string of those third-class cars, for the natives travel by hordes, and a weary hard night of it the occupants would have, no doubt. When we reached our car, Satan and Barney had already arrived there with their train of porters carrying bedding and parasols and cigar-boxes, and were at work. We named him Barney for short. We couldn't use his real name. There wasn't time. It was a car that promised comfort, indeed luxury, yet the cost of it, well, economy could no further go. Even in France, not even in Italy. It was built of the plainest and cheapest partially smoothed boards, with a coating of dull paint on them, and there was nowhere a thought of decoration. The floor was bare, but would not long remain so when the dust should begin to fly. Across one end of the compartment ran a netting for the accommodation of hand baggage. At the other end was a door which would shut, upon compulsion, but wouldn't stay shut. It opened into a narrow little closet which had a washbowl in one end of it and a place to put a towel, in case you had one with you, and you would be sure to have towels, because you buy them with the bedding, knowing that the railway doesn't furnish them. On each side of the car, and running fore and aft, was a broad leather-covered sofa to sit on in the day and sleep on at night. Over each sofa hung, by straps, a wide, flat, leather-covered shelf to sleep on. In the daytime you can hitch it up against the wall, out of the way, and then you have a big unencumbered and most comfortable room to spread out in. No car in any country is quite its equal for comfort and privacy, I think, for usually there are but two persons in it, and even when there are four there is but little sense of impaired privacy. Our own cars at home can surpass the railway world in all details but that one. They have no coziness. There are too many people together. At the foot of each sofa was a side door, for entrance and exit. Along the whole length of the sofa on each side of the car ran a row of large single-plate windows of a blue tint, blue to soften the bitter glare of the sun and protect one's eyes from torture. These could be let down out of the way when one wanted the breeze. In the roof were two oil lamps which gave a light strong enough to read by. Each had a green cloth attachment by which it could be covered when the light should be no longer needed. While we talked outside with friends, Barney and Satan placed the hand baggage, books, fruits, and soda bottles in the racks, and the hold-alls and heavy baggage in the closet, hung the overcoats and sun helmets and towels on the hooks, hoisted the two bed-shelves up out of the way, then shouldered their bedding and retired to the third class. Now then, you see what a handsome, spacious, light, airy, home-like place it was, wherein to walk up and down, or sit and write, or stretch out and read and smoke. A central door in the forward end of the compartment opened into a similar compartment. It was occupied by my wife and daughter. About 9 in the evening, while we halted a while at a station, Barney and Satan came and undid the clumsy big hold-alls and spread the bedding on the sofas in both compartments, mattresses, sheets, gay coverlets, pillows, all complete. There are no chambermaids in India. Apparently it was an office that was never heard of. Then they closed the communicating door, nimbly tidied up our place, put the night-clothing on the beds, and the slippers under them, then returned to their own quarters. January 31. It was novel and pleasant, and I stayed awake as long as I could to enjoy it, and to read about those strange people, the Thugs. In my sleep they remained with me, and tried to strangle me. The leader of the gang was that giant Hindoo who was such a picture in the strong light when we were leaving those Hindoo betrothal festivities at 2 o'clock in the morning. Rao Bahadur Baskirao Balinkanje Pitale, vakil to the Gaikwar of Baroda. It was he that brought me the invitation from his master to go to Baroda and lecture to that prince, and now he was misbehaving in my dreams. But all things can happen in dreams. It is indeed, as the sweet singer of Michigan says, irrelevantly, of course, for the one and unfailing great quality which distinguishes her poetry from Shakespeare's and makes it precious to us is its stern and simple irrelevancy.
My heart was gay and happy, this was ever in my mind. There is better times a-coming, and I hope some day to find myself capable of composing. It was my heart's delight to compose on a sentimental subject if it came in my mind just right. The Sentimental Songbook, page 49, theme, the author's early life, 19th stanza. Baroda. Arrived at 7 this morning. The dawn was just beginning to show. It was forlorn to have to turn out in a strange place at such a time, and the blinking lights in the station made it seem night still. But the gentlemen who had come to receive us were there with their servants, and they make quick work. There was no lost time. We were soon outside and moving swiftly through the soft gray light, and presently were comfortably housed, with more servants to help than we were used to, and with rather embarrassingly important officials to direct them. But it was custom. They spoke Ballarat English. Their bearing was charming and hospitable, and so all went well. Breakfast was a satisfaction. Across the lawns was visible in the distance through the open window an Indian well, with 2 oxen tramping leisurely up and down long inclines, drawing water, and out of the stillness came the suffering screech of the machinery, not quite musical, and yet soothingly melancholy and dreamy and reposeful, a wail of lost spirits, one might imagine, and commemorative and reminiscent, perhaps, for of course the Thugs used to throw people down that well when they were done with them. After breakfast the day began, a sufficiently busy one. We were driven by winding roads through a vast park, with noble forests of great trees, and with tangles and jungles of lovely growths of a humbler sort, and at one place 3 large gray apes came out and pranced across the road, a good deal of a surprise and an unpleasant one, for such creatures belong in the menagerie, and they look artificial and out of place in a wilderness. We came to the city by and by, and drove all through it. Intensely Indian it was, and crumbly, and mouldering, and immemorially old, to all appearance. And the houses, oh, indescribably quaint and curious they were, with their fronts and elaborate lacework of intricate and beautiful wood-carving, and now and then further adorned with rude pictures of elephants and princes and gods done in shouting colors, and all the ground floors along these cramped and narrow lanes occupied as shops unbelievably small, and impossibly packed with merchantable rubbish, and with 9/10 naked natives squatting at their work of hammering, pounding, brazing, soldering, sewing, designing, cooking, measuring out grain, grinding it, repairing idols, and then the swarm of ragged and noisy humanity under the horses' feet and everywhere, and the pervading reek and fume and smell. It was all wonderful and delightful. Imagine a file of elephants marching through such a crevice of a street and scraping the paint off both sides of it with their hides. How big they must look, and how little they must make the houses look! And when the elephants are in their glittering court costume, what a contrast they must make with the humble and sordid surroundings! And when a mad elephant goes raging through, belting right and left with his trunk, how do these swarms of people get out of the way? I suppose it is a thing which happens now and then in the mad season, for elephants have a mad season. I wonder how old the town is. There are patches of building, massive structures, monuments apparently, that are so battered and worn, and seemingly so tired and so burdened with the weight of age, and so dulled and stupefied with trying to remember things they forgot before history began, that they give one the feeling that they must have been a part of original creation. This is indeed one of the oldest of the princedoms of India, and has always been celebrated for its barbaric pomps and splendors, and for the wealth of its princes. End of chapter 44. This is chapter 45 of Following the Equator. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Following the Equator by Mark Twain, chapter 45. Elephant riding, howdahs, the new palace, the prince's excursion, gold and silver artillery, a viceroyal visit, remarkable dog, the bench show, Augustin Daly's back door, fakir. It takes your enemy and your friend working together to hurt you to the heart, the one to slander you and the other to get the news to you. Pudd'nhead Wilson's New Calendar. Out of the town again, a long drive through open country by winding roads among secluded villages, nestling in the inviting shade of tropic vegetation, a Sabbath stillness everywhere, sometimes a pervading sense of solitude, but always barefoot natives gliding by like spirits, without sound of footfall, and others in the distance dissolving away and vanishing like the creatures of dreams. Now and then a string of stately camels passed by, always interesting things to look at, and they were velvet-shod by nature and made no noise. Indeed, there were no noises of any sort in this paradise. Yes, once there was one, for a moment. A file of native convicts passed along in charge of an officer, and we caught the soft clink of their chains. In a retired spot, resting himself under a tree, was a holy person, a naked black fakir, thin and skinny, and whitey-gray all over with ashes. By and by to the elephant stables, and I took a ride, but it was by request. I did not ask for it, and didn't want it, but I took it, because otherwise they would have thought I was afraid, which I was. The elephant kneels down, by command, one end of him at a time, and you climb the ladder and get into the howdah, and then he gets up, one end at a time, just as a ship gets up over a wave, and after that, as he strides monstrously about, his motion is much like a ship's motion. The mahout bores into the back of his head with a great iron prod, and you wonder at his temerity and at the elephant's patience, and you think that perhaps the patience will not last. But it does, and nothing happens. The mahout talks to the elephant in a low voice all the time, and the elephant seems to understand it all and to be pleased with it, and he obeys every order in the most contented and docile way. Among these 25 elephants were 2 which were larger than any I had ever seen before, and if I had thought I could learn to not be afraid, I would have taken one of them while the police were not looking. In the howdah house there were many howdahs that were made of silver, one of gold, and one of old ivory, and equipped with cushions and canopies of rich and costly stuffs. The wardrobe of the elephants was there, too, vast velvet covers stiff and heavy with gold embroidery, and bells of silver and gold, and ropes of these metals for fastening the things on, harness, so to speak, and monster hoops of massive gold for the elephant to wear on his ankles when he is out in procession on business of state. But we did not see the treasury of crown jewels, and that was a disappointment, for in mass and richness it ranks only second in India. By mistake we were taken to see the new palace instead, and we used up the last remnant of our spare time there. It was a pity, too, for the new palace is mixed modern American-European, and has not a merit except costliness. It is wholly foreign to India, and impudent and out of place. The architect has escaped. This comes of overdoing the suppression of the thugs. They had their merits. The old palace is oriental and charming, and in consonance with the country. The old palace would still be great if there were nothing of it but the spacious and lofty hall where the Durbars are held. It is not a good place to lecture in, on account of the echoes,
but it is a good place to hold durbers in and regulate the affairs of a kingdom, and that is what it is for. If I had it, I would have a durbar every day, instead of once or twice a year. The prince is an educated gentleman. His culture is European. He has been in Europe 5 times. People say that this is costly amusement for him, since in crossing the sea he must sometimes be obliged to drink water from vessels that are more or less public, and thus damage his caste. To get it purified again, he must make pilgrimage to some renowned Hindoo temples, and contribute a fortune or two to them. His people are like the other Hindoos, profoundly religious, and they could not be content with a master who was impure. We failed to see the jewels, but we saw the gold cannon and the silver one. They seemed to be 6-pounders. They were not designed for business, but for salutes upon rare and particularly important state occasions. An ancestor of the present Gaekwar had the silver one made, and a subsequent ancestor had the gold one made, in order to outdo him. This sort of artillery is in keeping with the traditions of Baroda, which was of old famous for style and show. It used to entertain visiting Rajas and Viceroys with tiger fights, elephant fights, illuminations, and elephant processions of the most glittering and gorgeous character. It makes the circus a pale, poor thing. In the train, during a part of the return journey from Baroda, we had the company of a gentleman who had with him a remarkable-looking dog. I had not seen one of its kind before, as far as I could remember, though of course I might have seen one and not noticed it, for I am not acquainted with dogs, but only with cats. This dog's coat was smooth and shiny and black, and I think it had tan trimmings around the edges of the dog, and perhaps underneath. It was a long, low dog, with very short, strange legs that curved inboard, something like parentheses turned the wrong way. Indeed, it was made on the plan of a bench for length and lowness. It seemed to be satisfied, but I thought the plan poor, and structurally weak, on account of the distance between the forward supports and those abaft. With age the dog's back was likely to sag, and it seemed to me that it would have been a stronger and more practicable dog if it had had some more legs. It had not begun to sag yet, but the shape of the legs showed that the undue weight imposed upon them was beginning to tell. It had a long nose and floppy ears that hung down, and a resigned expression of countenance. I did not like to ask what kind of a dog it was, or how it came to be deformed, for it was plain that the gentleman was very fond of it, and naturally he could be sensitive about it. From delicacy I thought it best not to seem to notice it too much. No doubt a man with a dog like that feels just as a person does who has a child that is out of true. The gentleman was not merely fond of the dog, he was also proud of it, just the same again as a mother feels about her child when it is an idiot. I could see that he was proud of it, notwithstanding it was such a long dog and looked so resigned and pious. It had been all over the world with him, and had been pilgriming like that for years and years. It had traveled 50,000 miles by sea and rail, and had ridden in front of him on his horse 8,000. It had a silver medal from the Geographical Society of Great Britain for its travels, and I saw it. It had won prizes in dog shows, both in India and in England. I saw them. He said its pedigree was on record in the Kennel Club, and that it was a well-known dog. He said a great many people in London could recognize it the moment they saw it. I did not say anything, but I did not think it anything strange. I should know that dog again myself, yet I am not careful about noticing dogs. He said that when he walked along in London people often stopped and looked at the dog. Of course I did not say anything, for I did not want to hurt his feelings, but I could have explained to him that if you take a great long low dog like that and waddle it along the street anywhere in the world and not charge anything, people will stop and look. He was gratified because the dog took prizes, but that was nothing. If I were built like that, I could take prizes myself. I wished I knew what kind of a dog it was, and what it was for, but I could not very well ask, for that would show that I did not know. Not that I want a dog like that, but only to know the secret of its birth. I think he was going to hunt elephants with it.
because I know from remarks dropped by him that he has hunted large game in India and Africa, and likes it. But I think that if he tries to hunt elephants with it, he is going to be disappointed. I do not believe that it is suited for elephants. It lacks energy, it lacks force of character, it lacks bitterness. These things all show in the meekness and resignation of its expression. It would not attack an elephant, I am sure of it. It might not run if it saw one coming, but it looked to me like a dog that would sit down and pray. I wish he had told me what breed it was, if there are others, but I shall know the dog next time, and then, if I can bring myself to it, I will put delicacy aside and ask. If I seem strangely interested in dogs, I have a reason for it, for a dog saved me from an embarrassing position once, and that has made me grateful to these animals, and if by study I could learn to tell some of the kinds from the others, I should be greatly pleased. I only know one kind apart, yet, and that is the kind that saved me that time. I always know that kind when I meet it, and if it is hungry or lost, I take care of it. The matter happened in this way. It was years and years ago. I had received a note from Mr. Augustin Daly of the Fifth Avenue Theater asking me to call the next time I should be in New York. I was writing plays in those days, and he was admiring them and trying to get me a chance to get them played in Siberia. I took the first train, the early one, the one that leaves Hartford at 8:29 in the morning. At New Haven I bought a paper, and found it filled with glaring display lines about a bench show there. I had often heard of bench shows, but had never felt any interest in them, because I supposed they were lectures that were not well attended. It turned out now that it was not that, but a dog show. There was a double-leaded column about the king feature of this one, which was called a St. Bernard, and was worth $10,000, and was known to be the largest and finest of his species in the world. I read all this with interest, because out of my schoolboy readings I dimly remembered how the priests and pilgrims of St. Bernard used to go out in the storms and dig these dogs out of the snowdrifts when lost and exhausted, and give them brandy and save their lives, and drag them to the monastery and restore them with gruel. Also, there was a picture of this prize dog in the paper, a noble great creature with a benignant countenance, standing by a table. He was placed in that way so that one could get a right idea of his great dimensions. You could see that he was just a shade higher than the table, indeed, a huge fellow for a dog. Then there was a description which went into the details. It gave his enormous weight 150½ pounds, and his length 4 feet 2 inches from stem to sternpost, and his height 3 feet 1 inch to the top of his back. The pictures and the figures so impressed me that I could see the beautiful colossus before me, and I kept on thinking about him for the next 2 hours. Then I reached New York, and he dropped out of my mind. In the swirl and tumult of the hotel lobby I ran across Mr. Daly's comedian, the late James Lewis, of beloved memory, and I casually mentioned that I was going to call upon Mr. Daly in the evening at 8. He looked surprised, and said he reckoned not. For answer I handed him Mr. Daly's note. Its substance was, "Come to my private den over the theater, where we cannot be interrupted, and come by the back way, not the front. Number 642 Sixth Avenue is a cigar shop. Pass through it, and you are in a paved court, with high buildings all around. Enter the second door on the left, and come upstairs." "Is this all?" "Yes," I said. "Well, you'll never get in." "Why?" "Because you won't. Or if you do, you can draw on me for $100, for you will be the first man that has accomplished it in 25 years. I can't think what Mr. Daly can have been absorbed in. He has forgotten a most important detail, and he will feel humiliated in the morning when he finds that you tried to get in and couldn't." "Why? What is the trouble?" "I'll tell you. You see—" At that point we were swept apart by the crowd. Somebody detained me with a moment's talk, and we did not get together again. But it did not matter. I believed he was joking anyway. At 8 in the evening I passed through the cigar shop and into the court, and knocked at the second door. "Come in." I entered. It was a small room, carpetless, dusty, with a naked deal table, and 2 cheap wooden chairs for furniture. A giant Irishman was standing there, with shirt collar and vest unbuttoned, and no coat on. I put my hat on the table, and was about to say something when the Irishman took the innings himself, and not with marked courtesy of tone.
"Well, sir, what will you have?"
I was a little disconcerted, and my easy confidence suffered a shrinkage. The man stood as motionless as Gibraltar, and kept his unblinking eye upon me. It was very embarrassing, very humiliating. I stammered at a false start or two, then,
"I have just run down from—" "Have you, plaze? You'll not smoke here, you understand?"
I laid my cigar on the window ledge, chased my flighty thoughts a moment, then said in a placating manner, "I have come to see Mr. Daly."
"I have ye?"
"Yes."
"Well, you'll not see him."
"But he asked me to come."
"Oh, he did he?"
"Yes, he sent me this note, and—"
"Let me see it."
For a moment I fancied there would be a change in the atmosphere now, but this idea was premature. The big man was examining the note searchingly under the gas jet. A glance showed me that he had it upside down, disheartening evidence that he could not read.
"Is it his own handwrite?"
"Yes, he wrote it himself."
"He did he?"
"Yes."
"Well, then, why'd he write it like that?"
"How do you mean?"
"I mane, why wouldn't he put his name to it?"
"His name is to it. That's not it. You are looking at my name." I thought that was a home shot, but he did not betray that he had been hit. He said,
"It's not an easy one to spell. How do you pronounce it?"
"Mark Twain."
"Hmm. Mike Train. I don't remember it. What is it you want to see him about?"
"It isn't I that want to see him. He wants to see me."
"Oh, he does he?"
"Yes."
"What does he want to see you about?"
"I don't know."
"You don't know? And you confess it, becud. Well, I can tell you one thing. You'll not see him. Are you in the business?"
"What business?"
"The show business."
A fatal question. I recognized that I was defeated. If I answered no, he would cut the matter short and wave me to the door without the grace of a word. I saw it in his uncompromising eye. If I said I was a lecturer, he would despise me, and dismiss me with opprobrious words. If I said I was a dramatist, he would throw me out of the window. I saw that my case was hopeless, so I chose the course which seemed least humiliating. I would pocket my shame and glide out without answering. The silence was growing lengthy.
"I'll ask ye again. Are ye in the show business yourself?"
"Yes." I said it with splendid confidence, for in that moment the very twin of that grand New Haven dog loafed into the room, and I saw that Irishman's eye light eloquently with pride and affection.
"Ye are? And what is it?"
"I've got a bench show in New Haven." The weather did change then.
"You don't say, sir! And that's your show, sir! Oh, it's a grand show, it's a wonderful show, sir, and a proud man I am to see your honor this day. And you'll be an expert, sir, and you'll know all about dogs, more than ever they know theirselves, I'll take me oath to it."
I said with modesty, "I believe I have some reputation that way. In fact, my business requires it."
"Ye have some reputation, your honor. Bedad, I believe you. There's not a gentleman in the world that can lay over you in the judgment of a dog, sir. Now I'll venture that your honor'll know that dog's dimensions there better than he knows them his own self, and just by the casting of your educated eye upon him. Would you mind giving me a guess, if you'll be so good?"
I knew that upon my answer would depend my fate. If I made this dog bigger than the prize dog, it would be bad diplomacy and suspicious. If I fell too far short of the prize dog, that would be equally damaging. The dog was standing by the table, and I believed I knew the difference between him and the one whose picture I had seen in the newspaper, to a shade. I spoke promptly up and said, "It's no trouble to guess this noble creature's figures. Height, 3 feet. Length, 4 feet and 3/4 of an inch. Weight, 148 1/4." The man snatched his hat from its peg and danced on it with joy, shouting,
"Ye've hardly missed it the hair's breadth! Hardly the shade of a shade, your honor! Oh, it's the miraculous eye ye've got for the judgment of a dog!"
And still pouring out his admiration of my capacities, he snatched off his vest and scoured off one of the wooden chairs with it, and scrubbed it and polished it, and said,
"There, sit down, your honor. I'm ashamed of myself that I forgot you were standing all this time. And do put on your hat.
Ye mustn't take cold, it's a draughty place, and here is your cigar, sir, getting cold. I'll give ye a light. There, the place is all yours, sir, and if you'll just put your feet on the table and make yourself at home, I'll stir around and get a candle and light ye up the old crazy stairs, and see that ye don't come to any harm, for be this time Mr. Daly'll be that impatient to see your honor that he'll be taking the roof off." He conducted me cautiously and tenderly up the stairs, lighting the way and protecting me with friendly warnings, then pushed the door open and bowed me in and went his way, mumbling hearty things about my wonderful eye for points of a dog. Mr. Daly was writing and had his back to me. He glanced over his shoulder presently, then jumped up and said, "Oh, dear me, I forgot all about giving instructions. I was just writing you to beg 1,000 pardons. But how is it you are here? How did you get by that Irishman? You are the first man that's done it in 25 years. You didn't bribe him, I know that. There's not money enough in New York to do it. And you didn't persuade him. He is all ice and iron. There isn't a soft place nor a warm one in him anywhere. What is your secret? Look here, you owe me $100 for unintentionally giving you a chance to perform a miracle, for it is a miracle that you've done." "That is all right," I said. Collected of Jimmy Lewis. That good dog not only did me that good turn in the time of my need, but he won for me the envious reputation among all the theatrical people from the Atlantic to the Pacific of being the only man in history who had ever run the blockade of Augustin Daly's back door. End of chapter 45. This is chapter 46 of Following the Equator. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Following the Equator by Mark Twain, chapter 46. The Thugs, Government Efforts to Exterminate Them, Choking a Victim, a Fakir Spared, Thief Strangled. If the desire to kill and the opportunity to kill came always together, who would escape hanging? Pudd'nhead Wilson's New Calendar. On the train, 50 years ago, when I was a boy in the then remote and sparsely peopled Mississippi Valley, vague tales and rumors of a mysterious body of professional murderers came wandering in from a country which was constructively as far from us as the constellations blinking in space. India. Vague tales and rumors of a sect called Thugs, who waylaid travelers in lonely places and killed them for the contentment of a god whom they worshipped. Tales which everybody liked to listen to, and nobody believed, except with reservations. It was considered that the stories had gathered bulk on their travels. The matter died down, and a lull followed. Then Eugene Sue's Wandering Jew appeared, and made great talk for a while. One character in it was a chief of thugs, Feringhea, a mysterious and terrible Indian who was as slippery and sly as a serpent, and as deadly, and he stirred up the thug interest once more. But it did not last. It presently died again, this time to stay dead. At first glance it seemed strange that this should have happened, but really it was not strange. On the contrary, it was natural. I mean, on our side of the water. For the source whence the thug tales mainly came was a government report, and without doubt was not republished in America. It was probably never even seen there. Government reports have no general circulation. They are distributed to the few, and are not always read by those few. I heard of this report for the first time a day or two ago, and borrowed it. It is full of fascinations, and it turns those dim, dark fairy tales of my boyhood days into realities. The report was made in 1839 by Major Sleeman of the Indian Service, and was printed in Calcutta in 1840. It is a clumsy, great, fat, poor sample of the printer's art, but good enough for a government printing office in that old day, and in that remote region, perhaps. To Major Sleeman was given the general superintendence of the giant task of ridding India of Thuggee, and he and his 17 assistants accomplished it. It was the Augean stables over again. Captain Vallancey, writing in a Madras journal in those old times, makes this remark: "The day that sees this far-spread evil eradicated from India and known only in name will greatly tend to immortalize British rule in the East." He did not overestimate the magnitude and difficulty of the work, nor the immensity of the credit which would justly be due to British rule in case it was accomplished. Thuggee became known to the British authorities in India about 1810, but its wide prevalence was not suspected. It was not regarded as a serious matter, and no systematic measures were taken for its suppression until about 1830. About that time Major Sleeman captured Eugene Sue's Thug chief, Feringhea, and got him to turn King's evidence. The revelations were so stupefying that Sleeman was not able to believe them. Sleeman thought he knew every criminal within his jurisdiction, and that the worst of them were merely thieves. But Feringhea told him that he was in reality living in the midst of a swarm of professional murderers, that they had been all about him for many years, and that they buried their dead close by. These seemed insane tales, but Feringhea said, "Come and see," and he took him to a grave and dug up 100 bodies, and told him all the circumstances of the killings, and named the thugs who had done the work. It was a staggering business. Sleeman captured some of these thugs and proceeded to examine them separately and with proper precautions against collusion, for he would not believe any Indian's unsupported word. The evidence gathered proved the truth of what Feringhea had said, and also revealed the fact that gangs of thugs were plying their trade all over India. The astonished government now took hold of Thuggee, and for 10 years made systematic and relentless war upon it, and finally destroyed it. Gang after gang was captured, tried, and punished. The thugs were harried and hunted from one end of India to the other. The government got all their secrets out of them, and also got the names of the members of the bands, and recorded them in a book, together with their birthplaces and places of residence. The thugs were worshippers of Bhowanee, and to this god they sacrificed anybody that came handy. But they kept the dead man's things themselves, for the god cared for nothing but the corpse. Men were initiated into the sect with solemn ceremonies. Then they were taught how to strangle a person with the sacred choke-cloth, but were not allowed to perform officially with it until after long practice. No half-educated strangler could choke a man to death quickly enough to keep him from uttering a sound, a muffled scream, gurgle, gasp, moan, or something of the sort. But the expert's work was instantaneous. The cloth was whipped around the victim's neck, there was a sudden twist, and the head fell silently forward, the eyes starting from the sockets, and all was over. The thug carefully guarded against resistance. It was usual to get the victims to sit down, for that was the handiest position for business. If the thug had planned India itself, it could not have been more conveniently arranged for the needs of his occupation. There were no public conveyances, there were no conveyances for hire. The traveler went on foot or in a bullock cart or on a horse which he bought for the purpose. As soon as he was out of his own little state or principality, he was among strangers. Nobody knew him, nobody took note of him, and from that time his movements could no longer be traced. He did not stop in towns or villages, but camped outside of them and sent his servants in to buy provisions. There were no habitations between villages. Whenever he was between villages, he was an easy prey, particularly as he usually traveled by night to avoid the heat. He was always being overtaken by strangers who offered him the protection of their company, or asked for the protection of his, and these strangers were often thugs, as he presently found out to his cost. The landholders, the native police, the petty princes, the village officials, the customs officers were in many cases protectors and harborers of the thugs, and betrayed travelers to them for a share of the spoil. At first this condition of things made it next to impossible for the government to catch the marauders. They were spirited away by these watchful friends. All through a vast continent thus infested, helpless people of every caste and kind moved along the paths and trails in couples and groups silently by night, carrying the commerce of the country, treasure, jewels, money, and petty batches of silks, spices, and all manner of wares. It was a paradise for the thug. When the autumn opened, the thugs began to gather together by preconcert. Other people had to have interpreters at every turn, but not the thugs. They could talk together, no matter how far apart they were born, for they had a language of their own, and they had secret signs by which they knew each other for thugs, and they were always friends. Even their diversities of religion and caste were sunk in devotion to their calling, and the Moslem and the high caste and low caste Hindu were staunch and affectionate brothers in thuggery. When a gang had been assembled, they had religious worship, and waited for an omen. They had definite notions about the omens. The cries of certain animals were good omens, the cries of certain other creatures were bad omens. A bad omen would stop proceedings and send the men home. The sword and the strangling cloth were sacred emblems. The thugs worshipped the sword at home before going out to the assembling place. The strangling cloth was worshipped at the place of assembly. The chiefs of most of the bands performed the religious ceremonies themselves, but the Kayets delegated them to certain official stranglers, chaurs. The rites of the Kayets were so holy that no one but a chaur was allowed to touch the vessels and other things used in them. Thug methods exhibit a curious mixture of caution and the absence of it, cold business calculation and sudden unreflecting impulse. But there were two details which were constant, and not subject to caprice: patient persistence in following up the prey, and pitilessness when the time came to act. Caution was exhibited in the strength of the bands. They never felt comfortable and confident unless their strength exceeded that of any party of travelers they were likely to meet by 4 or 5-fold. Yet it was never their purpose to attack openly, but only when the victims were off their guard. When they got hold of a party of travelers, they often moved along in their company several days, using all manner of arts to win their friendship and get their confidence. At last, when this was accomplished to their satisfaction, the real business began. A few thugs were privately detached and sent forward in the dark to select a good killing place and dig the graves. When the rest reached the spot a halt was called, for a rest or a smoke. The travelers were invited to sit. By signs, the chief appointed certain thugs to sit down in front of the travelers, as if to wait upon them, others to sit down beside them and engage them in conversation, and certain expert stranglers to stand behind the travelers and be ready when the signal was given. The signal was usually some commonplace remark, like, "Bring the tobacco." Sometimes a considerable wait ensued after all the actors were in their places. The chief was biding his time, in order to make everything sure. Meantime the talk droned on, dim figures moved about in the dull light. Peace and tranquillity reigned. The travelers resigned themselves to the pleasant reposefulness and comfort of the situation, unconscious of the death angels standing motionless at their backs. The time was ripe now, and the signal came. "Bring the tobacco." There was a mute, swift movement. All in the same instant the men at each victim's sides seized his hands, the man in front seized his feet, and pulled. The man at his back whipped the cloth around his neck and gave it a twist. The head sunk forward, the tragedy was over. The bodies were stripped and covered up in the graves, the spoil packed for transportation. Then the thugs gave pious thanks to Bhowanee and departed on further holy service. The report shows that the travelers moved in exceedingly small groups, 2s, 3s, 4s as a rule. A party with a dozen in it was rare. The thugs themselves seem to have been the only people who moved in force. They went about in gangs of 10, 15, 25, 40, 60, 100, 150, 200, 250, and one gang of 310 is mentioned. Considering their numbers, their catch was not extraordinary, particularly when you consider that they were not in the least fastidious, but took anybody they could get, whether rich or poor, and sometimes even killed children. Now and then they killed women, but it was considered sinful to do it and unlucky. The "season" was 6 or 8 months long. One season the half-dozen Bundelkhand and Gwalior gangs aggregated 712 men, and they murdered 210 people. One season the Malwa and Kandaish gangs aggregated 702 men, and they murdered 232. One season the Kandaish and Berar gangs aggregated 963 men, and they murdered 385 people. Here is the tally sheet of a gang of 60 thugs for a whole season, gang under 2 noted chiefs, Choti and Sheikh Nungu, from Gwalior. left Pura in Jhansi, and on arrival at Sarora murdered a traveler. On nearly reaching Bhopal, met 3 Brahmins and murdered them. Crossed the Nerbuda. At a village called Hutia, murdered a Hindu. Went through Aurungabad to Walago. There met a Havildar of the Barber caste and 5 sepoys native soldiers. In the evening came to Jokur, and in the morning killed them near the place where the treasure-bearers were killed the year before. Between Jokur and Dolia met a sepoy of the shepherd caste. Killed him in the jungle. Passed through Dolia and lodged in a village. 2 miles beyond, on the road to Indore, met a Biraji, beggar, holy mendicant. Murdered him at the Tapa. In the morning, beyond the Tapa, fell in with 3 Marwari travelers, murdered them. Near a village on the banks of the Tapti met 4 travelers and killed them. Between Chupra and Doria met a Marwari, murdered him. At Doria met 3 Marwaris, took them 2 miles and murdered them. 2 miles further on, overtaken by 3 treasure-bearers, took them 2 miles and murdered them in the jungle. Came on to Kurgore Batisa in Indore, divided spoil and dispersed. A total of 27 men murdered on one expedition. Choti, to save his neck, was informer and furnished these facts. Several things are noticeable about his resume. 1. Business brevity. 2. Absence of emotion. 3. Smallness of the parties encountered by the 60. 4. Variety in character and quality of the game captured. 5. Hindu and Mohammedan chiefs in business together for Bhowani. 6. The sacred caste of the Brahmins not respected by either. 7. Nor yet the character of that mendicant, that Biraji. A beggar is a holy creature, and some of the gang spared him on that account, no matter how slack business might be, but other gangs slaughtered not only him, but even that sacredest of sacred creatures, the fakir, that repulsive skin and bone thing that goes around naked and mats his bushy hair with dust and dirt, and so beflowers his lean body with ashes that he looks like a spectre. Sometimes a fakir trusted a shade too far in the protection of his sacredness. In the middle of a tally-sheet of Feringias, who had been out with 40 thugs, I find a case of the kind. After the killing of 39 men and 1 woman, the fakir appears on the scene. Approaching Dorgao, met 3 pundits, also a fakir, mounted on a pony. He was plastered over with sugar to collect flies, and was covered with them. Drove off the fakir, and killed the other 3. Leaving Dorgao, the fakir joined again, and went on in company to Raojana. Met 6 Kutris on their way from Bombay to Nagpur. Drove off the fakir with stones, and killed the 6 men in camp, and buried them in the grove. Next day the fakir joined again, made him leave at Mana. Beyond there, fell in with 2 Kahars and a sepoy, and came on towards the place selected for the murder. When near it, the fakir came again. Losing all patience with him, gave Mithu, one of the gang, 5 rupees ($2.50) to murder him and take the sin upon himself. All 4 were strangled, including the fakir. Surprised to find among the fakir's effects 30 pounds of coral, 350 strings of small pearls, 15 strings of large pearls, and a gilt necklace. It is curious the little effect that time has upon a really interesting circumstance. This one, so old, so long ago gone down into oblivion, reads with the same freshness and charm that attach to the news in the morning paper. One's spirits go up, then down, then up again, following the chances which the fakir is running. Now you hope, now you despair, now you hope again, and at last everything comes out right, and you feel a great wave of personal satisfaction go weltering through you, and without thinking, you put out your hand to pat Mithu on the back, when, poof, the whole thing has vanished away, there is nothing there. Mithu and all the crowd have been dust and ashes and forgotten, oh, so many, many, many lagging years. And then comes a sense of injury. You don't know whether Mithu got the swag, along with the sin, or had to divide up the swag and keep all the sin himself. There is no literary art about a government report. It stops a story right in the most interesting place. These reports of Thug expeditions run along interminably in one monotonous tune: met a sepoy, killed him; met 5 pundits, killed them; met 4 Rajputs and a woman, killed them, and so on, till the statistics get to be pretty dry. But this small trip of Feringhea's 40 had some little variety about it. Once they came across a man hiding in a grave, a thief. He had stolen 1,100 rupees from Dunroj Saith of Paroti. They strangled him and took the money. They had no patience with thieves. They killed 2 treasure-bearers and got 4,000 rupees. They came across 2 bullocks laden with copper pice, and killed the 4 drivers and took the money. There must have been half a ton of it. I think it takes a double handful of pice to make an anna, and 16 annas to make a rupee, and even in those days the rupee was worth only half a dollar. Coming back over their tracks from Baroda, they had another picturesque stroke of luck. The Lohars of Oodipur put a traveler in their charge for safety. Dear, dear, across this abysmal gulf of time we still see Feringhea's lips uncover his teeth, and through the dim haze we catch the incandescent glimmer of his smile. He accepted that trust, good man, and so we know what went with the traveler. Even Rajas had no terrors for Feringhea. He came across an elephant driver belonging to the Raja of Udipur, and promptly strangled him. A total of 100 men and 5 women murdered on this expedition. Among the reports of expeditions we find mention of victims of almost every quality and estate: native soldiers, fakirs, mendicants, holy water carriers, carpenters, peddlers, tailors, blacksmiths, policemen native, pastry cooks, grooms, Mecca pilgrims, chuprasis, treasure-bearers, children, cowherds, gardeners, shopkeepers, palanquin-bearers, farmers, bullock-drivers, male servants seeking work, women servants seeking work, shepherds, archers, table-waiters, weavers, priests, bankers, boatmen, merchants, grass-cutters. Also a prince's cook, and even the water-carrier of that sublime Lord of Lords and King of Kings, the Governor-General of India. How broad they were in their tastes! They also murdered actors, poor wandering barnstormers. There are 2 instances recorded. The first one by a gang of thugs under a chief who soils a great name borne by a better man, Kipling's deathless Gunga Din. After murdering 4 sepoys, going on toward Indore, met 4 strolling players, and persuaded them to come with us, on the pretense that we would see their performance at the next stage. Murdered them at a temple near Bhopal. Second instance: at Deohuti, joined by comedians. Murdered them eastward of that place. But this gang was a particularly bad crew. On that expedition they murdered a fakir and 12 beggars. And yet Bhowani protected them. For once, when they were strangling a man in a wood when a crowd was going by close at hand, and the noose slipped and the man screamed, Bhowani made a camel burst out at the same moment with a roar that drowned the scream, and before the man could repeat it the breath was choked out of his body. The cow is so sacred in India that to kill her keeper is an awful sacrilege, and even the thugs recognize this. Yet now and then the lust for blood was too strong, and so they did kill a few cow-keepers. In one of these instances the witness who killed the cowherd said, "In Thuggee this is strictly forbidden, and is an act from which no good can come. I was ill of a fever for 10 days afterward. I do believe that evil will follow the murder of a man with a cow. If there be no cow it does not signify." Another thug said he held the cowherd's feet while this witness did the strangling. He felt no concern, because the bad fortune of such a deed is upon the strangler and not upon the assistants, even if there should be 100 of them. There were thousands of thugs roving over India constantly during many generations. They made Thuggee a hereditary vocation, and taught it to their sons and to their sons' sons. Boys were in full membership as early as 16 years of age. Veterans were still at work at 70. What was the fascination? What was the impulse? Apparently it was partly piety, largely gain,
and there is reason to suspect that the sport afforded was the chiefest fascination of all. Meadows Taylor makes a Thug in one of his books claim that the pleasure of killing men was the white man's beast-hunting instinct enlarged, refined, ennobled. I will quote the passage. End of chapter 46. This is chapter 47 of Following the Equator. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Following the Equator by Mark Twain, chapter 47. Thugs, continued. Record of murders. A joy of hunting and killing men. Gordon Cumming. Killing an elephant. Family affection among thugs. Burial places. Simple rules for saving money. To save half, when you are fired by an eager impulse to contribute to a charity, wait and count 40. To save three-quarters, count 60. To save it all, count 65. Pudd'nhead Wilson's New Calendar. The Thug said, "How many of you English are passionately devoted to sporting! Your days and months are passed in its excitement. A tiger, a panther, a buffalo, or a hog rouses your utmost energies for its destruction. You even risk your lives in its pursuit. How much higher game is a Thug's!" That must really be the secret of the rise and development of Thuggee, the joy of killing, the joy of seeing killing done. These are traits of the human race at large. We white people are merely modified thugs. Thugs fretting under the restraints of a not very thick skin of civilization. Thugs who long ago enjoyed the slaughter of the Roman arena, and later the burning of doubtful Christians by authentic Christians in the public squares, and who now, with the thugs of Spain and Nimes, flock to enjoy the blood and misery of the bull-ring. We have no tourists of either sex or any religion who are able to resist the delights of the bull-ring when opportunity offers. And we are gentle thugs in the hunting season, and love to chase a tame rabbit and kill it. Still, we have made some progress, microscopic, and in truth scarcely worth mentioning, and certainly nothing to be proud of. Still, it is progress. We no longer take pleasure in slaughtering or burning helpless men. We have reached a little altitude where we may look down upon the Indian thugs with a complacent shudder, and we may even hope for a day, many centuries hence, when our posterity will look down upon us in the same way. There are many indications that the Thug often hunted men for the mere sport of it, that the fright and pain of the quarry were no more to him than are the fright and pain of the rabbit or the stag to us, and that he was no more ashamed of beguiling his game with deceits and abusing its trust than are we when we have imitated a wild animal's call and shot it when it honored us with its confidence and came to see what we wanted. Madara, son of Nihal, and I, Ramzan, set out from Kotdi in the cold weather and followed the high road for about 20 days in search of travelers, until we came to Selempur, where we met a very old man going to the east. We won his confidence in this manner. He carried a load which was too heavy for his old age. I said to him, "You are an old man. I will aid you in carrying your load, as you are from my part of the country." He said, "Very well, take me with you." So we took him with us to Selempur, where we slept that night. We woke him next morning before dawn and set out, and at the distance of 3 miles we seated him to rest while it was still very dark. Madara was ready behind him, and strangled him. He never spoke a word. He was about 60 or 70 years of age. Another gang fell in with a couple of barbers, and persuaded them to come along in their company by promising them the job of shaving the whole crew, 30 thugs. At the place appointed for the murder 15 got shaved, and actually paid the barbers for their work, then killed them and took back the money. A gang of 42 thugs came across 2 Brahmins and a shopkeeper on the road, beguiled them into a grove, and got up a concert for their entertainment. While these poor fellows were listening to the music, the stranglers were standing behind them, and at the proper moment for dramatic effect they applied the noose. The most devoted fisherman must have a bite at least as often as once a week, or his passion will cool,
and he will put up his tackle. The tiger sportsman must find a tiger at least once a fortnight, or he will get tired and quit. The elephant hunter's enthusiasm will waste away little by little, and his zeal will perish at last if he plod around a month without finding a member of that noble family to assassinate. But when the lust in the hunter's heart is for the noblest of all quarries, man, how different is the case, and how watery and poor is the zeal, and how childish the endurance of those other hunters by comparison! Then neither hunger, nor thirst, nor fatigue, nor deferred hope, nor monotonous disappointment, nor leaden-footed lapse of time can conquer the hunter's patience, or weaken the joy of his quest, or cool the splendid rage of his desire. Of all the hunting passions that burn in the breast of man, there is none that can lift him superior to discouragements like these but the one, the royal sport, the supreme sport, whose quarry is his brother. By comparison, tiger hunting is a colorless poor thing, for all it has been so bragged about. Why, the Thug was content to tramp patiently along afoot in the wasting heat of India, week after week, at an average of 9 or 10 miles a day, if he might but hope to find game some time or other and refresh his longing soul with blood. Here is an instance. I, Ramzan, and Hyder set out for the purpose of strangling travelers from Gudipur, and proceeded via the fort of Jalalabad, Nawulgunji, Bangarmo, on the banks of the Ganges, upwards of 100 miles, from whence we returned by another route. Still no travelers, till we reached Bawanigunji, where we fell in with a traveler, a boatman. We inveigled him, and about 2 miles east of there Hyder strangled him as he stood, for he was troubled and afraid, and would not sit. We then made a long journey, about 130 miles, and reached Husunpur Bundwa, where at the tank we fell in with a traveler. He slept there that night. Next morning we followed him and tried to win his confidence. At the distance of 2 miles we endeavored to induce him to sit down, but he would not, having become aware of us. I attempted to strangle him as he walked along, but did not succeed. Both of us then fell upon him. He made a great outcry, "They are murdering me!" At length we strangled him and flung his body into a well. After this we returned to our homes, having been out a month and traveled about 260 miles. A total of 2 men murdered on the expedition. And here is another case related by the terrible Futi Khan, a man with a tremendous record, to be rementioned by and by. I, with 3 others, traveled for about 45 days a distance of about 200 miles in search of victims along the highway to Bundwa, and returned by Davodpur, another 200 miles, during which journey we had only 1 murder, which happened in this manner. 4 miles to the east of Nobustagat we fell in with a traveler, an old man. I, with Koshal and Hyder, inveigled him and accompanied him that day within 3 miles of Rampur, where, after dark, in a lonely place, we got him to sit down and rest. And while I kept him in talk, seated before him, Hyder behind strangled him. He made no resistance. Koshal stabbed him under the arms and in the throat, and we flung the body into a running stream. We got about 4 or 5 rupees each, $2 or $2.50. We then proceeded homewards, a total of 1 man murdered on this expedition. There. They tramped 400 miles, were gone about 3 months, and harvested $2.50 apiece. But the mere pleasure of the hunt was sufficient. That was pay enough. They did no grumbling. Every now and then in this big book one comes across that pathetic remark, "We tried to get him to sit down, but he would not." It tells the whole story. Some accident had awakened the suspicion in him that these smooth friends who had been petting and coddling him and making him feel so safe and so fortunate after his forlorn and lonely wanderings were the dreaded Thugs, and now their ghastly invitation to "sit and rest" had confirmed its truth. He knew there was no help for him, and that he was looking his last upon earthly things, but he would not sit. No, not that. It was too awful to think of. There are a number of instances which indicate that when a man had once tasted the regal joys of man-hunting, he could not be content with the dull monotony of a crimeless life afterward. Example from a thug's testimony: we passed through to Kurnaul, where we found a former thug named Janua, an old comrade of ours, who had turned religious mendicant and become a disciple and holy. He came to us in the serai, and weeping with joy, returned to his old trade. Neither wealth nor honors nor dignities could satisfy a reformed thug for long. He would throw them all away some day and go back to the lurid pleasures of hunting men and being hunted himself by the British. Ramzan was taken into a great native grandee's service and given authority over 5 villages. My authority extended over these people to summons them to my presence, to make them stand or sit. I dressed well, rode my pony, and had 2 sepoys, a scribe, and a village guard to attend me. During 3 years I used to pay each village a monthly visit, and no one suspected that I was a thug. The chief man used to wait on me to transact business, and as I passed along, old and young made their salaam to me. And yet, during that very 3 years he got leave of absence to attend a wedding, and instead went off on a thugging lark with 6 other thugs and hunted the highway for 15 days, with satisfactory results. Afterwards he held a great office under a rajah. There he had 10 miles of country under his command and a military guard of 15 men, with authority to call out 2,000 more upon occasion. But the British got on his track, and they crowded him so that he had to give himself up. See what a figure he was when he was gotten up for style and had all his things on. I was fully armed, a sword, shield, pistols, a matchlock musket, and a flint gun, for I was fond of being thus arrayed, and when so armed feared not though 40 men stood before me. He gave himself up and proudly proclaimed himself a thug. Then, by request, he agreed to betray his friend and pal, Buhram, a thug with the most tremendous record in India. I went to the house where Buhram slept, often has he led our gangs. I woke him, he knew me well, and came outside to me. It was a cold night, so under pretense of warming myself, but in reality to have light for his seizure by the guards, I lighted some straw and made a blaze. We were warming our hands. The guards drew around us. I said to them, "This is Buhram," and he was seized just as a cat seizes a mouse. Then Buhram said, "I am a thug. My father was a thug. My grandfather was a thug, and I have thugged with many." So spoke the mighty hunter, the mightiest of the mighty, the Gordon Cumming of his day. Not much regret noticeable in it. "Having planted a bullet in the shoulder bone of an elephant, and caused the agonized creature to lean for support against a tree, I proceeded to brew some coffee. Having refreshed myself, taking observations of the elephant's spasms and writhings between the sips, I resolved to make experiments on vulnerable points, and approaching very near, I fired several bullets at different parts of his enormous skull. He only acknowledged the shots by a salaam-like movement of his trunk, with the point of which he gently touched the wounds with a striking and peculiar action. Surprised and shocked to find that I was only prolonging the suffering of the noble beast, which bore its trials with such dignified composure, I resolved to finish the proceeding with all possible despatch, and accordingly opened fire upon him from the left side. Aiming at the shoulder, I fired 6 shots with the 2-grooved rifle, which must have eventually proved mortal, after which I fired 6 shots at the same part with the Dutch 6-pounder. Large tears now trickled down from his eyes, which he slowly shut and opened. His colossal frame shivered convulsively, and, falling on his side, he expired. Gordon Cumming. So many times this official report leaves one's curiosity unsatisfied. For instance, here is a little paragraph out of the record of a certain band of 193 thugs, which has that defect. "Fell in with Lal Singh Subadar and his family, consisting of 9 persons, traveled with them 2 days, and the third put them all to death except the 2 children, little boys of 1½ years old." There it stops. What did they do with those poor little fellows? What was their subsequent history? Did they purpose training them up as thugs? How could they take care of such little creatures on a march which stretched over several months? No one seems to have cared to ask any questions about the babies. But I do wish I knew. One would be apt to imagine that the Thugs were utterly callous, utterly destitute of human feelings, heartless toward their own families as well as toward other people's. But this was not so. Like all other Indians, they had a passionate love for their kin. A shrewd British officer who knew the Indian character took that characteristic into account in laying his plans for the capture of Eugene Sue's famous Feringhea. He found out Feringhea's hiding place, and sent a guard by night to seize him, but the squad was awkward and he got away. However, they got the rest of the family, the mother, wife, child, and brother, and brought them to the officer at Jubulpore. The officer did not fret, but bided his time. I knew Feringhea would not go far while links so dear to him were in my hands. He was right. Feringhea knew all the danger he was running by staying in the neighborhood, still he could not tear himself away. The officer found that he divided his time between 5 villages where he had relatives and friends who could get news for him from his family in Jubulpore jail, and that he never slept 2 consecutive nights in the same village. The officer traced out his several haunts, then pounced upon all the 5 villages on the one night and at the same hour, and got his man. Another example of family affection. A little while previously to the capture of Feringhea's family, the British officer had captured Feringhea's foster brother, leader of a gang of 10, and had tried the 11 and condemned them to be hanged. Feringhea's captured family arrived at the jail the day before the execution was to take place. The foster brother, Jurhu, entreated to be allowed to see the aged mother and the others. The prayer was granted, and this is what took place. It is the British officer who speaks. In the morning, just before going to the scaffold, the interview took place before me. He fell at the old woman's feet and begged that she would relieve him from the obligations of the milk with which she had nourished him from infancy, as he was about to die before he could fulfill any of them. She placed her hands on his head, and he knelt, and she said she forgave him all, and bid him die like a man. If a capable artist should make a picture of it, it would be full of dignity and solemnity and pathos, and it could touch you. You would imagine it to be anything but what it was. There is reverence there, and tenderness, and gratefulness, and compassion, and resignation, and fortitude, and self-respect, and no sense of disgrace, no thought of dishonor. Everything is there that goes to make a noble parting, and give it a moving grace and beauty and dignity. And yet one of these people is a Thug, and the other a mother of thugs. The incongruities of our human nature seem to reach their limit here. I wish to make note of one curious thing while I think of it. One of the very commonest remarks to be found in this bewildering array of Thug confessions is this: strangled him and threw him in a well. In one case they threw 16 into a well, and they had thrown others in the same well before. It makes a body thirsty to read about it. And there is another very curious thing. The bands of Thugs had private graveyards. They did not like to kill and bury at random, here and there and everywhere. They preferred to wait, and toll the victims along, and get to one of their regular burying places, Beals, if they could. In the little kingdom of Oude, which was about half as big as Ireland and about as big as the state of Maine, they had 274 Beals. They were scattered along 1,400 miles of road, at an average of only 5 miles apart, and the British government traced out and located each and every one of them and set them down on the map. The Oude bands seldom went out of their own country, but they did a thriving business within its borders. So did outside bands who came in and helped. Some of the Thug leaders of Oude were noted for their successful careers. Each of 4 of them confessed to above 300 murders, another to nearly 400, our friend Ramzan to 604. He is the one who got leave of absence to attend a wedding and went thugging instead, and he is also the one who betrayed Buram to the British. But the biggest records of all were the murder lists of Futi Khan and Buram. Futi Khan's number is smaller than Ramzan's, but he is placed at the head because his average is the best in Ude Thug history per year of service. His slaughter was 508 men in 20 years, and he was still a young man when the British stopped his industry. Buram's list was 931 murders, but it took him 40 years. His average was one man and nearly all of another man per month for 40 years, but Futi Khan's average was 2 men and a little of another man per month during his 20 years of usefulness. There is one very striking thing which I wish to call attention to. You have surmised from the listed callings followed by the victims of the Thugs that nobody could travel the Indian roads unprotected and live to get through, that the Thugs respected no quality, no vocation, no religion, nobody, that they killed every unarmed man that came in their way. That is wholly true, with one reservation. In all the long file of Thug confessions an English traveler is mentioned but once, and this is what the Thug says of the circumstance. He was on his way from Mo to Bombay. We studiously avoided him. He proceeded next morning with a number of travelers who had sought his protection, and they took the road to Baroda. We do not know who he was. He flits across the page of this rusty old book and disappears into the obscurity beyond. But he is an impressive figure, moving through that valley of death serene and unafraid, clothed in the might of the English name. We have now followed the big official book through, and we understand what Thuggee was, what a bloody terror it was, what a desolating scourge it was. In 1830 the English found this cancerous organization embedded in the vitals of the empire, doing its devastating work in secrecy, and assisted, protected, sheltered, and hidden by innumerable confederates, big and little native chiefs, customs officers, village officials, and native police, all ready to lie for it, and the mass of the people, through fear, persistently pretending to know nothing about its doings. And this condition of things had existed for generations, and was formidable with the sanctions of age and old custom. If ever there was an unpromising task, if ever there was a hopeless task in the world, surely it was offered here, the task of conquering Thuggee. But that little handful of English officials in India set their sturdy and confident grip upon it, and ripped it out root and branch. How modest do Captain Vallancey's words sound now, when we read them again, knowing what we know. The day that sees this far-spread evil completely eradicated from India, and known only in name, will greatly tend to immortalize British rule in the East. It would be hard to word a claim more modestly than that for this most noble work. End of chapter 47. This is chapter 48 of Following the Equator. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Following the Equator by Mark Twain, chapter 48. Starting for Allahabad. Lower berths in sleepers. Elderly ladies have preference of berths. An American lady takes one anyhow. How Smythe lost his berth. How he got even. The Suttee. Grief can take care of itself, but to get the full value of a joy you must have somebody to divide it with. Pudd'nhead Wilson's New Calendar. We left Bombay for Allahabad by a night train. It is the custom of the country to avoid day travel when it can conveniently be done, but there is one trouble. While you can seemingly secure the 2 lower berths by making early application, there is no ticket as witness of it, and no other producible evidence in case your proprietorship shall chance to be challenged. The word "engaged" appears on the window, but it doesn't state who the compartment is engaged for. If your Satan and your Barney arrive before somebody else's servants, and spread the bedding on the 2 sofas and then stand guard till you come, all will be well. But if they step aside on an errand, they may find the beds promoted to the 2 shelves, and somebody else's demons standing guard over their master's beds, which, in the meantime, have been spread upon your sofas. You do not pay anything extra for your sleeping place. That is where the trouble lies. If you buy a fare ticket and fail to use it, there is room thus made available for someone else. But if the place were secured to you, it would remain vacant, and yet your ticket would secure you another place when you were presently ready to travel. However, no explanation of such a system can make it seem quite rational to a person who has been used to a more rational system. If our people had the arranging of it, we should charge extra for securing the place, and then the road would suffer no loss if the purchaser did not occupy it. The present system encourages good manners, and also discourages them. If a young girl has a lower berth and an elderly lady comes in, it is usual for the girl to offer her place to this late comer, and it is usual for the late comer to thank her courteously and take it. But the thing happens differently sometimes. When we were ready to leave Bombay, my daughter's satchels were holding possession of her berth, a lower one. At the last moment a middle-aged American lady swarmed into the compartment, followed by native porters laden with her baggage. She was growling and snarling and scolding, and trying to make herself phenomenally disagreeable, and succeeding. Without a word, she hoisted the satchels into the hanging shelf, and took possession of that lower berth. On one of our trips Mr. Smythe and I got out at a station to walk up and down, and when we came back Smythe's bed was in the hanging shelf, and an English cavalry officer was in bed on the sofa which he had lately been occupying. It was mean to be glad about it, but it is the way we are made. I could not have been gladder if it had been my enemy that had suffered this misfortune. We all like to see people in trouble, if it doesn't cost us anything. I was so happy over Mr. Smythe's chagrin that I couldn't go to sleep for thinking of it and enjoying it. I knew he supposed the officer had committed the robbery himself, whereas, without a doubt, the officer's servant had done it without his knowledge. Mr. Smythe kept this incident warm in his heart, and longed for a chance to get even with somebody for it. Some time afterward the opportunity came in Calcutta. We were leaving on a 24-hour journey to Darjeeling. Mr. Barclay, the general superintendent, has made special provision for our accommodation, Mr. Smythe said, so there was no need to hurry about getting to the train. Consequently, we were a little late. When we arrived, the usual immense turmoil and confusion of a great Indian station were in full blast. It was an immoderately long train, for all the natives of India were going by it somewhither, and the native officials were being pestered to frenzy by belated and anxious people. They didn't know where our car was, and couldn't remember having received any orders about it. It was a deep disappointment. Moreover, it looked as if our half of our party would be left behind altogether. Then Satan came running and said he had found a compartment with one shelf and one sofa unoccupied, and had made our beds and had stowed our baggage. We rushed to the place, and just as the train was ready to pull out, and the porters were slamming the doors to all down the line, an officer of the Indian Civil Service, a good friend of ours, put his head in and said, "I have been hunting for you everywhere. What are you doing here? Don't you know—" The train started before he could finish. Mr. Smythe's opportunity was come. His bedding on the shelf at once changed places with the bedding, a stranger's, that was occupying the sofa that was opposite to mine. About 10 o'clock we stopped somewhere, and a large Englishman of official military bearing stepped in. We pretended to be asleep. The lamps were covered, but there was light enough for us to note his look of surprise. He stood there, grand and fine, peering down at Smythe, and wondering in silence at the situation. After a bit he said, "Well," and that was all. But that was enough. It was easy to understand. It meant, "This is extraordinary. This is high-handed. I haven't had an experience like this before." He sat down on his baggage, and for 20 minutes we watched him through our eyelashes, rocking and swaying there to the motion of the train. Then we came to a station, and he got up and went out, muttering, "I must find a lower berth or wait over." His servant came presently and carried away his things. Mr. Smythe's sore place was healed, his hunger for revenge was satisfied, but he couldn't sleep, and neither could I, for this was a venerable old car, and nothing about it was taut. The closet door slammed all night, and defied every fastening we could invent. We got up very much jaded at dawn, and stepped out at a way station, and while we were taking a cup of coffee, that Englishman ranged up alongside, and somebody said to him, "So you didn't stop off after all?" "No, The guard found a place for me that had been engaged and not occupied. I had a whole saloon car all to myself. Oh, quite palatial. I never had such luck in my life."
That was our car, you see. We moved into it straight off, the family and all. But I asked the English gentleman to remain, and he did. A pleasant man, an infantry colonel, and doesn't know yet that Smythe robbed him of his berth, but thinks it was done by Smythe's servant without Smythe's knowledge. He was assisted in gathering this impression. The Indian trains are manned by natives exclusively. The Indian stations, except very large and important ones, are manned entirely by natives, and so are the posts and telegraphs. The rank and file of the police are natives. All these people are pleasant and accommodating. One day I left an express train to lounge about in that perennially ravishing show, the ebb and flow and whirl of gaudy natives, that is always surging up and down the spacious platform of a great Indian station, and I lost myself in the ecstasy of it, and when I turned, the train was moving swiftly away. I was going to sit down and wait for another train, as I would have done at home. I had no thought of any other course. But a native official, who had a green flag in his hand, saw me, and said politely, "Don't you belong in that train, sir?" "Yes," I said. He waved his flag, and the train came back, and he put me aboard with as much ceremony as if I had been the general superintendent. They are kindly people, the natives. The face and the bearing that indicate a surly spirit and a bad heart seem to me to be so rare among Indians, so nearly non-existent, in fact, that I sometimes wondered if Thuggee wasn't a dream and not a reality. The bad hearts are there, but I believe that they are in a small, poor minority. One thing is sure, they are much the most interesting people in the world, and the nearest to being incomprehensible. At any rate, the hardest to account for. Their character and their history, their customs and their religion confront you with riddles at every turn, riddles which are a trifle more perplexing after they are explained than they were before. You can get the facts of a custom, like caste and suttee and thuggee and so on, and with the facts a theory which tries to explain, but never quite does it to your satisfaction. You can never quite understand how so strange a thing could have been born, nor why. For instance, the suttee. This is the explanation of it. A woman who throws away her life when her husband dies is instantly joined to him again, and is forever afterward happy with him in heaven. Her family will build a little monument to her, or a temple, and will hold her in honor, and, indeed, worship her memory always. They will themselves be held in honor by the public. The woman's self-sacrifice has conferred a noble and lasting distinction upon her posterity. And besides, see what she has escaped. If she had elected to live, she would be a disgraced person. She could not remarry. Her family would despise her and disown her. She would be a friendless outcast and miserable all her days. Very well, you say, but the explanation is not complete yet. How did people come to drift into such a strange custom? What was the origin of the idea?
Well, nobody knows. It was probably a revelation sent down by the gods.
One more thing. Why was such a cruel death chosen? Why wouldn't a gentle one have answered?
Nobody knows. Maybe that was a revelation, too.
No, you can never understand it. It all seems impossible. You resolve to believe that a widow never burnt herself willingly, but went to her death because she was afraid to defy public opinion. But you are not able to keep that position. History drives you from it. Major Sleeman has a convincing case in one of his books. In his government on the Nerbudda he made a brave attempt on the 28th of March, 1828, to put down Suttee on his own hook and without warrant from the Supreme Government of India. He could not foresee that the government would put it down itself 8 months later. The only backing he had was a bold nature and a compassionate heart. He issued his proclamation abolishing the suttee in his district. On the morning of Tuesday, note the day of the week, the 24th of the following November, Umed Singh Upadhya, head of the most respectable and most extensive Brahmin family in the district, died, and presently came a deputation of his sons and grandsons to beg that his old widow might be allowed to burn herself upon his pyre. Sleeman threatened to enforce his order, and punish severely any man who assisted,
and he placed a police guard to see that no one did so. From the early morning the old widow of 65 had been sitting on the bank of the sacred river by her dead, waiting through the long hours for the permission, and at last the refusal came instead. In one little sentence Sleeman gives you a pathetic picture of this lonely old gray figure. All day and all night she remained sitting by the edge of the water without eating or drinking. The next morning the body of the husband was burned to ashes in a pit 8 feet square and 3 or 4 feet deep, in the view of several thousand spectators. Then the widow waded out to a bare rock in the river, and everybody went away but her sons and other relations. All day she sat there on her rock, in the blazing sun, without food or drink, and with no clothing but a sheet over her shoulders. The relatives remained with her, and all tried to persuade her to desist from her purpose, for they deeply loved her. She steadily refused. Then a part of the family went to Sleeman's house, 10 miles away, and tried again to get him to let her burn herself. He refused, hoping to save her yet. All that day she scorched in her sheet on the rock, and all that night she kept her vigil there in the bitter cold. Thursday morning, in the sight of her relatives, she went through a ceremonial which said more to them than any words could have done. She put on the daja, a coarse red turban, and broke her bracelets in pieces. By these acts she became a dead person in the eye of the law, and excluded from her caste forever. By the iron rule of ancient custom, if she should now choose to live, she could never return to her family. Sleeman was in deep trouble. If she starved herself to death her family would be disgraced, and, moreover, starving would be a more lingering misery than the death by fire. He went back in the evening thoroughly worried. The old woman remained on her rock, and there, in the morning, he found her with her daja still on her head.
She talked very collectedly, telling me that she had determined to mix her ashes with those of her departed husband, and should patiently wait my permission to do so, assured that God would enable her to sustain life till that was given, though she dared not eat or drink. Looking at the sun, then rising before her over a long and beautiful reach of the river, she said calmly, "My soul has been for 5 days with my husband's near that sun. Nothing but my earthly frame is left, and this, I know, you will in time suffer to be mixed with his ashes in yonder pit, because it is not in your nature or usage wantonly to prolong the miseries of a poor old woman."
He assured her that it was his desire and duty to save her, and to urge her to live, and to keep her family from the disgrace of being thought her murderers. But she said she "was not afraid of their being thought so, that they had all, like good children, done everything in their power to induce her to live, and to abide with them, and if I should consent I know they would love and honor me, but my duties to them have now ended. I commit them all to your care, and I go to attend my husband, Umed Singh Upadhyaya, with whose ashes on the funeral pile mine have been already 3 times mixed." She believed that she and he had been upon the earth 3 several times as wife and husband, and that she had burned herself to death 3 times upon his pyre. That is why she said that strange thing. Since she had broken her bracelets and put on the red turban she regarded herself as a corpse. Otherwise she would not have allowed herself to do her husband the irreverence of pronouncing his name.
This was the first time in her long life that she had ever uttered her husband's name, for in India no woman, high or low, ever pronounces the name of her husband.
Major Sleeman still tried to shake her purpose. He promised to build her a fine house among the temples of her ancestors upon the bank of the river, and make handsome provision for her out of rent-free lands if she would consent to live; and if she wouldn't, he would allow no stone or brick to ever mark the place where she died. But she only smiled and said, "My pulse has long ceased to beat. My spirit has departed. I shall suffer nothing in the burning, and if you wish proof, order some fire, and you shall see this arm consumed without giving me any pain." Sleeman was now satisfied that he could not alter her purpose. He sent for all the chief members of the family, and said he would suffer her to burn herself if they would enter into a written engagement to abandon the suttee in their family thenceforth. They agreed.
The papers were drawn out and signed, and at noon Saturday word was sent to the poor old woman. She seemed greatly pleased. The ceremonies of bathing were gone through with, and by 3 o'clock she was ready and the fire was briskly burning in the pit. She had now gone without food or drink during more than 4 days and a half. She came ashore from her rock, first wetting her sheet in the waters of the sacred river, for without that safeguard any shadow which might fall upon her would convey impurity to her. Then she walked to the pit, leaning upon one of her sons and a nephew. The distance was 150 yards.
I had sentries placed all around, and no other person was allowed to approach within 5 paces. She came on with a calm and cheerful countenance, stopped once, and casting her eyes upward, said,
"Why have they kept me 5 days from thee, my husband?"
On coming to the sentries, her supporters stopped and remained standing. She moved on, and walked once around the pit, paused a moment, and while muttering a prayer, threw some flowers into the fire. She then walked up deliberately and steadily to the brink, stepped into the center of the flame, sat down, and leaning back in the midst as if reposing upon a couch, was consumed without uttering a shriek or betraying one sign of agony.
It is fine and beautiful. It compels one's reverence and respect, no, has it freely and without compulsion. We see how the custom, once started, could continue, for the soul of it is that stupendous power, faith. Faith brought to the pitch of effectiveness by the cumulative force of example and long use and custom. But we cannot understand how the first widows came to take to it. That is a perplexing detail. Sleeman says that it was usual to play music at the suttee, but that the white man's notion that this was to drown the screams of the martyr is not correct, that it had a quite different purpose. It was believed that the martyr died prophesying, that the prophecies sometimes foretold disaster, and it was considered a kindness to those upon whom it was to fall to drown the voice and keep them in ignorance of the misfortune that was to come. End of chapter 48. This is chapter 49 of Following the Equator. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Following the Equator by Mark Twain, chapter 49. Pajamas, day scene in India, clothed in a turban and a pocket handkerchief. Land parceled out. Established village servants. Witches in families. Hereditary midwifery. Destruction of girl babies. Wedding display. Tiger persuader. Hailstorm discouragers. The tyranny of the sweeper. Elephant driver. Water carrier. Curious rivers. Arrival at Allahabad. English quarter. Lecture hall like a snowstorm. Private carriages. A milliner. Early morning. The squatting servant. A religious fair. He had had much experience of physicians, and said, "The only way to keep your health is to eat what you don't want, drink what you don't like, and do what you'd druther not." Pudd'nhead Wilson's New Calendar. It was a long journey, 2 nights, 1 day, and part of another day, from Bombay eastward to Allahabad, but it was always interesting, and it was not fatiguing. At first the night travel promised to be fatiguing, but that was on account of pajamas. This foolish night dress consists of jacket and drawers. Sometimes they are made of silk, sometimes of a raspy, scratchy, slazy woolen material with a sandpaper surface. The drawers are loose elephant-legged and elephant-waisted things, and instead of buttoning around the body there is a drawstring to produce the required shrinkage. The jacket is roomy, and one buttons it in front. Pajamas are hot on a hot night, and cold on a cold night, defects which a nightshirt is free from. I tried the pajamas in order to be in the fashion, but I was obliged to give them up. I couldn't stand them. There was no sufficient change from day gear to night gear. I missed the refreshing and luxurious sense, induced by the nightgown, of being undressed, emancipated, set free from restraints and trammels. In place of that, I had the worried, confined, oppressed,
suffocated sense of being abed with my clothes on. All through the warm half of the night the coarse surfaces irritated my skin and made it feel baked and feverish, and the dreams which came in the fitful flurries of slumber were such as distress the sleep of the damned, or ought to, and all through the cold other half of the night I could get no time for sleep, because I had to employ it all in stealing blankets. But blankets are of no value at such a time. The higher they are piled, the more effectively they cork the cold in and keep it from getting out. The result is that your legs are ice, and you know how you will feel by and by when you are buried. In a sane interval I discarded the pajamas and led a rational and comfortable life thenceforth. Out in the country in India the day begins early. One sees a plain, perfectly flat, dust-colored, and brickyardy, stretching limitlessly away on every side in the dim gray light, striped everywhere with hard-beaten narrow paths, the vast flatness broken at wide intervals by bunches of spectral trees that mark where villages are, and along all the paths are slender women and the black forms of lanky naked men moving to their work, the women with brass water jars on their heads, the men carrying hoes. The man is not entirely naked. Always there is a bit of white rag, a loin-cloth. It amounts to a bandage, and is a white accent on his black person, like the silver band around the middle of a pipe-stem. Sometimes he also wears a fluffy and voluminous white turban, and this adds a second accent. He then answers properly to Miss Gordon Cummings' flashlight picture of him as a person who is dressed in a turban and a pocket handkerchief. All day long one has this monotony of dust-colored dead levels and scattering bunches of trees and mud villages. You soon realize that India is not beautiful. Still, there is an enchantment about it that is beguiling, and which does not pall. You cannot tell just what it is that makes the spell, perhaps, but you feel it and confess it nevertheless. Of course, at bottom you know in a vague way that it is history. It is that that affects you, a haunting sense of the myriads of human lives that have blossomed and withered and perished here, repeating and repeating and repeating, century after century and age after age, the barren and meaningless process. It is this sense that gives to this forlorn, uncomely land power to speak to the spirit and make friends with it, to speak to it with a voice bitter with satire, but eloquent with melancholy. The deserts of Australia and the ice barrens of Greenland have no speech, for they have no venerable history, with nothing to tell of man and his vanities, his fleeting glories and his miseries. They have nothing wherewith to spiritualize their ugliness and veil it with a charm. There is nothing pretty about an Indian village, a mud one, and I do not remember that we saw any but mud ones on that long flight to Allahabad. It is a little bunch of dirt-colored mud hovels jammed together within a mud wall. As a rule, the rains had beaten down parts of some of the houses, and this gave the village the aspect of a moldering and hoary ruin. I believe the cattle and the vermin live inside the wall, for I saw cattle coming out and cattle going in, and whenever I saw a villager he was scratching. This last is only circumstantial evidence, but I think it has value. The village has a battered little temple or two, big enough to hold an idol, and with custom enough to fat up a priest and keep him comfortable. Where there are Mohammedans, there are generally a few sorry tombs outside the village that have a decayed and neglected look. The villages interested me because of things which Major Sleeman says about them in his books, particularly what he says about the division of labor in them. He says that the whole face of India is parceled out into estates of villages, that 9/10 of the vast population of the land consists of cultivators of the soil, that it is these cultivators who inhabit the villages, that there are certain established village servants, mechanics, and others who are apparently paid a wage by the village at large, and whose callings remain in certain families and are handed down from father to son, like an estate. He gives a list of these established servants: priest, blacksmith, carpenter, accountant, washerman, basket-maker, potter, watchman, barber, shoemaker, brazier, confectioner, weaver, dyer, etc. In his day witches abounded, and it was not thought good business wisdom for a man to marry his daughter into a family that hadn't a witch in it, for she would need a witch on the premises to protect her children from the evil spells which would certainly be cast upon them by the witches connected with the neighboring families. The office of midwife was hereditary in the family of the basket-maker. It belonged to his wife. She might not be competent, but the office was hers anyway. Her pay was not high, 25 cents for a boy, and half as much for a girl. The girl was not desired because she would be a disastrous expense by and by. As soon as she should be old enough to begin to wear clothes for propriety's sake, it would be a disgrace to the family if she were not married, and to marry her meant financial ruin, for by custom the father must spend upon feasting and wedding display everything he had and all he could borrow, in fact, reduce himself to a condition of poverty which he might never more recover from. It was the dread of this prospective ruin which made the killing of girl babies so prevalent in India in the old days before England laid the iron hand of her prohibitions upon the piteous slaughter. One may judge of how prevalent the custom was by one of Sleeman's casual electrical remarks when he speaks of children at play in villages where girl voices were never heard. The wedding display folly is still in full force in India, and by consequence the destruction of girl babies is still furtively practiced, but not largely, because of the vigilance of the government and the sternness of the penalties it levies. In some parts of India the village keeps in its pay 3 other servants: an astrologer to tell the villager when he may plant his crop, or make a journey, or marry a wife, or strangle a child, or borrow a dog, or climb a tree, or catch a rat, or swindle a neighbor, without offending the alert and solicitous heavens. And what his dream means, if he has had one, and was not bright enough to interpret it himself by the details of his dinner. The 2 other established servants were the tiger persuader and the hailstorm discourager. The one kept away the tigers if he could, and collected the wages anyway, and the other kept off the hailstorms, or explained why he failed. He charged the same for explaining a failure that he did for scoring a success. A man is an idiot who can't earn a living in India. Major Sleeman reveals the fact that the trade union and the boycott are antiquities in India. India seems to have originated everything. The sweeper belongs to the bottom caste. He is the lowest of the low. All other castes despise him and scorn his office. But that does not trouble him. His caste is a caste, and that is sufficient for him, and so he is proud of it, not ashamed. Sleeman says, "It is perhaps not known to many of my countrymen, even in India, that in every town and city in the country the right of sweeping the houses and streets is a monopoly, and is supported entirely by the pride of castes among the scavengers, who are all of the lowest class. The right of sweeping within a certain range is recognized by the caste to belong to a certain member, and if any other member presumes to sweep within that range, he is excommunicated. No other member will smoke out of his pipe or drink out of his jug, and he can get restored to caste only by a feast to the whole body of sweepers. If any housekeeper within a particular circle happens to offend the sweeper of that range, none of his filth will be removed till he pacifies him, because no other sweeper will dare to touch it. And the people of a town are often more tyrannized over by these people than by any other." A footnote by Major Sleeman's editor, Mr. Vincent Arthur Smith, says that in our day this tyranny of the Sweepers' Guild is one of the many difficulties which bar the progress of Indian sanitary reform. Think of this: "The sweepers cannot be readily coerced, because no Hindu or Mussulman would do their work to save his life, nor will he pollute himself by beating the refractory scavenger." They certainly do seem to have the whip hand. It would be difficult to imagine a more impregnable position. "The vested rights described in the text are so fully recognized in practice that they are frequently the subject of sale or mortgage." Just like a milk route, or like a London crossing sweepership. It is said that the London crossing sweeper's right to his crossing is recognized by the rest of the guild. that they protect him in its possession, that certain choice crossings are valuable property and are saleable at high figures. I have noticed that the man who sweeps in front of the Army and Navy Stores has a wealthy South African aristocratic style about him, and when he is off his guard he has exactly that look on his face which you always see in the face of a man who is saving up his daughter to marry her to a duke. It appears from Sleeman that in India the occupation of elephant-driver is confined to Mohammedans. I wonder why that is. The water-carrier, Behishti, is a Mohammedan, but it is said that the reason of that is that the Hindu's religion does not allow him to touch the skin of dead kine, and that is what the water-sack is made of. It would defile him. And it doesn't allow him to eat meat. The animal that furnished the meat was murdered, and to take any creature's life is a sin. It is a good and gentle religion, but inconvenient. A great Indian river, at low water, suggests the familiar anatomical picture of a skinned human body, the intricate mesh of interwoven muscles and tendons to stand for water channels, and the archipelagos of fat and flesh enclosed by them to stand for the sandbars. Somewhere on this journey we passed such a river, and on a later journey we saw in the Sutlej the duplicate of that river. Curious rivers they are, low shores a dizzy distance apart, with nothing between but an enormous acreage of sand-flats with sluggish little veins of water dribbling around amongst them. Saharas of sand, smallpox pitted with footprints punctured in belts as straight as the equator clear from the one shore to the other, barring the channel interruptions. A dry-shod ferry, you see. Long railway bridges are required for this sort of rivers, and India has them. You approach Allahabad by a very long one. It was now carrying us across the bed of the Jumna, a bed which did not seem to have been slept in for one while or more. It wasn't all river bed, most of it was overflow ground. Allahabad means City of God. I get this from the books. From a printed curiosity, a letter written by one of those brave and confident Hindu strugglers with the English tongue, called a Babu, I got a more compressed translation. Godville. It is perfectly correct, but that is the most that can be said for it. We arrived in the forenoon, and short-handed, for Satan got left behind somewhere that morning, and did not overtake us until after nightfall. It seemed very peaceful without him. The world seemed asleep and dreaming. I did not see the native town, I think. I do not remember why, for an incident connects it with the Great Mutiny, and that is enough to make any place interesting. But I saw the English part of the city. It is a town of wide avenues and noble distances, and is comely and alluring, and full of suggestions of comfort and leisure, and of the serenity which a good conscience buttressed by a sufficient bank account gives. The bungalows, dwellings, stand well back in the seclusion and privacy of large enclosed compounds, private grounds, as we should say, and in the shade and shelter of trees. Even the photographer and the prosperous merchant ply their industries in the elegant reserve of big compounds, and the citizens drive in there upon their business occasions. And not in cabs, no. In the Indian cities cabs are for the drifting stranger. All the white citizens have private carriages, and each carriage has a flock of white-turbaned black footmen and drivers all over it. The vicinity of a lecture hall looks like a snowstorm, and makes the lecturer feel like an opera. India has many names, and they are correctly descriptive. It is the land of contradictions, the land of subtlety and superstition, the land of wealth and poverty, the land of splendor and desolation, the land of plague and famine, the land of the thug and the poisoner, and of the meek and the patient, the land of the suttee, the land of the unreinstatable widow, the land where all life is holy, the land of cremation, the land where the vulture is a grave and a monument, the land of the multitudinous gods, and if signs go for anything, it is the land of the private carriage. In Bombay the forewoman of a millinery shop came to the hotel in her private carriage to take the measure for a gown, not for me, but for another. She had come out to India to make a temporary stay, but was extending it indefinitely. Indeed, she was proposing to end her days there. In London, she said, her work had been hard, her hours long. For economy's sake she had had to live in shabby rooms and far away from the shop, watch the pennies, deny herself many of the common comforts of life, restrict herself in effect to its bare necessities, eschew cabs, travel third class by underground train to and from her work, swallowing coal smoke and cinders all the way, and sometimes troubled with the society of men and women who were less desirable than the smoke and the cinders. But in Bombay, on almost any kind of wages, she could live in comfort, and keep her carriage, and have 6 servants in place of the woman of all work she had had in her English home. Later, in Calcutta, I found that the Standard Oil clerks had small one-horse vehicles, and did no walking, and I was told that the clerks of the other large concerns there had the like equipment. But to return to Allahabad. I was up at dawn the next morning. In India the tourist servant does not sleep in a room in the hotel, but rolls himself up head and ears in his blanket and stretches himself on the veranda, across the front of his master's door, and spends the night there. I don't believe anybody's servant occupies a room. Apparently the bungalow servants sleep on the veranda. It is roomy, and goes all around the house. I speak of men servants. I saw none of the other sex. I think there are none, except child nurses. I was up at dawn, and walked around the veranda, past the rows of sleepers. In front of one door a Hindu servant was squatting, waiting for his master to call him. He had polished the yellow shoes and placed them by the door, and now he had nothing to do but wait. It was freezing cold, but there he was, as motionless as a sculptured image, and as patient. It troubled me. I wanted to say to him, "Don't crouch there like that and freeze. Nobody requires it of you. Stir around and get warm." But I hadn't the words. I thought of saying "Jaldi jao," but I couldn't remember what it meant, so I didn't say it. I knew another phrase, but it wouldn't come to my mind. I moved on, proposing to dismiss him from my thoughts, but his bare legs and bare feet kept him there. They kept drawing me back from the sunny side to a point whence I could see him. At the end of an hour he had not changed his attitude in the least degree. It was a curious and impressive exhibition of meekness and patience, or fortitude, or indifference, I did not know which. But it worried me, and it was spoiling my morning. In fact, it spoiled 2 hours of it quite thoroughly. I quitted this vicinity then, and left him to punish himself as much as he might want to. But up to that time the man had not changed his attitude a hair. He will always remain with me, I suppose. His figure never grows vague in my memory. Whenever I read of Indian resignation, Indian patience under wrongs, hardships, and misfortunes, he comes before me. He becomes a personification, and stands for India in trouble. And for untold ages India in trouble has been pursued with the very remark which I was going to utter but didn't, because its meaning had slipped me: "Jaldi jao." Come, shove along. Why, it was the very thing. In the early brightness we made a long drive out to the fort. Part of the way was beautiful. It led under stately trees and through groups of native houses, and by the usual village well, where the picturesque gangs are always flocking to and fro and laughing and chattering. And this time brawny men were deluging their bronze bodies with the limpid water, and making a refreshing and enticing show of it. Enticing, for the sun was already transacting business, firing India up for the day. There was plenty of this early bathing going on, for it was getting toward breakfast time, and with an unpurified body the Hindu must not eat. Then we struck into the hot plain, and found the roads crowded with pilgrims of both sexes, for one of the great religious fairs of India was being held, just beyond the fort, at the junction of the sacred rivers, the Ganges and the Jumna. 3 sacred rivers, I should have said, for there is a subterranean one. Nobody has seen it, but that doesn't signify. The fact that it is there is enough. These pilgrims had come from all over India. Some of them had been months on the way, plodding patiently along in the heat and dust, worn, poor, hungry, but supported and sustained by an unwavering faith and belief. They were supremely happy and content now. Their full and sufficient reward was at hand. They were going to be cleansed from every vestige of sin and corruption by these holy waters, which make utterly pure whatsoever thing they touch, even the dead and rotten. It is wonderful, the power of a faith like that, that can make multitudes upon multitudes of the old and weak and the young and frail enter without hesitation or complaint upon such incredible journeys and endure the resultant miseries without repining. It is done in love, or it is done in fear. I do not know which it is. No matter what the impulse is, the act born of it is beyond imagination marvelous to our kind of people, the cold whites. There are choice great natures among us that could exhibit the equivalent of this prodigious self-sacrifice, but the rest of us know that we should not be equal to anything approaching it. Still, we all talk self-sacrifice, and this makes me hope that we are large enough to honor it in the Hindoo. 2 millions of natives arrive at this fair every year. How many start and die on the road, from age and fatigue and disease and scanty nourishment, and how many die on the return, from the same causes, no one knows. But the tale is great, one may say enormous. Every 12th year is held to be a year of peculiar grace. A greatly augmented volume of pilgrims results then. The 12th year has held this distinction since the remotest times, it is said. It is said also that there is to be but one more 12th year for the Ganges. After that, that holiest of all sacred rivers will cease to be holy, and will be abandoned by the pilgrims for many centuries. How many, the wise men have not stated. At the end of that interval it will become holy again. Meantime, the data will be arranged by those people who have charge of all such matters, the great chief Brahmins. It will be like shutting down a mint. At a first glance it looks most unbrahmanically uncommercial, but I am not disturbed, being soothed and tranquilized by their reputation. Brer Fox he lay low, as Uncle Remus says, and at the judicious time he will spring something on the Indian public which will show that he was not financially asleep when he took the Ganges out of the market. Great numbers of the natives along the roads were bringing away holy water from the rivers. They would carry it far and wide in India and sell it. Tavernier, the French traveler, 17th century, notes that Ganges water is often given at weddings, each guest receiving a cup or two, according to the liberality of the host. Sometimes 2,000 or 3,000 rupees worth of it is consumed at a wedding. The fort is a huge old structure, and has had a large experience in religions. In its great court stands a monolith which was placed there more than 2,000 years ago to preach Buddhism by its pious inscription. The fort was built 3 centuries ago by a Mohammedan emperor, a re-sanctification of the place in the interest of that religion. There is a Hindu temple, too, with subterranean ramifications stocked with shrines and idols. And now the fort belongs to the English, it contains a Christian church, insured in all the companies. From the lofty ramparts one has a fine view of the sacred rivers. They join at that point, the pale blue Jumna, apparently clean and clear, and the muddy Ganges, dull yellow and not clean. On a long curved spit between the rivers, towns of tents were visible, with a multitude of fluttering pennons, and a mighty swarm of pilgrims. It was a troublesome place to get down to, and not a quiet place when you arrived, but it was interesting. There was a world of activity and turmoil and noise, partly religious, partly commercial, for the Mohammedans were there to curse and sell, and the Hindus to buy and pray. It is a fair as well as a religious festival. Crowds were bathing, praying, and drinking the purifying waters, and many sick pilgrims had come long journeys in palanquins to be healed of their maladies by a bath, or if that might not be, then to die on the blessed banks and so make sure of heaven. There were fakirs in plenty, with their bodies dusted over with ashes, and their long hair caked together with cow dung. For the cow is holy, and so is the rest of it. So holy that the good Hindu peasant frescoes the walls of his hut with this refuse, and also constructs ornamental figures out of it for the gracing of his dirt floor. There were seated families, fearfully and wonderfully painted,
who by attitude and grouping represented the families of certain great gods. There was a holy man who sat naked by the day and by the week on a cluster of iron spikes, and did not seem to mind it; and another holy man who stood all day holding his withered arms motionless aloft, and was said to have been doing it for years. All of these performers have a cloth on the ground beside them for the reception of contributions, and even the poorest of the people give a trifle and hope that the sacrifice will be blessed to him. At last came a procession of naked holy people marching by and chanting, and I wrenched myself away. End of chapter 49.